Robert Ludlum's best-selling character Jason Bourne in The Bourne Legacy by Eric Van Lustbader. Read for you by Scott Brick. Khalid Marat, leader of the Chechen rebels, sat still as a stone in the center vehicle of the convoy making its way through the bombed-out streets of Grozny. The BTR-60 BP armored personnel carriers were standard Russian military issue, and as such, the convoy was indistinguishable from all the others rumbling through the city on patrol. Marat's heavily armed men were crammed into the other two vehicles, one in front and one behind his own. They were heading toward Hospital Number 9, one of 6 or 7 different hideouts Marat used to keep 3 steps ahead of the Russian forces searching for him. Marat was darkly bearded, close to 50, with a bear's broad stance and the fire-lit eyes of the true zealot. He had learned early on that the iron fist was the only way to rule. He had been present when Dzhokhar Dudayev had imposed Islamic Sharia law to no avail. He had seen the carnage wreaked when it had all begun, when the Chechnya-based warlords, foreign associates of Osama bin Laden, invaded Dagestan and executed a string of bombings in Moscow and Volgodonsk that killed some 200 people. When the blame for the foreigners' actions was falsely put on Chechen terrorists, the Russians began their devastating bombing of Grozny, reducing much of the city to rubble. The sky over the Chechen capital was blurred, made indistinct by a constant flux of ash and cinder. Oil-fueled fires burned everywhere across the rubble-strewn landscape. Khalid Marat stared out the tinted windows as the convoy passed a burned-out skeleton of a building. He grunted, turned to Hassan Arsenov, his second in command, and said, "Once Grozny was the beloved home to lovers strolling down the wide, tree-lined boulevards, mothers pushing prams across the leafy squares. Architects the world over made their pilgrimage to tour the magnificent buildings that once made Grozny one of the most beautiful cities on earth." He shook his head sadly, slapped the other's knee in a comradely gesture. "Allah, Hassan," he cried. "Look how the Russians have crushed everything that was good and fine." Hassan Arsenov nodded. He was a brisk, energetic man, fully 10 years Marat's junior. A former biathlon champion, he had the wide shoulders and narrow hips of a natural athlete. When Marat had taken over as rebel leader, he was at his side. The two rebels were chastened into silence by the parade of bombed-out buildings they passed, the streets empty save for scavengers, both human and animal. 10 minutes later, the convoy stopped in front of Hospital Number 9. Arsenov looked at his wristwatch. "Almost time," he said. Marat leaned over, pressed a button, and the soundproof barrier rose into place, cutting them off from the driver and 4 bodyguards sitting forward. Well-trained, they stared straight ahead through the bulletproof windshield. "Tell me, Khalid, as the moment of truth is upon us, what reservations you have?" Marat raised his bristling eyebrows. "Reservations? Don't you want what's rightfully ours, Khalid? What Allah decrees we should have?" "The blood runs high in you, my friend. I know this only too well. We've fought side by side many times. We've killed together, and we owe each other our very lives, yes? Now listen to me. I bleed for our people. Their pain fills me with a rage I can barely contain. But history warns that one should beware what one wants the most. The consequences of what's being proposed, what we've been planning for." "Yes, planning for," Khalid Marat said. "But the consequences must be considered." "Caution," Arsenov said bitterly. "Always caution." "My friend," Khalid Marat smiled. "I don't want to be misled. The reckless foe is easiest to destroy. You must learn to make patience a virtue." "Patience," Arsenov spat. "Each day we delay is another day that thousands risk being killed. It's the very future of Chechnya that will be decided by our choice here." Marat pressed his thumbs into his eyes, rubbing with a circular motion. "There are other ways, Hassan. There are always other ways. Perhaps we should consider—" "There's no time. The announcement has been made, the date set. The Sheikh is right." "The Sheikh, yes," Khalid Marat shook his head. Always the Sheikh. At that moment, the car phone rang. Khalid Marat glanced at his trusted companion and calmly clicked on the speakerphone. "Yes, Sheikh," he said in a deferential tone of voice. "Hassan and I are both here. We await your instructions." High above the street where the convoy was idling, a figure crouched on a flat rooftop, elbows atop the low parapet. Lying along the parapet was a Finnish Sako TRG-41 bolt-action sniper rifle, one of many he had modified himself. He was dressed in the camouflage uniform of the Russian military, which did not look out of place with the Asian cast of his smooth features. Over the uniform he wore a lightweight Kevlar harness from which hung a metal loop. In his right palm he cradled a small, matte black box no larger than the size of a pack of cigarettes. It was a wireless device in which were set 2 buttons. He counted the Chechen soldiers as they emerged from the guard vehicles. There were 18. The drivers still behind the wheels, and in the center vehicle at least 4 guards as well as the principals. As the rebels entered the main entrance of the hospital on their way to secure the site, he depressed the top button of the wireless remote, and C4 charges went off, collapsing the hospital entrance. The percussion shook the street, set the heavy vehicles to rocking on their oversized shocks. The rebels caught directly in the blast were either blown to bits or crushed beneath the weight of falling rubble, but he knew that at least some of the rebels could have been far enough inside the hospital lobby to have survived, a possibility he had factored into his plan. With the sound of the first explosion still ringing, the figure looked down at the wireless device in his hand and depressed the lower button. The street in front and back of the convoy erupted in a deafening blast, collapsing the shell-pocked macadam. Now, even as the men below struggled to come to grips with the carnage he had visited upon them, the assassin took up the Sako, moving with a methodical, unhurried precision. Through its IR-enabled scope, he saw 3 rebels who had managed to escape the blasts with only minor injuries. They were running toward the middle vehicle, screaming at the occupants to get out before it was destroyed by another blast. He watched as they yanked open the right-hand doors, allowed Hassan Arsenov and 1 guard to emerge. That left the driver and 3 remaining bodyguards inside the car with Khalid Marat. As Arsenov turned away, the figure sighted on his head. He moved the barrel in a smooth, practiced motion, this time sighting on the Chechen's thigh. The figure squeezed off a shot, and Arsenov grabbed his left leg, shouting as he went down. One of the guards ran to Arsenov, dragged him to cover. The 2 remaining guards, swiftly determining where the shot had come from, ran across the street, entering the building on whose roof the figure crouched. As 3 more rebels appeared, racing out a side entrance to the hospital, the assassin dropped the Sako. He watched now as the vehicle containing Khalid Marat slammed into reverse. Behind and below him, he could hear the rebels pounding up the stairs leading to his rooftop perch. Still unhurried, he fitted titanium and corundum spikes to his boots. Then he took up a composite crossbow and shot a line into a light pole just behind the middle vehicle, tying off the line to make sure it was taut. Shouting voices reached him. The rebels had gained the floor directly below him. The front of the vehicle was now facing him as the driver tried to maneuver it around the huge chunks of concrete, granite, and macadam that had erupted in the explosions. The assassin could see the soft glint of the 2 panes of glass that comprised the windshield. That was the one problem the Russians had yet to overcome. Bulletproofing the glass made the panes so heavy it required 2 of them for the windshield. The personnel carrier's one vulnerable spot was the strip of metal between the 2 panes. He took the sturdy metal loop attached to his harness and snapped himself to the taut line. Behind him, he heard the rebels burst through the door, emerging onto the roof 100 feet away. Spotting the assassin, they swung around to fire on him as they ran toward him, setting off an unnoticed tripwire. Immediately, they were engulfed in a fiery detonation from the last remaining packet of C4 the assassin had planted the night before. The assassin tested the line and then launched himself from the rooftop. He slid down the line, lifting his leg so that the spikes were aimed at the windshield divider. The force of the impact ran up his legs, jolting his spine as the titanium and corundum spikes on his boots crumpled the divider like a tin can, the panes of glass caving in without its support. He crashed through the windshield and into the interior of the vehicle, carrying with him much of the windshield. A chunk of it struck the driver in the neck, half severing his head. The assassin twisted to his left. The bodyguard in the front seat was covered in the driver's blood. He was reaching for his gun when the assassin took his head between his powerful hands and broke his neck before he had a chance to squeeze off around. The other two bodyguards in the jump seat just behind the driver fired wildly at the assassin, who pushed the bodyguard with the broken neck so that his body absorbed the bullets. From behind this makeshift protection, he used the bodyguard's gun, fired precisely, one shot through the forehead of each man. That left only Khalid Marat. The Chechen leader had kicked open the door and was shouting for his men. The assassin lunged at Marat, shaking the huge man as if he were a water rat. Marat's jaws snapped at him, almost taking off an ear. Calmly, he seized Marat around the throat and, staring into his eyes, jabbed his thumb into the cricoid cartilage of the Chechen leader's lower larynx. Blood immediately filled Marat's throat, choking him, draining him of strength. His arms flailed, his hands beating against the assassin's face and head. To no avail. Marat was drowning in his own blood. His lungs filled and his breathing became ragged, thick. He vomited blood and his eyes rolled up in their sockets. Dropping the now limp body, the assassin climbed back into the front seat, hurling the driver's corpse out of the door. He slammed the vehicle into gear and stepped on the gas before what remained of the rebels could react. The vehicle leaped forward, hurtled over rubble and tarmac, then vanished into thin air as it plummeted into the hole the explosives had made in the street. Underground, the assassin upshifted, racing through the tight space of a storm drain that had been widened by the Russians, who had intended to use them for clandestine assaults on rebel strongholds. Sparks flew as the metal fenders now and again scraped against the curving concrete walls. But for all that, he was safe. His plan had concluded as it had begun, with perfect clockwork precision. Two men stood in the center of a steel bridge. Below them, the charred remains of an unending war were reflected in the surface of the sluggish water. "It's done," the first one said. "Khalid Marat has been killed in a manner that will cause maximum impact." "I would expect nothing less, Khan," the second man said. "You owe your impeccable reputation in no small part to the commissions I've given you." He was taller than the assassin by a good 4 inches. The only thing that marred his appearance was the strange, glassy, utterly hairless skin on the left side of his face and neck. He possessed the charisma of a born leader, a man not to be trifled with. Khan was still basking in the look in Marat's eyes as he died. He looked at Stepan Spalko, who was holding out an envelope, heavy with money. "Your fee," Spalko said, "plus a bonus." Bonus? The topic of money refocused Khan's attention fully on the immediate. There was no mention of a bonus. Spalko shrugged. "Khalid Marat was your 25th commission with me. Call it an anniversary present, if you wish." "You are most generous, Mr. Spalko." Khan stowed the envelope away without looking inside. "I've asked you to call me Stepan. I refer to you as Khan." "That's different." "How so?" Khan stood very still and the silence flowed toward him. "I'm not required to explain myself to you, Mr. Spalko." Come, Spalko said with a conciliatory gesture. "We're far from strangers. We share secrets of the most intimate nature." The silence built. Somewhere on the outskirts of Grozny, an explosion lit up the night, and the sound of small arms fire came to them like strings of children's firecrackers. Khan spoke. "In the jungle, I learned 2 mortal lessons. The first was to trust absolutely only myself. The second was to observe the most minute proprietaries of civilization, because knowing your place in the world is the only thing standing between you and the anarchy of the jungle." Spalko regarded him for a long time. The fitful glow from the firelight was in Khan's eyes, lending him a savage aspect. Spalko imagined him alone in the jungle, prey to privations, the quarry of greed and wanton bloodlust. The jungle of Southeast Asia was a world unto itself, a barbarous, pestilential area with its own peculiar laws. Khan had not only survived there, but flourished. I'd like to think we're more than businessman and client. Khan shook his head. Death has a particular odor. I smell it on you. And I on you. A slow smile crept across Spalko's face. I have what you requested. He held out a black file folder. Taking the folder, Khan busied himself with opening the dossier. Inside he found a single sheet of onion skin with 3 brief, close-typed paragraphs and a photo of a handsome male face. Beneath the picture was a name. David Webb. This is all of it? Culled from many sources. All the information on him anyone has. But this is the man. Spalko nodded. There can be no doubt. None whatsoever. Khan's eyes narrowed and his right hand curled slowly into a tight fist of hate. I could never find a trace of him. I'd suspected he was dead. In a way, Spalko said, he is. David Webb, professor of linguistics at Georgetown University, was buried beneath a stack of ungraded term papers. He was striding down the musty back corridors of gargantuan Healy Hall, heading for the office of Theodore Barton, his department head, and he was late, hence this shortcut he had long ago discovered using narrow, ill-lighted passageways few students knew about or cared to use. There was a benign ebb and flow to his life bound by the strictures of the university. His year was defined by the terms of the Georgetown semesters. The deep winter that began them gave grudging way to a tentative spring and ended in the heat and humidity of the second semester's finals week. There was a part of him that fought against serenity, the part that thought of his former life in the clandestine service of the U.S. government, the part that kept him friends with his former handler, Alexander Conklin. He was about to round a corner when he heard harsh voices raised and mocking laughter and saw ominous-seeming shadows playing along the wall. "Motherfucker, we gonna make your gook tongue come out the back of your head." Bourne dropped the stack of papers he had been carrying and sprinted around the corner. As he did so, he saw 3 young black men in coats down to their ankles, arrayed in a menacing semicircle around an Asian, trapping him against a corridor wall. With a start, he recognized their prey as Rongsei Siv, a favorite student of his. "Motherfucker," snarled one, wiry, with a strung-out, reckless look on his defiant face. "We come in here, gather up the goods to trade for the bling-bling." "Can't ever have enough bling-bling," said another with an eagle tattoo on his cheek. "Or don't you know the bling-bling, gook?" "Yeah, gook," the strung-out one said. "You don't look like you know shit." The third black man, thick-muscled, heavy-set, drew a baseball bat from underneath the voluminous folds of his long coat. "That right? Put your hands up, gook. We gonna break your knuckles good." The strung-out one pulled out his own baseball bat and advanced menacingly on Rongsei. As the strung-out kid brandished his bat, Webb came at them. So silent was his approach that they did not become aware of him until he was upon them. He grabbed the strung-out kid's bat in his left hand as it was coming down toward Rongsei's head. Tattoo Cheek on Webb's right cursed mightily, swung his bald fist, aiming for Webb's ribs. In that instant, from the veiled and shadowed place inside Webb's head, the Bourne persona took firm control. Webb deflected the blow from Tattoo Cheek with his biceps, stepped forward and slammed his elbow into Tattoo Cheek's sternum. He went down, clawing at his chest. The third thug, bigger than the other two, cursed, and dropping his bat, pulled a switchblade. He lunged at Webb, who stepped into the attack, delivering a short, sharp blow to the inside of the assailant's wrist. The switchblade fell to the corridor floor, skittering away. Webb hooked his left foot behind the other's ankle and lifted up. The big thug fell on his back, turned over, and scrambled away. Bourne yanked the baseball bat out of the strung-out thug's grip. "Motherfucking 5-0, the thug muttered. He pulled a gun. a cheap Saturday night special, and aimed it at Webb. With deadly accuracy, Webb flung the bat, striking the strung-out thug between the eyes. He staggered back, crying out, and his gun went flying. Alerted by the noise of the struggle, a pair of campus security guards appeared, rounding the corner at a run. They brushed past Webb, pounding after the thugs, who fled without a backward glance, the two helping the strung-out one. They burst through the rear door to the building, out into the bright sunshine of the afternoon, with the guards hot on their heels. Webb took a deep breath, gained a semblance of control, and turned to face Rongse Siv. "Professor Webb." Rongse tried to clear his throat. "I don't know." He seemed abruptly overcome. His large black eyes were wide behind the lenses of his glasses. His expression was, as usual, impassive, but in those eyes Webb could see all the fear in the world. "It's okay now." Webb put his arm across Rongse's shoulders. As always, his fondness for the Cambodian refugee was showing through his professorial reserve. He couldn't help it. Rongse had overcome great adversity, losing almost all his family in the war. Rongse and Webb had been in the same Southeast Asian jungles. "Loaxoxatbe chiate." "How are you?" he asked in Khmer. "I'm fine, Professor," Rongse replied in the same language. "But how did you—" "Why don't we go outside?" Webb suggested. He was now quite late for Barton's meeting, but he couldn't care less. He picked up the switchblade and the gun. As he checked the gun's mechanism, the firing pin broke. He threw the useless gun in a trash bin, but pocketed the switchblade. Around the corner, Rongse helped him with the spill of term papers. They then walked in silence through the corridors, which became increasingly crowded as they neared the front of the building. Emerging from the corridor, they joined the swarm of students crowding through the front doors to Healy Hall. Just inside, in the center of the floor, gleamed the hallowed Georgetown University seal. A great majority of the students were walking around it because a school legend held that if you walked on the seal, you'd never graduate. Rongse was one of those who gave the seal a wide berth, but Webb strode right across it with no qualms whatsoever. Outside, they stood in the buttery spring sunlight, facing the trees and the old quadrangle, breathing the air with its hint of budding flowers. At their backs rose the looming presence of Healy Hall with its imposing Georgian red brick facade, 19th-century dormer windows, slate roof, and central 200-foot clock spire. The Cambodian turned to Webb. "Professor, thank you. If you hadn't come—" "Rongse," Webb said gently. "Do you want to talk about it?" The student's eyes were dark, unreadable. "What's there to say?" "I suppose that would depend on you." Rongse shrugged. "I'll be fine, Professor Webb. Really. This isn't the first time I've been called names." With a small, almost sad smile, Rongse formally thanked Webb again, and they said their goodbyes. Webb stood alone amid the students and faculty hurrying by, and yet he knew that he wasn't truly alone. Despite his best efforts, the aggressive personality of Jason Bourne had once again asserted itself. He breathed slowly and deeply, concentrating hard, using the mental techniques his psychiatrist friend Mo Panov had taught him for pushing the Bourne identity down. He concentrated first on his surroundings, on the blue and gold colors of the spring afternoon, on the gray stone and red brick of the buildings around the quad, of the movement of the students, the smiling faces of the girls, the laughter of the boys, the earnest talk of the professors. He absorbed each element in its entirety, grounding himself in time and place. Then, and only then, did he turn his thoughts inward. Years ago, he had been working for the Foreign Service in Phnom Penh. He'd been married then, not to Marie, his current wife, but to a Thai woman named Dao. They had 2 children, Joshua and Alyssa, and lived in a house on the bank of the river. America was at war with North Vietnam, but the war had spilled over into Cambodia. One afternoon, while he was at work and his family had been swimming in the river, a plane had strafed them, killing them. Webb had almost gone mad with grief. Finally, Fleeing his house and Phnom Penh, he'd arrived in Saigon, a man with no past and no future. It had been Alex Conklin who had taken a heart-sick, half-mad David Webb off the streets of Saigon and forged him into a first-rate clandestine operative. In Saigon, Webb had learned to kill, had turned his own self-hatred outward, inflicting his rage on others. When a member of Conklin's group, an evil-tempered drifter named Jason Bourne, had been discovered to be a spy, it was Webb who had executed him. Webb had come to loathe the Bourne identity, but the truth was that it had often been his lifeline. Jason Bourne had saved Webb's life more times than he could remember. Years later, when they had both returned to Washington, Conklin had given him a long-term assignment. He had become what amounted to a sleeper agent, taking the name of Jason Bourne, a man long dead, forgotten by everyone. For 3 years, Webb was Bourne, turned himself into an international assassin of great repute in order to hunt down an elusive terrorist. But in Marseille, his mission had gone terribly wrong. He'd been shot, cast into the dark waters of the Mediterranean, thought dead. Instead, he had been pulled from the water by members of a fishing boat, nursed back to health by a drunkard doctor in the port they'd set him down in. The only problem was that in the shock of almost dying, he'd lost his memory. What had come slowly back were the Bourne memories. It was only much later, with the help of Marie, his wife-to-be, that he had come to realize the truth, that he was David Webb. But by that time, the Jason Bourne personality was too well ingrained, too powerful, too cunning to die. In the aftermath, he'd become two people. David Webb, linguistics professor with a new wife and, eventually, 2 children, and Jason Bourne, the agent trained by Alex Conklin to be a formidable spy. Occasionally, in some crisis, Conklin called on Bourne's expertise and Webb reluctantly rose to duty. But the truth was that Webb often had little control over his Bourne personality. What had just happened with Rongse and the 3 street thugs was evidence enough. Bourne had a way of asserting himself that was beyond Webb's control. Khan, having watched David Webb and the Cambodian student talking from across the quad, ducked into a building diagonally across from Healy Hall, mounted the stairs to the 3rd floor. Khan was dressed much like all the other students. He looked younger than his 27 years, and no one gave him a second look. He was wearing khakis and a jeans jacket, over which was slung an outsized backpack. His sneakers made no sound as he went down the hallway, past the doors to classrooms. In his mind's eye was a clear picture of the view across the quad. He paused in front of the 6th door, heard a professor's voice from inside. He went on to the next classroom, which he had already determined was empty, and went in. Quickly now, he shut and locked the door behind him, crossed to the line of windows overlooking the quad, opened one, and got to work. From his backpack, he removed a 7.62mm SVD Dragunov sniper rifle with a collapsible stock. He fitted the optical sight onto it, leaned it on the sill. Peering through the sight, he found David Webb, by this time standing alone across the quad in front of Healy Hall. Every once in a while, a passing student would obscure him. Khan took a deep breath, let it out slowly. He sighted on Webb's head. Webb shook his head, shaking off the effect his memories of the past had on him, and refocusing on his immediate surroundings. The leaves rustled in a gathering breeze. Webb, still thinking of all the things he wanted to say to Rongse, was about to turn up the front steps of Healy Hall when a soft "ft" sounded in his ear. Reacting instinctively, he stepped into the dappled shadows beneath the trees. "You're under attack," shouted Bourne's all-too-familiar voice, re-emerging in his mind. "Move now!" And Webb's body reacted, scrambling as another bullet, its initial percussion muffled by a silencer, splintered the tree bark beside his cheek. A crack marksman. Bourne's thoughts began to flood through Webb's brain in response to the organism finding itself under attack. From behind, out of the sniper's sight, he gripped the tree, the pad of his forefinger feeling for the mark the bullet had made. He looked up. It was Jason Bourne who traced the trajectory of the bullet back to a third-floor window in a building diagonally across the quad. All around him, Georgetown students walked, strolled, talked, argued, and debated. They had seen nothing, of course. Webb left his protection behind the tree, moving quickly into a knot of students. He mingled with them, hurrying, but as much as possible keeping to their pace. They were his best protection now, blocking Webb from the sniper's line of sight. After the second shot, Khan had drawn back, confused. His mind raced, assessing what had just happened. Instead of panicking, running like a frightened sheep back into Healy Hall as Khan had anticipated, Webb had calmly moved into the cover of the trees, impeding Khan's view. That had been improbable enough, and totally out of character for the man briefly described in Spalko's dossier. But then Webb had used the gash the second bullet had made in the tree to gauge its trajectory. Now, using the students as cover, he was heading toward this very building. Improbably, he was attacking instead of fleeing. Slightly unnerved by this unexpected turn of events, Khan hurriedly broke down the rifle, stowed it away. Webb had gained the steps to the building. He'd be here within minutes. Bourne detached himself from the pedestrian flow, raced into the building. Once inside, he leaped up the stairway to the third floor. He turned left. Seventh door on the left, a classroom. The corridor was filled with the buzz of students from all over the world. Africans, Asians, Latin Americans, Europeans. Each face, no matter how briefly glimpsed, registered on the screen of Jason Bourne's memory. As he approached the classroom door, he opened the switchblade he had confiscated earlier, curled his fist around it so that the blade protruded like a spike from between his second and third fingers. In one smooth motion, he pushed open the door, curled into a ball, and tumbled inside, landing behind the heavy oak desk, some 8 feet from the doorway. His knife hand was up. He was ready for anything. He rose cautiously. Cautiously. An empty classroom leered at him. He stood looking around for a moment. He crossed to the windows. One was open, the fourth from the left. He stood at it, staring out at the spot beneath the tree where moments ago he had been standing, talking with Rongsay. This is where the sniper had stood. Bourne could imagine him resting the rifle barrel on the sill, fitting one eye to the powerful scope, sighting across the quad. Bourne studied the windowsill. Glancing around, he went to the metal tray that ran below the wall of blackboards, scooped out a measure of chalk dust. Returning to the window, he gently blew the chalk dust from his fingers onto the slate surface of the sill. Not a single print appeared. It had been wiped clean. He knelt, cast his gaze along the wall beneath the window, the floor at his feet. He found nothing. No telltale cigarette butt, no stray hairs, no spent shells. The meticulous assassin had vanished just as expertly as he had appeared. His heart was pounding, his mind racing. Who would try to kill him? Doubtless there were many candidates from his past, but how many of them would be able to trace Jason Bourne back to David Webb? This was the real question that worried him. He crossed to the phone on the wall, lifted the receiver, and punched in his faculty access code. When he reached an outside line, he dialed Alex Conklin's private number. Conklin, now semi-retired from the CIA, would be at home. Bourne got a busy signal. Either he could wait here for Alex to get off the phone, which, knowing Alex, could be a half hour or more, or he could drive to his house. Alex Conklin lived on a rural estate in Manassas, Virginia. As with the Bourne personality, Webb both loved and loathed Conklin. He was father, confessor, co-conspirator, exploiter. Alex Conklin was the keeper of the keys to Bourne's past. It was imperative he talk to Conklin now because Alex was the only one who would know how someone stalking Jason Bourne could find David Webb on campus at Georgetown University. He'd left the city behind him, and by the time he'd reached the Virginia countryside, the brightest part of the day had slipped away. He pressed down on the accelerator and the car leaped forward, its big engine purring. As he followed the banked curves of the highway, it suddenly occurred to him that he hadn't seen Mo Panov in over a month. Mo, an agency psychologist recommended by Conklin, was trying to repair Webb's fractured psyche, to suppress the Bourne identity for good and help Webb recover his lost memories. Through Mo's techniques, Webb had found chunks of memory he had assumed lost, floating back up to his conscious mind. But the work was arduous, exhausting, and it wasn't unusual for him to halt the sessions during ends of terms when his life became unbearably hectic. He turned off the main highway and headed northwest on a 2-lane blacktop road. He turned into Conklin's long, gracefully curving drive. The sniper had used a silencer, the main purpose of which was to keep the shooter from being noticed. But a silencer had its drawbacks. In a long-range weapon, like the one the sniper had been using, it would significantly impair the accuracy of the shot. He should have been aiming at Bourne's torso, a higher percentage shot because of body mass, but instead he'd fired at Bourne's head. That wasn't logical if you assumed the sniper was trying to kill Bourne. But if he was only attempting to frighten, to give warning, that was another matter. This unknown sniper had an ego. Bourne passed the looming, misshapen hulk of the old barn, the other smaller outbuildings, utility facilities, storage sheds, and the like. Then the main house was in sight. It stood within stands of tall pines, clumps of birch and blue cedars, old wood that had been here for close to 60 years, predating the stone house by a decade. The estate had belonged to a now-deceased Army general who had been deeply involved in clandestine and rather unsavory activities. As he pulled up, he saw not only Conklin's BMW 7 Series, but Mo Panov's Jaguar parked side by side. Walking across the bluestone gravel, his heart felt suddenly lighter. The two best friends he had in the world were inside. Together they would solve this mystery, as they had all the others before. He climbed onto the front portico, rang the bell. There was no answer. Pressing his ear to the polished teak door, he could hear voices from within. He tried the handle, found the door unlocked. An alarm went off inside his head, and for a moment he stood behind the half-open door, listening to everything inside the house. No matter that he was out here in the countryside where crime was practically unheard of, old habits never died. Conklin's overactive sense of security would dictate locking the front door whether or not he was home. Opening the switchblade, he entered, all too aware that an attacker, one of a termination team sent to kill him, could be lurking inside. The chandeliered foyer gave out onto a wide sweep of polished wood stairs, leading up to an open gallery that ran the width of the foyer. To the right was the formal living room. To the left, the den-like media room with its wet bar and deep, masculine leather sofas. Just beyond, there was a smaller, more intimate room that Alex had made into his study. Bourne followed the sound of the voice into the media room. On the large-screen TV, a telegenic CNN commentator was standing outside the front of the Osculid Hotel. A superimposed graphic indicated that he was on location in Reykjavik, Iceland. The tenuous nature of the upcoming terrorism summit is on everyone's mind here. No one was in the room, but there were 2 old-fashioned glasses on the cocktail table. Bourne picked one up, sniffed. Speyside single malt, aged in sherry casks. The complex aroma of Conklin's favorite scotch disoriented him, brought back a memory, a vision of Paris. It was autumn. Fiery horse chestnut leaves tumbling down the Champs-Élysées. He was looking out the window from an office. He struggled with this vision, which was so strong he seemed to be pulled out of himself, to actually be in Paris. But, he reminded himself grimly, he was in Manassas, Virginia, at Alex Conklin's house, and all was not well. He struggled, trying to maintain his vigilance, his focus, but the memory, triggered by the scent of the single malt, was overpowering, and he so yearned to know, to fill in the gaping holes in his memory. So he found himself in the Paris office. Whose? Not Conklin's. Alex had never had an office in Paris. That smell. Someone in the office with him. He turned, saw for the briefest instant the flash of a half-remembered face. He tore himself away. He needed to find Alex and Mo. He looked down, saw a small notepad on the table, and picked it up. It seemed blank. The top leaf had been ripped off. But when he turned it slightly, he could see faint indentations. Someone, presumably Conklin, had written NX20. He pocketed the pad. So the countdown has begun. In 5 days' time, the world will know whether a new day, a new world order will emerge, whether the law-abiding peoples of the world will be able to live in peace and harmony. The anchor continued to drone on, segueing into a commercial. Bourne switched off the TV with the remote, and silence descended. It was possible that Conklin and Mo were out walking, but there was the anomaly of the unlocked door. Bourne went down the hallway, past the kitchen into whose doorway he momentarily poked his head. A tea kettle was on the stove, but the stainless steel counters were spotlessly clean. Inside the refrigerator, the ice machine ground out cubes, and then he saw it. Conklin's walking stick, polished ash with the turned silver knob at its top. Alex had a bum leg, the result of a particularly violent encounter overseas. He would never have gone out on the grounds without the stick. The study was around to the left, a comfortable wood-paneled room in a corner of the house that looked out onto a tree-shaded lawn, a flagstone terrace in the middle of which was sunk a lap pool, and beyond, the beginning of the pine and hardwood forest that ran for most of the property. With a mounting sense of urgency, Bourne headed for the study. The moment he entered, he froze. Alex Conklin and Mo Panov lay on the richly dyed Persian carpet. Blood had flowed out of their head wounds, soaked into the carpet, in some places overflowing it, pooling on the polished wood floor. Fresh blood, still glistening. Conklin was staring up at the ceiling, his eyes filmed over. His face was flushed and angry. Mo's head was turned as if he had been trying to look behind him when he was felled. An unmistakable expression of fear was etched on his face. Alex. Mo. Jesus. Bourne got busy absorbing the murder scene, fixing details in his mind, trying to work out what had happened. He moved closer, careful not to step in the blood or to disturb the scene. Alex and Mo had been shot to death, apparently with the gun lying on the carpet between them. They had received 1 shot each. This was a professional hit, not an intruder break-in. Bourne's eye caught the glint of the cell phone gripped in Alex's hand. It appeared as if he had been speaking to someone when he was shot. Had it been when Bourne was trying to get through to him earlier? Quite possibly. By the look of the blood, the lividity of the bodies, the lack of rigor mortis in the fingers, it was clear the murders had happened within the hour. A faint sound in the distance began to intrude on his thoughts. Sirens. Bourne left the study and raced to the front-facing window. A fleet of Virginia State Police cruisers was careening down the driveway, lights flashing. Bourne was caught in a house with the bodies of 2 murdered men and no plausible alibi. He had been set up. All at once he felt the prongs of a clever trap closing around him. The pieces came together in his mind. The expert shots that had been fired at him on campus had not been meant to kill him, but to herd him, to force him to come to Conklin. But Conklin and Mo had already been killed. Someone was still here, watching and waiting to call the police as soon as Bourne had shown up. The man who'd shot at him on campus? Bourne grabbed Alex's cell phone, ran into the kitchen, opened a narrow door onto a steep flight of stairs down into the basement, and peered down into pitch blackness. He could hear the crackling of the police radios, the crunch of gravel, the pounding on the front door. Bourne went to the kitchen drawers, scrabbled around until he found Conklin's flashlight, then went through the basement door. For a moment he was in utter darkness. The concentrated beam of light illuminated the steps as he descended quickly, silently. He found the hatch underneath the stairs, pulled it out. Once, on a cold and snowy winter's afternoon, Conklin had shown him the underground entrance the general had used to get to the private heliport near the stables. Bourne could hear the boards creaking above his head. The cops were inside the house. Possibly they had already found the bodies. 3 cars, 2 dead men. It would not be long before they traced the license tags to his car. Ducking down, he entered the low passageway, fitted the hatch back into place. Too late, he thought of the old-fashioned glass he had picked up. When the forensics people dust, they'll find my prints. Those, along with my car parked in the driveway. No good thinking about that now. He had to move. Bent over, he made his way along the cramped passageway. Within 10 feet, it opened up so that he was able to walk normally. Bourne quickened his pace, and not 3 minutes later, came upon another set of stairs. These were of metal, military in nature. He mounted them, and at the top pushed up with his shoulder. Another hatch opened. Fresh air washed over him. He was at the edge of the general's heliport. The tarmac was littered with twigs and bits of dead branches. At some point, a family of raccoons had made their way into the small, ramshackle, shingle-roofed shed at the edge of the tarmac. The place bore the unmistakable air of abandonment. The heliport was not, however, his objective. He turned his back on it and plunged into the thick pine forest. His goal was to make a long, sweeping curve away from the house, the entire estate, eventually ending up on the highway, far enough away from any cordon the police threw around the estate. However, his immediate objective was the stream that ran more or less diagonally through the property. It would not be long, he knew, before the police brought in dogs. He could do very little about leaving his scent on dry land, but in the moving water, even the dogs would lose his trail. The moment Khan had entered the dense pine and hardwood forest on Alexander Conklin's estate, he felt as if he had come home. The deep green vault closed over his head, plunging him into a premature twilight. Overhead he could see sunlight filtering through the topmost branches, but here all was murk and gloom, the better for him to stalk his prey. He had followed Webb from the university campus to Conklin's house. During the course of his career, he had heard of Alexander Conklin, knew him for the legendary spymaster he had been. What puzzled him was why David Webb should come here. Why would he even know Conklin? And how was it that so many police had shown up at the estate mere minutes after Webb himself? In the distance, he could hear baying, and he knew the police must have let loose their tracking dogs. Up ahead, he saw Webb moving through the forest as if he knew it well. Another question without an obvious answer. Khan picked up his pace, wondering where Webb was headed. Then he heard the sound of a stream, and he knew precisely what his quarry had on his mind. Khan hurried on, reaching the stream before Webb. He knew his prey would head downstream, away from the direction in which the hounds were headed. That was when he saw the huge willow, and a grin captured his face. A sturdy tree with a network of spreading branches was just what he needed. The ruddy sunlight of early evening threaded itself like needles of fire through the trees, and Bourne's eye was caught by the splotches of crimson that fired the edge of the leaves. On the far side of the ridge, the land fell away rather steeply, and the way became more rocky. He could pick out the soft, burbling sound of the nearby stream, and he headed for it as quickly as he could. The winter's snowpack had combined with the early spring rains to leave the stream swollen. Without hesitation, he stepped into the chill water, wading downstream. Safe for the moment, he began thinking of his wife, Marie. He needed to contact her. Going home was out of the question now. But he had to contact Marie, warn her. The agency was sure to come looking for him at home, and not finding him there, they were certain to detain Marie, interrogate her, assuming she would know his whereabouts. And there was the even more chilling possibility that whoever had set him up would now try to get to him through his family. He pulled out Conklin's cell phone, dialed Marie's cell phone, inputted a text message. It was one word only: diamond. This was the code word he and Marie had previously agreed upon, to be used only in dire emergencies. It was a directive for her to take the kids and leave immediately for their safe house. They were to stay there, incommunicado, secure until Bourne gave Marie the all-clear signal. Alex's phone rang and Bourne saw Marie's text. "Repeat, please." This was not the prescribed response. Then he realized why she was confused. He had contacted her on Alex's cell phone, not his. He repeated the message. Diamond, this time typing it in all capital letters. He waited, breathless, and then Marie's response came. Hourglass. Bourne exhaled in relief. Marie had acknowledged. He knew the message was real. Even now she would be gathering up the kids, bundling them into the station wagon, driving off, leaving everything behind. He followed the stream. Small fish darted this way and that, terrified by his advance. He had come to a bend in which a large willow, its roots greedy for moisture, overhung the stream bed. Alert to any noise, any sign that his pursuers were drawing near, Bourne detected nothing but the rushing of the stream itself. The attack came from above. He heard nothing, but he felt the shift in the light, then a weight pressing down on him in the instant before he was driven into the water. He felt the crushing pressure of the body on his midsection and lungs. As he struggled to breathe, his attacker slammed his head on the slick rocks of the streambed. A fist drove into his kidney and all the breath went out of him. Instead of tensing against the attack, Bourne willed his body to go completely limp. At the same time, instead of striking out, he drew his elbows into his side, and at the moment when his body was at its most slack, he reared up onto them, twisting his torso. As he hurled himself around, he struck out and up with the edge of his hand. He gasped air into his lungs as the weight came off. Water streamed across his face, blurring his vision so that he could see only the outline of his assailant. He struck out at him, but connected with nothing but air. His assailant vanished as quickly as he had appeared. Khan, gasping and retching as he scrambled down the streambed, tried to force air past the spasming muscles and bruised cartilage of his throat. Stunned and enraged, he gained the underbrush and was soon lost within the tangle of the forest. Trying to force himself to breathe normally, he gently massaged the tender area Webb had struck. That had not been a lucky blow, but a calculated, expert counterattack. Khan was confused, a tinge of fear creeping through him. Webb was a dangerous man, far more than any academic had any right to be. He had been shot at before. He could trace a bullet's trajectory, could track through wilderness, fight hand to hand. And at the first sign of trouble, he had come to Alexander Conklin. Who was this man? Khan asked himself. One thing was certain. He would not underestimate Webb again. He would track him, regain the psychological advantage. Before the inevitable end, he wanted Webb to be afraid of him. Staggering to the stream bank, Bourne sat down. His body ached, and his lungs felt as if they were on fire. Explosions went off behind his eyes, returning him to the jungles of Tam Quan, the missions David Webb had undertaken at Alex Conklin's behest, missions sanctioned by Saigon Command, yet disavowed by them. Far off he heard the baying of dogs, and then, startlingly close at hand, the crisp, clear sound of a twig snapping. Had it been made by an animal or the enemy? His immediate objective had been altered. He still had to avoid the net of the police cordon, but now, at the same time, he had to find a way to turn the tables on his attacker. The trouble was, he had to find his assailant before he attacked Bourne again. If it was the same person as before, then he was not only a crack shot, but also an expert at jungle warfare. The sun had slipped below the horizon. A cool wind caused Bourne to shiver in his wet clothes. He rose and began to move. He knew what he would do if he were in Tam Quan. He'd find shelter, a place to regroup and consider options. But finding shelter in a red zone was tricky. He might be putting his head in a trap. He moved through the forest slowly and deliberately. His ears pricked up. Following a faint sound, he soon came to a small clearing. There, He saw a deer, a mid-sized buck. Its head was up, its black nostrils scenting the air. Had it smelled him? No. It was trying to find... The deer took off and Bourne with him. He ran lightly and silently through the forest, paralleling the deer's path. Once the wind shifted and he had to alter his course in order to remain downwind of the animal. They had covered perhaps a quarter of a mile when the deer slowed. The ground had risen, become harder, more compact. They were quite some distance from the stream and on the extreme edge of the estate. The deer leaped easily over the stone wall marking the northwestern corner of the property. Bourne clambered over the wall in time to see that the deer had led him to a salt lick. Salt licks meant rocks, and rocks meant caves. He recalled Conklin telling him that the northwestern edge of the property abutted a series of caves honeycombed with chimneys, natural vertical holes the Indians had once used to vent their cooking fires. Such a cave was just what he was hoping for, a haven to temporarily hide in that by virtue of its two egresses would not become a trap. Now I have him, Khan thought. Webb had made a huge mistake. He'd entered the wrong cave, one of the few without a second exit. Khan crept out from his hiding place, crossing the small clearing in silence, entering the black mouth of the cave. Creeping forward, he could sense Webb in the darkness. Up ahead, Webb had switched on the flashlight. In a moment he would see that there was no chimney, no other way out. The time to attack was now. Khan launched himself at his adversary, struck him flush in the face. Bourne went down, the flashlight hitting the rock. At the same time, he could feel the rush of air as the balled fist flew toward him. He allowed it to strike him, and as the arm was extended to the fullest, chopped down hard on the exposed and vulnerable biceps. Lunging forward, he jammed his shoulder into the sternum of the other body. A knee came up, connected with the inside of Bourne's thigh, and a line of nerve pain flashed through him. He seized a handful of clothes, jerked the body against the rock face. The body bounced back, rammed into him, bowling him off his feet. They rolled together, grappling at each other. Bourne was close enough to smell a complex melange rising off the other, like steam from a sunlit swamp that made the jungle of Tam Quan rear up once more in his mind. In that instant he felt a bar against his throat. He was being hauled backward. "I won't kill you," a voice said in his ear. "At least not yet." He jabbed backward with an elbow, was rewarded with a knee to his already aching kidney. He doubled over but was hauled painfully erect by the bar against his windpipe. "I could kill you now, but I won't," the voice said. "Not until there is enough light so that I can look into your eyes while you die." "Did you have to kill two innocent, decent men just to get to me?" Bourne said. "What are you talking about?" "The two people you shot to death back at the house. I didn't kill them. I never kill innocents." There was a chuckle. "On the other hand, I don't know that I could call anyone associated with Alexander Conklin an innocent." "But you herded me here. You shot at me so I'd run to Conklin, so you could—" "You're talking nonsense," the voice said. "I merely followed you here." "Then how did you know where to send the cops?" Bourne said. "Why would I even call them?" Startling though this information was, Bourne was only half listening. He had relaxed a little during this conversation, leaning backward. This left the smallest bit of slack between the bar and his windpipe. Bourne now turned on the balls of his feet, dropping one shoulder as he did so that the other was obliged to focus his attention on keeping the bar in place. In that instant, Bourne used the heel of his hand to deliver a quick strike just below the ear. The body fell hard. The bar rang hollowly as it struck the rock floor. Bourne took several deep breaths to clear his head. He took up the flashlight, illuminated the spot where the body had fallen, but it wasn't there. A sound, barely a whisper, came to him, and he raised the beam. A figure sprang into the light against the mouth of the cave. As the light struck him, he turned, and Bourne got a glimpse of his face before he vanished into the trees. Humanistas Limited an international human rights organization known the world over for its worldwide humanitarian and relief work, was headquartered on the deep green western slope of Gellert Hill in Budapest. From this magnificent vantage point, Stepan Spalko, peering through the huge angled plate glass windows, imagined the Danube and the entire city genuflecting at his feet. He had come around from behind his huge desk to sit on an upholstered chair facing the very dark-skinned Kenyan president. Flanking the door were the Kenyans' bodyguards. Above them, molded in bas-relief on the wall, was the green cross held in the palm of a hand that was Humanistas' well-marketed logo. The president's name was Jomo, and he was a Kikuyu, the largest ethnic tribe of Kenya and a direct descendant of Jomo Kenyatta, the republic's first president. Like his famous forebear, he was an mzee, Swahili for a respected elder. Between them was an ornate silver service dating back to the 1700s. Fine black tea had been poured, biscuits and exquisitely turned-out small sandwiches artfully arranged on a chaste oval tray. The two men were talking in low, even tones. "One doesn't know where to begin to thank you for the generosity you and your organization have shown us," Jomo said. He held in his lap a long, polished box of deep-grained bubinga wood. Almost shyly, he presented the box to Spalko. "With the heartfelt blessings of the Kenyan people, sir." "Thank you, Mr. President. You are too kind," Spalko said graciously. "The kindness is surely yours, sir." Jomo watched with keen interest as Spalko opened the box. Inside was a flat-bladed knife and a stone, more or less oval in shape, with a flattish bottom and top. "My God, this isn't a Gitathi stone, is it?" "It is indeed, sir. It is from my birth village, from the Kiyama, to which I still belong." Spalko knew Jomo was referring to the Council of Elders. The Gitathi was of great value to tribal members. When a dispute arose within the council that could not otherwise be settled, an oath was taken on this stone. Spalko gripped the knife's handle, which was carved from carnelian. It, too, had a ritualistic purpose. In cases of life or death disputes, the blade of this knife was first heated, then laid onto the tongues of the disputants. The extent of the tongue's subsequent blistering determined their guilt or innocence. "I wonder, though, Mr. President," Spalko said, "whether the Gitathi comes from your Kiyama or your Njama." Jomo laughed. "So you have heard of our secret councils, have you, sir? I would say your knowledge of our customs and lore is formidable indeed. The history of Kenya is long and bloody, Mr. President. I am a firm believer that it is in history we learn all our most important lessons." Jomo nodded. "I concur, sir. And I feel compelled to reiterate that I cannot imagine what state the Republic would be in without your doctors and their vaccines. There is no vaccine against AIDS." Spalko's voice was gentle but firm. "Modern medicine can curtail the suffering and deaths from the disease with drug cocktails, but as for its spread, only the stringent application of contraceptives or abstinence will be effective." Of course. Jomo wiped his lips fastidiously. He detested coming hat in hand to this man who had already so generously extended his help to all Kenyans. But what choice did he have? The AIDS epidemic was decimating the Republic. "What we need, sir, is more of the drugs. You have done much to alleviate the level of suffering in my country, but there are thousands yet to receive your help." "Mr. President." Spalko leaned forward, and with him, Jomo as well. "Humanistas Limited is prepared to return to Kenya with twice the number of doctors, double the amount of drugs. But you, the government, must do your part." It was at this point that Jomo realized that Spalko was asking of him something quite apart from promoting safe sex lectures and distributing condoms. Abruptly he turned, dismissing his two bodyguards from the room. When the door had closed behind them, he said, "An unfortunate necessity in these dangerous times, sir. But even so, one sometimes wearies of never being alone." Spalko smiled. He leaned over, opened a humidor, offered a Cuban cohiba to Jomo, took one himself. They rose, lighting their cigars, walked across the carpet to stand at the window, looking out at the tranquil Danube sparkling in the sunlight. "A most beautiful setting," Spalko said conversationally. "Indeed. And so serene." Spalko let go a blue cloud of aromatic smoke. Difficult to come to terms with the amount of suffering in other parts of the world. He turned then to Jomo. "Mr. President, I would consider it a great personal favor if you would grant me 7 days unlimited access to Kenyan airspace." "Unlimited?" "Coming and going, landings and such. No customs, immigration, inspections, nothing to slow us down." Jomo made a show of considering. "I can grant you only 3, Jomo said. "Longer than that will cause tongues to wag." "That will have to do, Mr. President." 3 days was all Spalko had wanted. After Jomo and his entourage had left, it was time to give an orientation tour to Ethan Hearn, the new employee. Spalko could have delegated the orientation to any one of a number of assistants, but he prided himself on personally making sure all his new employees were settled. Hearn was a bright young spark who had previously worked at the Eurocenter Bio 1 clinic on the other side of the city. He was a highly successful fundraiser and was well connected among the rich and elite of Europe. Spalko found him to be articulate, personable, and empathetic. In short, a born humanitarian, just the sort he needed to maintain the stellar reputation of Humanistas Limited. Besides which, he genuinely liked Hearn. He reminded him of himself when he was young, before the incident that had burned off half the skin of his face. He took Hearn through the 7 floors of offices, comprising laboratories, departments devoted to compiling the statistics the development people used in fundraising, the lifeblood of organizations such as Humanistas Limited, as well as accounting, procurement, human resources, travel, the maintenance of the company's fleet of private jets, transport planes, ships, and helicopters. The last stop was the development department, where Hearn's new office awaited him. At the moment, the office stood empty save for a desk, swivel chair, computer, and phone console. "The rest of your furniture," Spalko told him, "will be arriving in a few days." "No problem, sir. A computer and phones are all I really need." "A warning," Spalko added. "We keep long hours here, and there will be times you'll be expected to work through the night." Hearn smiled. "Not to worry, Mr. Spalko. I'm quite used to those hours. Call me Stepan." Spalko gripped the younger man's hand. "Everyone else does." The director of Central Intelligence was soldering the arm on a painted tin soldier, a British redcoat from the Revolutionary War, when the call came. He was sitting on a stool in his basement workshop, a tiny, enclosed, perfectly ordered environment of stacked drawers, aligned cubbyholes, a world unto itself, a place his wife, and his children, when they had lived at home, were forbidden to enter. He picked up. "Yes, Martin." He was speaking with Martin Lindros, the deputy director. There was a weariness in his voice Lindros picked up on immediately. "Are you all right, sir?" "Now I fucking well am not all right. How could I be all right given the circumstances?" "I'm sorry, sir." "No, you're not," the DCI said waspishly. "You couldn't be. You have no idea. What is it you want?" "You asked for an update, sir." "Did I? Yes, I suppose I did. What have you found?" "The 3rd car in Conklin's driveway belongs to David Webb." The DCI's keen ear responded to a tone in Lindros's voice. But there's no sign of Webb." "Of course there isn't. He was definitely there, though. We gave the dogs a sniff at the interior of his car. They found his scent on the property and followed it into the woods, but lost it at a stream." The DCI closed his eyes. Alexander Conklin and Morris Panov shot to death. Jason Bourne, MIA and on the loose 5 days before the terrorism summit, the most important international meeting of the century. Bourne hitchhiked to a convenience store near the outskirts of D.C. He walked into ultra-bright fluorescent lights which made his eyes burn. The attendant was smoking a cigarette and reading a paperback book. He looked up briefly as Bourne entered, nodded disinterestedly, and went back to his reading. Somewhere, a radio was on. One look at the shelves reminded him that he hadn't eaten since lunch. He grabbed a plastic jar of peanut butter, a box of crackers, some beef jerky, orange juice, and water. Protein and vitamins were what he needed. He also purchased a t-shirt, a long-sleeved striped shirt, razor, and shaving cream. Other items he knew from long experience he would need. Bourne approached the counter and the attendant put down the dog-eared book he had been reading. "Anything else?" the young man said. "Do you have an electrical charger for a cell phone?" "Sorry, bud, all out." Bourne paid for his purchases in cash, took possession of the brown paper bag, and left. 10 minutes later, he walked onto the motel grounds. There were few cars. A tractor-trailer was parked at one end of the motel, a refrigerated truck by the look of the compressor squatting on its top. Inside the office, a spindly man shuffled out from behind a desk in the rear, where he'd been watching an ancient portable black-and-white TV. Bourne checked in using another assumed name, paying for the room in cash. He was left with precisely $67. "Goddamn strange night," the spindly man rasped. "How so?" The spindly man's eyes lit up. "Don't tell me you didn't hear about the murders." Bourne shook his head. "Not 20 miles away. 2 men. Government people. Nobody's saying nothing about 'em, and you know what that means around here. Hush, hush. Who the hell knows what they was up to? You turn on CNN when you get to the room. We got cable and everything." He handed Bourne the key. "Put you in a room at the other end from Guy. He's the trucker. Might have seen his semi when you came in. Guy makes a regular run from Florida to D.C. He'll be leaving at 5. Don't want you disturbed now, do we?" The room was a drab brown, time-worn. Bourne turned on the TV, switching channels. He took out the peanut butter and crackers, began to eat. There is no doubt that this bold, visionary initiative of the president's has a chance to build bridges toward a more peaceful future, the CNN newsreader was saying. Behind her, a graphic banner in screaming red across the top of the screen proclaimed the terrorism summit. The summit includes, besides the president himself, the president of Russia and the leaders of the major Arab nations. Over the course of the coming week, we'll be checking in with Wolf Blitzer with the President's Party and Christian Amanpour with the Russian and Arab leaders for in-depth commentaries. Clearly the summit has the makings of the news story of the year. Now for an up-to-the-minute report from Reykjavik, Iceland. The scene switched to the front of the Osculid Hotel, where the terrorism summit would take place in 5 days' time. While Bourne watched, a news update took over the crawl on the screen. It concerned the deaths of Alexander Conklin and Dr. Morris Panov, both, according to the crawl, high-level government officials. All at once, the scene shifted, and a banner reading, "Breaking News," flashed on, followed by another, "Manassas Murders," which was superimposed above a government photo of David Webb that took up almost the entire screen. The newsreader began her update on the brutal murders of Alex Conklin and Dr. Morris Panov. Each was shot once in the head, the newsreader said, indicating the work of a professional killer. The government's prime suspect is this man, David Webb. Webb may be using an alias, Jason Bourne. According to highly placed government sources, Webb, or Bourne, is delusional and is considered dangerous. If you see this man, do not approach. Call the number listed on your screen. Bourne switched off the sound. Christ, the shit had really hit the fan now. He had better get to work. He pulled out Conklin's cell phone. It was time to find out who Alex had been talking to when he had been shot. He accessed the auto redial key, listened to the ring on the other end. A pre-recorded message came on. This wasn't a personal number. It was a business. Lincoln Fine Tailors. He accessed the last incoming call, which was from the previous evening. It was from the DCI. Dead end, Bourne thought. He rose, his heart beating fast, his mind fully engaged again. Conklin's clothes were made by old-world tailors off M Street. Alex had been going there for years. He even had dinner with the owner, a Russian immigrant, once or twice a year. Bourne took up Conklin's phone again and dialed information. After he had gotten Lincoln Fine Taylor's address in Alexandria, he sat on the bed, staring at nothing. He was wondering just what it was Lincoln Fine Tailors did besides cut fabric and sew hems. Hassan Arsenov appreciated Budapest in ways Khalid Marat could never have. He said as much to Zina Hassiev as they passed through immigration. "Poor Marat," she said. "A brave soul, a courageous fighter for independence, but his thinking was strictly 19th century. Zina, Arsenov's trusted lieutenant as well as his lover, was small, wiry, as athletic as Arsenov himself. Her hair was long, black as night. Her wide mouth and dark, lustrous eyes also contributed to her wild, gypsy-like appearance. Arsenov grunted in pain as he ducked into the back of the waiting limousine. The assassin's shot had been perfect, striking muscle only, the bullet exiting his thigh as cleanly as it had entered. The wound hurt like hell, but the pain was worth it. No suspicion had fallen on him. Even Zina had no idea he had colluded in Marat's assassination. But what choice had he had? Marat had been growing increasingly nervous regarding the consequences of the Sheikh's plan. He hadn't had Arsenov's vision. He would have been content merely to win back Chechnya from the Russians, while the rest of the world turned its back in scorn. Whereas when the Sheikh had unfurled his bold and daring stratagem, it was, for Arsenov, the moment of revelation. He could vividly see the future the Sheikh was holding out to them like a ripe fruit. Gripped by the flash of supernal illumination, he had looked at Khalid Marat for confirmation, had seen instead the bitter truth. Khalid could not see past the borders of his homeland, could not understand that regaining the homeland was, in a way, secondary. Arsenov realized that the Chechen needed to gain power not only to throw off the yoke of the Russian infidel, but to establish their place in the Islamic world, to gain the respect of the other Muslim nations. "What is it, my love?" A frown of concern crossed Zina's face. "My legs ache. I grow weary of sitting, that's all." "I know you. The tragedy of Marat's murder hasn't left you, despite our vengeance. 35 Russian soldiers went to their graves in retaliation for the murder of Khalid Marat. Not just Marat. Our men. We lost 17 men to Russian treachery. You've rooted out the traitor, shot him yourself in front of the sub-lieutenants, to show them what awaits all traitors to the cause. The judgment was swift, the punishment hard. This is our fate, Zina. There aren't enough tears to shed for our people. Look at us. Lost and dispersed, hiding in the Caucasus. More than 150,000 Chechen living as refugees." Arsenov's fists went white, his nails drawing crescents of blood from beneath the skin of his palms. Ah, to have a weapon more deadly than an AK-47, more powerful than a packet of C4. "Soon, soon, my love," Zina crooned. "The Sheikh has proved to be our greatest friend. Look how much aid his organization has provided our people in just the last year. Look how much coverage his press people have gotten us in international magazines and newspapers." "And still the Russian yoke is around our necks," Arsenov growled. "Still we die by the hundreds." "The Sheikh has promised us a weapon that will change all that." "He's promised us the world." Arsenov wiped grit out of his eye. "The time for promises is over. Let us now see the proof of his covenant." The limousine the Sheikh had sent for the Chechens turned off the motorway at Kalmankurut Boulevard, which took them over the Arpad Bridge, the Danube with its heavy barges and brightly painted pleasure craft, a dazzle below them. Zina glanced down. To one side were the breathtaking domed and needle-spired Gothic stone edifices of the Houses of Parliament. On the other was thickly forested Margaret Island, within which was the Lux Danubius Grand Hotel, where crisp white sheets and a thick down comforter were awaiting them. Zina, hard as armor plate during the day, reveled in her nights in Budapest, never more so than in the luxury of the huge hotel bed. She saw in this feast of pleasure no betrayal of her ascetic existence, but rather a brief respite from hardship and degradation. The limo nosed into the car park in the basement level of the Humanistas Limited building. As they got out of the car, Zena took the large rectangular package from the driver. Uniformed guards checked the pair's passports against photos in the databank of their computer terminal, gave them laminated ID tags, and ushered them into a rather grand bronze and glass elevator. Spalko received them in his office. He embraced them both, asked after the comfort of their flight and the status of Arsenov's bullet wound. When the amenities had been dispensed with, they went into an adjacent room where a table had been set with crisp white linen and sparkling dinnerware. Spalko had had a meal prepared, Western food. Steak, lobster, 3 different vegetables, all the Chechen's favorites. Zena put the package on an empty chair and they sat at the table. "Sheikh," Arsenov said, "as always we're overwhelmed by the largesse of your hospitality." Spalko inclined his head. He was pleased with the name he had given himself in their world, which meant the saint, friend of God. It struck the right note of reverence and awe. He rose now and opened a bottle of powerful Polish vodka, which he poured into 3 glasses. He lifted his and they followed suit. "In memory of Khalid Marat, a great leader, a powerful warrior, a grim adversary. May Allah grant him the glory he has earned in blood and courage. May the tales of his prowess as a leader and as a man be told and retold among all the faithful." They downed the fiery liquor in one quick gulp. Arsenov stood, refilled the glasses. He raised his glass, and the others followed suit. "To the Sheikh, friend of the Chechens, who will lead us to our rightful place in the new order of the world." They drank down the vodka. "My compatriots, my friends." Spalko's eyes were sparkling with conviction. "To the meeting of sorrowful past, desperate present, and glorious future. We stand on the brink of tomorrow." Much later, Spalko led them down a back corridor to a small stainless steel elevator, which took them down below the basement into the very bedrock in which the building was set. They entered a vaulted, high-ceilinged room crisscrossed by iron struts. The low hiss of the climate control was the only sound they heard. A number of crates had been stacked along one wall. It was to these that Spalko led them. He handed a crowbar to Arsenov, watched as the terrorist leader cracked open the nearest crate, stared down at the gleaming sets of AK-47 assault rifles. Zena took one up, inspected it with care and precision. She nodded to Arsenov, who opened another crate, which held a dozen shoulder-held rocket launchers. "This is the most advanced ordnance in the Russian arsenal," Spalko said. "But what price?" Arsenov said. Spalko spread his hands. "What price would be appropriate if this weaponry helped you gain your freedom?" "How do you put a price on freedom?" Arsenov said. "The answer is you cannot. Hassan, freedom has no known price tag. It is bought with the blood and the indomitable hearts of people like yourselves. These are yours, all of them, to use as you see fit, to secure your borders, make those around you take notice." Zena said, "Even this weaponry won't gain us entry to the Reykjavik summit." Spalko nodded, the corners of his mouth turning up slightly. "True enough. The international security is far too comprehensive. An armed assault would result in nothing but our own deaths. However, I have a plan that will not only gain us access to the Osculid Hotel, but will allow us to kill every person inside without exposing ourselves. Within hours of the event, everything you have dreamed of for centuries will be yours." Khalid Marat was afraid of the future. afraid of what we as Chechens can accomplish. The fever of righteousness colored Arsenov's face. We have been too long ignored by the world. Russia beats us into the ground while their comrades in arms, the Americans, stand by and do nothing to save us. Billions of American dollars flow into the Middle East, but to Chechnya, not a ruble. Spalko's eyes glittered. That will all change. 5 days from now, all the world will be at your feet. Power will be yours, as well as the respect of those who have spit on you, abandoned you. Russia, the Islamic world, and all of the West, especially the United States. We are speaking here of changing the entire world order, Zina, Arsenov fairly shouted. But how? Zina asked. How is this possible? Meet me in Nairobi in 3 days' time, Spalko replied, and you'll see for yourself. Khan awoke with a start. He lay amid the humid tangle of sheets. He moved his fingers up the taut, slick muscles of his abdomen and chest until he touched the small, carved stone Buddha that hung around his neck by a thin gold chain. He never took it off, even when he slept. It was a talisman, even though he had tried to convince himself that he didn't believe in talismans. He rose, then turned on a table lamp. He sat on the edge of the bed, read again the sparse dossier Spalko had given him. Nothing in it gave the slightest hint that David Webb possessed the abilities Khan had seen. He tore up the single sheet of the dossier. It was useless, since it had led him to underestimate his target. And there were other implications. Spalko had given him information that was either incomplete or incorrect. He suspected that Spalko knew precisely who and what David Webb was. Khan needed to know if Spalko had set some gambit in motion that involved Webb. He had his own plans for David Webb, and he was quite determined that no one, not even Stepan Spalko, got in the way. With a sigh, he turned off the light and lay back down, but his mind was unprepared for sleep. He found his entire body abuzz with speculation. Up until making the deal for his last assignment with Spalko, he had had no idea David Webb was still alive. He doubted he would have taken the assignment had not Spalko dangled Webb in front of his face. He must have known that Khan would find the prospect of finding Webb irresistible. As he lay in bed, Khan fingered the scars on his body. It was a form of ritual, a superstition perhaps, a method of keeping him safe from harm. Not from the violence one adult perpetrates on another, but from the creeping, nameless terror a child feels in the dead of night. Children, waking from such nightmares, run to their parents, crawl into the warmth and comfort of their bed, and are soon fast asleep. But Khan had no parents, no one to comfort him. On the contrary, he had been constantly obliged to free himself from the clutches of addle-brained adults who thought of him only as a source of money or sex. Slavery was what he had known for many years, both from the Caucasians and the Asians he had had the misfortune to stumble across. He belonged to neither world, and they knew it. He was a half-breed, and as such, reviled, cursed at, beaten, abused, laid low in every manner a human being can be degraded. And still, he had persevered. Bourne arrived at Lincoln Fine Tailors in Alexandria at 9:05 the following morning. The shop looked like all the other independently owned businesses in Old Town. He crossed the red brick sidewalk, pushed open the door, and went inside. The public area of the shop was divided in half by a waist-high barrier made up of a counter on the left and cutting tables on the right. The sewing machines were midway back behind the counter, manned by 3 Latinas who did not even glance up when he entered. A thin man in shirt sleeves and open striped vest stood behind the counter, frowning down at something. His glasses were pushed up onto the crown of his scalp. He paid no attention to the door opening, but looked up as Bourne approached the counter. "Yes, how can I help you?" "You're Leonard Fine. I saw your name on the window outside." "That's me. Fine said. Alex sent me. The tailor blinked. Who? Alex Conklin, Bourne repeated. My name is Jason Bourne. He looked around. No one was paying them the slightest attention. Very deliberately, Fine pulled his glasses down onto the narrow bridge of his nose. He peered at Bourne with a decided intensity. I know about NX-20. Fine stood immobile. There was a slackness to his face. His eyes were open wide in shock. No. He told me, Bourne said. That's why he sent me. Fine knelt beneath the back window, pulled out the radiator grill, behind which was a modern safe built into the wall. He spun the dial, unlocked it, swung the heavy door open, pulled out a small manila envelope. Closing the safe, he replaced the grill and rose, handing the envelope to Bourne. This arrived for Alex late the other night. He called me yesterday morning to check on it. He said he was coming to pick it up. Bourne thanked him and made a hasty retreat from the tailors. A half-mile away, Bourne went into a restaurant. He ordered a BLT and a cup of coffee, then got up and headed toward the rear of the restaurant. Determining the men's room was empty, he locked himself in a cubicle, sat down on the toilet, and opened the envelope meant for Conklin that Fine had given him. Inside, he found a first-class airline ticket in Conklin's name to Budapest, Hungary, and a room key for the Danubius Grand Hotel. He sat looking at the items for a moment, wondering why Conklin had been on his way to Budapest and whether the trip had anything to do with his murder. He took out Alex's cell phone, dialed a local number. Darren picked up after the third ring. Peace, love, and understanding. Bourne laughed. It's Jason. He never knew how Darren was going to answer the phone. Darren was quite literally an artist at his trade. It just happened that his trade was forgery. He made his living painting copies of old master oils that hung on mansion walls. They were so exacting, so expert that every so often one was sold at auction or ended up in a museum collection. On the side, just for the fun of it, he forged other things. I've been following the news on you, and it has a distinctly ominous tone, Darren said in his slight British accent. Tell me something I don't know. At the sound of the men's room door opening, Bourne paused. He stood up, put his shoes on either side of the toilet, peered over the top of the stall. A man with gray hair, a beard, and a slight limp had bellied up to the urinal. He wore a dark suede bomber jacket, black slacks, nothing special. And yet, all at once, Bourne felt trapped. He had to curb his desire to get out immediately. Damn, is the man on your ass? He was, up until I lost him. Bourne left the bathroom and went back into the restaurant, scanning every table as he went. By this time, his sandwich had come. Listen, Darren, I need the usual. Passport and contact lenses in my prescription, and I need them yesterday. Nationality? Let's keep it American. I get the idea. The man won't expect that. Something like that. I want the name on the passport to be Alexander Conklin. Darren gave a low whistle. It's your call, Jason. Give me 2 hours. Where should we meet? Bourne told him and closed the phone. He sat at the table for a while, thinking. Something was bothering him. What was it? Slowly, carefully, he scanned the room again. Then he had it. He did not see the man with the beard and slight limp. Perhaps he had finished his meal and been on his way out. On the other hand, his presence in the men's room had made Bourne distinctly uneasy. There was something about him. He threw some money onto the table and went to the front of the restaurant. He checked the street. Pedestrians were first. Anyone walking at an unnaturally slow pace, anyone loitering, reading a newspaper, standing too long in front of the shop window directly across the street. He saw nothing suspicious. He marked 3 people sitting inside parked cars. 1 woman, 2 men. He could not see their faces. And then, of course, there were the cars parked on the restaurant side of the street. Without a second thought, he went out onto the street. It was late morning and the crowd was denser now. That suited his current needs. He spent the next 20 minutes surveilling his immediate environment, checking doorways, storefronts, passing pedestrians and vehicles, windows and rooftops. When he'd satisfied himself that the field contained no agency suits, he crossed the street, went into a liquor store. He asked for a bottle of the Speyside sherry cask single malt that had been Conklin's drink. While the proprietor went to fetch it, he looked out the window. No one in any of the cars parked on the restaurant side of the street. As he watched, one of the men he had noted got out of his car, went into a pharmacy. He had neither a beard nor a limp. He had nearly 2 hours before he had to meet Darren, and he wanted to use the time productively. The memory of the Paris office, the voice, the half-remembered face that had been pushed aside by the exigencies of current circumstance had now returned. According to Mo Panov's methodology, he needed to inhale the scotch again in order to pull out more of the memory. In this way, he hoped to try to find out who the man in Paris was and why the particular memory of him had surfaced now. Had it been simply the scent of the single malt, or was it something in his current predicament that had provoked it? Bourne paid for the scotch with a credit card, feeling he was safe enough using it in a liquor store. A moment later, he exited the store with his package. He passed the car with the woman inside. A small child was sitting next to her in the passenger's seat. Since the agency would never allow a child to be used on an active field surveillance, that left the second man as a possibility. Bourne turned, walking away from the car in which the man sat. He did not look behind him, did not try to use any covert methods of spying or the standard procedures for shaking a tail. Within 10 minutes he had reached a park. He sat down on a wrought iron bench. Bourne opened the bottle of single malt, sniffed its elegant and complex aroma. He took a small sip of the scotch, holding it on his palate, allowing the fumes to rise up into his nose, to bring him back to the shard of memory he was finding so elusive. In his mind's eye, he saw again the view out onto the Champs-Élysées. He was holding the cut crystal glass in his hand, and as he took another sip of the scotch, he willed himself to bring the glass to his lips. He heard the strong, operatic voice, willed himself to turn back into the Paris office where he had been standing an unknown time ago. Now, for the first time, he could see the plush appointments of the room, the painting by Raoul Dufy, the dark green walls with their deep luster, the high cream ceiling etched in the clear, piercing light of Paris. Go on, he urged himself. A patterned carpet, 2 high-backed upholstered chairs, a heavy polished walnut desk, behind which stood, smiling, a tall, handsome man with worldly eyes, a long Gallic nose and prematurely white hair. Jacques Robinet, French Minister of Culture. That was it. How Bourne knew him, why they had become friends and, in a sense, compatriots, was still a mystery, but at least now he knew that he had an ally he could contact and count on. Elated, Bourne put the scotch bottle underneath the bench, a gift for the first vagrant who noticed it. He looked around without seeming to. A young couple were kissing on a nearby bench. His senses were on high alert. Something was wrong, out of place, but he could not figure out what it was. He looked again at all the people in the park. No bearded man, certainly none with a limp. And yet, diagonally across from him was a man sitting forward, elbows on knees, hands together. He was watching a young boy whose father had just handed him an ice cream cone. What interested Bourne was that he was dressed in a dark suede bomber jacket and black slacks. His hair was black, not gray. He had no beard, and by the normal way his legs were bent, Bourne was certain that he didn't have a limp. He tried to bring up the image of the man in the restaurant men's room. Had he been wearing a wig and fake beard? Bourne couldn't be sure. What he was certain of, though, was that the man had been wearing a dark suede bomber jacket and black slacks. From this position he couldn't see the man's face, but it was clear that he was far younger than the man in the men's room had appeared. There was something else about him, but what was it? He studied the side of the man's face for several moments before he had it. A flash image of the man who'd jumped him in the woods of Conklin's estate came to him. It was the shape of the ear, the deep brownish color, the configuration of the whorls. Good God! The thought abruptly disoriented. This was the man who'd shot at him, who'd almost succeeded in killing him in the Manassas cave. How had he trailed Bourne all the way from there when Bourne had given the slip to every agency and state trooper in the area? He felt a momentary chill run through him. What kind of man could do that? He knew there was only one way to find out. He rose and slowly and deliberately crossed the park and sat down beside the man, whose face he now saw had a distinctly Asian cast to it. To his credit, the man did not start or give any overt indication of surprise. He continued to watch the little boy. As the ice cream started to melt, his father showed him how to turn the cone to lick up the drippings. "Who are you?" Bourne said. "Why do you want to kill me?" The man beside him looked straight ahead, gave no sign at all that he had heard what Bourne had said. Such a beatific scene of domestic bliss. I wonder if the child knows that at a moment's notice his father could abandon him. Bourne had an odd reaction to hearing the other's voice in this setting. "No matter how much you want to kill me," Bourne said, "you can't touch me here in this public place." The boy is what? 6, I would say. Far too young to understand the nature of life. Far too young to fathom why his father would leave. Bourne shook his head. "What makes you think that? Why would the father abandon his son?" An interesting question from a man with 2 children. Jamie and Allison, isn't it? Bourne started as if the other had plunged a knife into his side. "I won't even ask how you know so much about me, but I will tell you this. In threatening my family, you've made a fatal mistake." "Oh, there's no need to think that. I have no designs on your children," Khan said evenly. "I was merely wondering how Jamie will feel when you never come back. I'll never abandon my son. I'll do whatever it takes to come safely back to him. It seems odd to me that you're so passionate about your current family when you failed Dow, Joshua, and Alyssa. What are you talking about? Where did you get the idea that I failed them?" "You abandoned them to their fate, didn't you?" Bourne felt as if he was losing his grip on reality. "How dare you? They died. They were pulled away from me, and I've never forgotten them." The hint of a smile curled the edges of the other's lips. "Not even when you married Marie? Not even when Jamie and Allison were born?" His tone was tightly wound now. "You tried to replicate Joshua and Alyssa. You even used the same first letters in their names." "Who are you?" "I'm known as Khan." "But who are you, David Webb?" "A professor of linguistics might possibly be at home in the wilderness, but he surely doesn't know hand-to-hand combat. Above all, he doesn't know how to successfully conceal himself from the CIA. It seems, then, that we're a mystery to one another." An enigmatic smile played around Khan's mouth. "Keep telling yourself that. The fact is, I could kill you now, even in this public place," Khan said with a great deal of venom. "I should kill you now." He turned to Webb, only to find that he was alone. Webb had vanished into thin air. Stepan Spalko took the elevator upstairs to Ethan Hearn's office. Humanistas Limited's newest young development officer was hard at work on his computer, but he stood up as soon as Spalko walked in. "No need to be formal around here, Ethan," Spalko said. "This isn't the Army, you know." "Yes, sir. Thank you. I've been at it since 7 this morning." "How goes the fundraising?" "I have 2 dinners and a lunch with solid prospects set up for early next week. I've emailed you a copy of the pitch letters I want to give to them." "Good, good." Spalko glanced around the room. "Tell me, do you own a tux?" "Absolutely, sir. I couldn't do my job otherwise." "Excellent. Go home and change into it." "Sir? You're going to the opera." "But my work?" Hearn gestured at the computer screen. "In a way, tonight will be work. There'll be a man at the opera I want to recruit as a benefactor. Spalko's demeanor was so relaxed, so nonchalant that Hearn never suspected a thing. This man, his name is Laszlo Molnar. I've never heard of him. You wouldn't. Though he is quite wealthy, he is paranoid about anyone knowing. He's not on any donor lists, that I can assure you, and if you make any allusion to his wealth, you might as well forget ever talking to him again. I understand completely, sir, Hearn said. He is a connoisseur of sorts, though nowadays it seems to me the word has lost much of its meaning. Yes, sir. Hearn nodded. I think I know what you mean. Spalko was quite certain the young man had no idea what he meant, and a vague undertone of regret crept into his thoughts. He had once been as naive as Hearn, 100 years ago, or so it now seemed. In any event, Molnar loves opera. He has had a subscription for years. I know exactly how to proceed with difficult prospects like Laszlo Molnar. Hearn deftly pulled on his suit jacket. You can count on me. Spalko grinned. Somehow I knew I could. Now, once you've hooked him, I want you to take him to Underground. Do you know the bar, Ethan? Of course, sir, but it will be quite late. After midnight, surely. Spalko put his forefinger beside his nose. Another secret. Molnar is something of a night owl. He'll resist, however. It seems he enjoys being persuaded. You must persevere, Ethan. Do you understand? Perfectly. Spalko handed him a slip of paper with Molnar's seat number. Then go on. Have a good time. He gave him a small shove. And good luck. The imposing Romanesque facade of the Hungarian State Opera House was ablaze with light. Inside, the magnificent, ornate gilt and red interior, 3 stories high, glittered. Tonight the company was presenting Zoltán Kodály's Hari János. Ethan Hearn hurried into the vast marble lobby, echoing with the voices of Budapest society assembled for the evening's festivities. He did not want to be late, but he slowed himself down, reluctant to miss a moment of that peculiar electric time just before the curtain rose that made his heart thump. In the end, it was fortuitous that he had arrived late, because by consulting the slip of paper Spalko had given him, he was able to identify Laszlo Molnar, who, along with most others, was already seated. From what Hearn could determine at first sight, he was a middle-aged man of medium height, heavy around the gut, and with a slicked-back mass of black hair. He was ignoring the woman on his left, who in any case was speaking rather too loudly to her companion. The seat to Molnar's right was vacant. It appeared that he had come to the opera on his own. All the better, Hearn thought, as he took his seat near the rear of the orchestra. A moment later the lights dimmed, the orchestra struck up the prelude, and the curtain slid smoothly up. Later, during the intermission, Hearn took a cup of hot chocolate and mingled with the soigné crowd. Hearn had enjoyed the first half of the opera and was looking forward to the conclusion. He had not, however, forgotten his assignment. In fact, during the performance he had spent some time coming up with an approach. By the time Hearn made his approach, he was confident he could strike up a conversation with Laszlo Molnar. "Pardon me," Hearn said in his most deprecating tone of voice. "I'm a lover of opera. I was wondering if you were too." Molnar had turned. He wore an Armani tuxedo that emphasized his broad shoulders while cleverly hiding the bulk of his gut. "I am a student of the opera," he said slowly, and, to Hearn's attuned senses, warily. Hearn smiled his most charming smile and engaged Molnar's dark eyes with his own. "To be frank," Molnar continued, apparently mollified, "I'm consumed by it." "I have a subscription," Hearn said in his effortless fashion. "I've had one for some years, and I couldn't help noticing that you have one also." He laughed softly. "I don't get to meet too many people with a love of opera. My wife prefers jazz. Mine loved the opera." "You're divorced?" "A widower." "Oh, I'm so sorry." "It happened some time ago," Molnar said, warming a little now. "I miss her so terribly that I've never sold her seat." Hearn held out a hand. "Ethan Hearn." After the slightest hesitation, Laszlo Molnar gripped it. "Laszlo Molnar, I'm pleased to make your acquaintance." Hearn gave a courtly little bow. "Would you care to join me in a hot chocolate, Mr. Molnar?" This offer appeared to please the other, and he nodded. "I'd be delighted." As they walked together through the milling crowd, they exchanged lists of their favorite operas and opera composers. Since Hearn had asked Molnar to go first, he made certain they had many in common. Molnar was again pleased. "Are you enjoying the performance?" Molnar inquired as they sipped their hot chocolate. "Very much," Hearn said. "But Harry Janos is so full of emotion, I confess I'd enjoy it all the more if I could see the expressions on the principals' faces. Sad to say, when I bought the subscription, I couldn't afford anything closer, and now it's quite impossible to obtain a better seat." For a moment, Molnar said nothing, and Hearn feared that he was going to let the opening pass. Then he said, as if he had just thought of it, "Would you care to sit in my wife's seat?" Jacques Robinet liked to spend mornings with his wife, drinking café au lait, reading the papers, and talking with her about the economy, their children, and the state of their friends' lives. They never spoke about his work. He made it a strict rule never to come into the office before noon. Once there, he spent an hour or so scanning documents, interdepartmental memos, and the like, writing email responses when necessary. His phone was answered by his assistant, who logged calls and brought him messages deemed urgent by her. In this, as in all things she did for Robinet, she was exemplary. Best of all, she was utterly discreet. This meant that Robinet could tell her where he was lunching each day with his mistress, be it a quiet bistro or the mistress's apartment in the 4th arrondissement. This was crucial, since Robinet took long lunches, even by French standards. He rarely returned to the office before 4, but he was often at his desk until well past midnight, in signals with his counterparts in America. Robinet's official title might be Minister of Culture, but in fact he was a spy at such a high level that he reported directly to the French president. On this particular evening, however, he was out to dinner. The afternoon having proved so tiresomely hectic, he'd had to postpone his daily tryst until late in the evening. There was a flap that concerned him greatly. A worldwide sanction had been routed to him by his American friends, and reading it, his blood had run cold, for the target for termination was Jason Bourne. Some years ago, Robinet had met Bourne at, of all places, a spa. Robinet had booked a weekend at the spa just outside Paris. They had met in the steam room, and they had got to talking. Eventually, in a most unsettling manner, he was to discover that Bourne had been there looking for a certain double agent. Having ferreted her out, he had killed her while Robinet was getting a treatment. Green mud, if memory served. Good thing, too, since the double agent was posing as Robinet's therapist in order to assassinate him. Is there any place where one is more vulnerable than on a therapist's table? What could he do after that except take Bourne out to a lavish dinner? That night, over foie gras, veal kidneys in mustard-spiked jus, and tarte tatin, all washed down with 3 magnificent bottles of the finest ruby Bordeaux, having uncovered each other's secret, they became fast friends. It was through Bourne that Robinet had met Alexander Conklin and had become Conklin's conduit to the operations of the Quai d'Orsay and Interpol. In the end, Robinet's trust in his assistant was Jason Bourne's good fortune, for it was at Chez Georges with his mistress that he received the call from her. "There's someone on the line," his assistant said in his ear. "He says it's urgent he speak with you." "Has he given you his name?" he said into the phone. "Yes, Jason Bourne." Robinet's pulse started to pound. "Put him through," he said immediately. Then, because it was inexcusable to speak on the phone for any length of time in front of one's mistress, he excused himself, went outside into the fine mist of the Parisian evening, and waited for the sound of his old friend's voice. "My dear Jason, how long has it been?" Bourne's spirits rose the moment he heard Jacques Robinet's voice booming through his cell phone. At last, the voice of someone inside who wasn't trying to kill him. He was barreling down the Capitol Beltway in another car he had stolen on his way to meet Darren. "To tell you the truth, I don't know." "It's been years. Can you believe it?" Robinet said. But really, I must tell you that I've kept track of you through Alex." Bourne now began to relax. "Jacques, you've heard about Alex." "Yes, mon ami. The American DCI has sent out a worldwide sanction on you. But I don't believe a word of it. You couldn't possibly have murdered Alex. Do you know who did?" "I'm trying to find out. All I know for certain at the moment is that someone named Khan may be involved." The silence at the other end of the line went on so long that Bourne was forced to say, "Jacques, are you there?" "Yes, mon ami. You startled me, that's all. This Khan, he is known to us. He's a professional assassin of the first rank. We ourselves know that he's been responsible for over a dozen high-level hits worldwide." "Whom does he target?" "Mainly politicians. The president of Mali, for instance, but also from time to time, prominent business leaders. As far as we've been able to determine, he's neither political nor an ideologue. He takes the commissions strictly for money. The most dangerous kind of assassin. Of that, there can be no doubt, mon ami." "Do you suspect him of murdering Alex?" "It's possible," Bourne said. "I encountered him at Alex's estate just after I found the bodies. It might have been he who called the police because they showed up while I was still in the house." "A classic setup," Robinet concurred. Bourne was silent for a moment, his mind filled with Khan, who could have shot him dead on campus, or later from his vantage point in the Willow. The fact that he didn't told Bourne a great deal. This apparently wasn't a normal commission for Khan. His stalking was personal, a vendetta of some sort that must have had its origins in the jungles of Southeast Asia. "What else can you tell me about Khan?" Bourne said now. "Very little," Robinet replied, "other than his age, which is 27. "He looks younger than that," Bourne mused. "Also, he's part Asian. Rumor is he's half Cambodian." "And the other half?" "Your guess is as good as mine." "He's a loner. No known vices. Residence unknown. He burst on the scene 6 years ago, killing the Prime Minister of Sierra Leone. Before that, it's as if he didn't exist." "So he made his first official kill when he was 21. "Some coming-out party, eh?" Robinet said dryly. "Listen, Jason, about this man Khan. I can't overemphasize how dangerous he is. If he's involved in any way, you must use extreme caution." "I'll keep that in mind," Bourne said. He maneuvered through traffic, looking for the right exit. "Alex was working on something, and I think he was killed because of it. You don't know anything about what he was involved with, do you?" "I saw Alex here in Paris perhaps 6 months ago. We had dinner. My impression was that he was terribly preoccupied. But you know Alex, always secretive as the tomb." Bourne turned off the beltway at the Route 123 exit, drove to Tyson's Corner. "Does NX20 mean anything to you?" "That's all you have? NX20? He drove to the Tyson's Corner Center parking terrace C. "More or less. Look up a name. Dr. Felix Schiffer. He works for DARPA." "Ah, now you have given me something useful. Let me see what I can do." Bourne gave him his cell phone number as he exited the car. "Listen, Jacques, I'm on my way to Budapest, but I'm just about out of cash." "No problem," Robinet said. "Shall we use our same arrangement?" Bourne had no idea what that was. He had no choice but to agree. "Bon. How much?" He went up the escalator. 100,000 should do it. I'll be staying at the Danubius Grand Hotel under Alex's name. Mark the packet, hold for arrival." "Mais oui, Jason. It will be done just as you wish. Is there any other assistance I can provide?" "Not at the moment." Bourne saw Darren up ahead, standing outside a store called Dry Ice. "Thanks for everything, Jacques." Darren had spotted Bourne and began walking at a slower pace so Bourne could catch up to him. He was a slight man with skin the color of cocoa and eyes that flashed his keen intelligence. With his lightweight coat, smartly tailored suit, and gleaming leather attaché case, he looked every inch the businessman. He smiled as they walked side by side through the mall. "It's good to see you, Jason. Too bad the circumstances are so dire. Hell, when disaster strikes is the only time I see you." Darren unlocked his briefcase, handed Bourne a slim packet. "Passport and contacts." "Thanks." Bourne put the packet away. "I'll get payment to you within the week." "Whenever. Your credit is good with me." He handed Bourne another item. "Dire situations require extreme measures." Bourne held the gun in his hand. "What is this made of? It's so light." "Ceramic and plastic. Something I've been working on for a couple of months now," Darren said. "Not useful for distance, but spot on at close range." "Plus, it won't be picked up at the airport," Bourne said. Darren nodded. "Ammo as well." He handed Bourne a small cardboard box. "Plastic-tipped ceramic makes up for the small caliber. Another plus, look here. See these vents on the barrel? They dissipate the noise of percussion. The firing makes almost no sound. Darren, you're a man of unusual talents." When Ethan Hearn had first come to Budapest, it had taken him some time to get used to the fact that Hungarians were as literal as they were deliberate. Accordingly, the bar Underground was situated in Pest, at 30 Terez Korutya, in a cellar beneath a cinema. The bar was postmodern in the ugliest sense of the word. Steel beams were visible across the ceiling, interspersed with a line of gigantic factory fans that blew the smoke-thickened air down around the drinking and dancing denizens. But what Hearn liked least about Underground was the music, a loud and cacophonous mixture of aggrieved garage rock and sweaty funk. Oddly, Laszlo Molnar did not seem to mind. In fact, he appeared to want to stay out among the hip, swaying crowd, as if reluctant to return home. Molnar insisted on ordering for both of them a nastily sweet cocktail called a Causeway Spray that involved whiskey, ginger ale, triple sec, and lemon. They found a table in a corner where Hearn could barely see the small menu and continued their discussion of opera. It was after his second drink that Hearn spotted Spalko, standing in the haze at the rear of the club. His boss caught his eye, and Hearn excused himself. Two men were loitering near Spalko. They did not look as if they belonged at Underground, but then, Hearn told himself, neither did he or Laszlo Molnar. Spalko led him down a dim corridor lit with pin lights, like stars. He opened a narrow door into what Hearn imagined was the manager's office. No one was inside. "Good evening, Ethan." Spalko smiled as he closed the door behind them. "It appears you have lived up to your billing. Well done." "Thank you, sir." "And now," Spalko said, "it is time for me to take over." "Don't you think I ought to stay around long enough to introduce you?" "Not necessary, I assure you. Time for you to get some rest." He looked at his watch. "In fact, given the late hour, why don't you take tomorrow off?" Hearn bridled. "Sir, I couldn't." Spalko laughed. "You can, Ethan, and you will." "Yes, sir." The young man ducked his head, grinning sheepishly. "Thank you. I am most grateful." "Go on, then. By the time you're back in the office, I'll have read and made suggestions on your pitch letter." He guided Hearn out of the overheated office. When he saw the young man mount the steps to the front door, he nodded to the two men flanking him, and they set off through the frenetic hubbub of the bar. Laszlo Molnar had begun peering through the fog of smoke and colored lights for his new friend. When Hearn had gotten up, he had been engrossed in the gyrating backside of a young girl in a short skirt, but he'd finally noticed that Hearn had been gone longer than expected. Molnar was taken aback when, instead of Hearn, the two men sat down on either side of him. "What is this?" he said, his voice cracking in fright. "What do you want?" The men said nothing. The one on his right clamped him with a fearsome strength that made him wince. He sat petrified as the man on his left jabbed his thigh with a syringe. It was over so quickly, done so discreetly under the table, that no one could possibly notice. Bourne stood in the glass and chrome shadows of the International Departures Building. Washington National Airport was a madhouse, thronged with businessmen with laptops and carry-ons, families with multiple suitcases, lovers hand in hand. In the 15 minutes he had been here, he had seen a dozen suspicious plainclothesmen. Some were prowling the departure lounges, smoking, drinking from big paper cups, as if they could blend in with the civilians. But most were at or near the airline check-in counters, eyeballing the passengers as they queued up to have their bags checked and receive their boarding passes. Bourne saw almost immediately that it was going to be impossible for him to get on a commercial flight. What other choices were there for him? He had to get to Budapest as quickly as possible. He made his way to the cargo air terminal. Once there, he walked quickly down to U.S. Customs, where he obtained the current flight schedule. There was nothing to Budapest, but Rush Service Flight 113 to Paris was leaving from Cargo 4 in 18 minutes. Paris was fine. It was a major hub for intra-European travel. Once there, he would have no trouble getting to Budapest. Bourne hurried out to the tarmac. He picked up his pace, hurrying to the next building, home to Cargo 3 and 4. He arrived inside the terminal. He looked to left and right, hurried toward the rush service area. He kept his eyes straight ahead, walking with the air of authority that no one would question. He soon came to a door, this one steel-clad. Through its small window he could see planes arrayed on the tarmac, loading and unloading. It did not take him long to spot the rush service jet, its cargo bay door open. A fuel line ran from the plane to a tanker truck. A man in a rain slicker, its hood up over his head, was monitoring the gas flow. The pilot and co-pilot were in the cockpit going through their pre-flight instrument check. Alex's cell phone rang. It was Robinet. "Jacques, it looks as if I'm about to head your way. Can you meet me at the airport in, say, 7 hours or so?" "Mais oui, mon ami. Call me when you land." He gave Bourne his cell phone number. "Jacques, what have you discovered? Have you found out what NX-20 is?" "I am afraid not. No record of any such project exists." "What about Dr. Schiffer?"
There I had a bit more luck. Dr. Felix Schiffer did work for DARPA, but he is no longer on its active roster. He left there 13 months ago.
"What happened to him?"
I've no idea."
"He simply dropped out of sight?" Bourne asked, incredulous.
In this day and age, as unlikely as it seems, that's just what happened.
No. He's around somewhere. He has to be.
Then what?
He's been disappeared. By professionals. With Felix Schiffer vanished, it was more imperative than ever that he get to Budapest with all due haste. His only lead was the hotel key from the package delivered to the Danubius Grand Hotel. He glanced at his watch. He had to go. "Jacques, thanks for sticking your neck out."
"I'm sorry I couldn't be of more help."
Robinet hesitated.
"Jason."
"Yes?"
"Bonne chance."
Bourne pocketed the cell phone, opened the stainless steel-clad door, headed out toward the plane. He walked slightly bent over, walking purposefully as he had before, a man who knew his job. Rounding the nose of the jet, he could see the cargo bay door ahead of him. The man fueling the jet had finished and had removed the nozzle from the tank. Bourne was almost at the cargo bay door when the fueler said, "Hey, buddy, got the time?" "My watch stopped." Bourne turned. At the same moment, he recognized the Asian features of the face inside the hood. Khan rushed him, pushing him back against the slick metal skin of the fuselage. He delivered 2 vicious blows, one to Bourne's solar plexus, one to the side of his head. As Bourne's knees collapsed, Khan shoved him into the cargo hold. Turning, Khan saw a cargo handler heading toward him. He lifted an arm. "It's okay, I'll lock up," he said. The cargo handler returned a salute of thanks. Khan slammed the cargo door shut, locked it. Then he sprinted to the fuel truck, drove it far enough away from the plane so that it would not look suspicious. Khan came back to the plane, reached up, unlocked the cargo bay door, swung himself inside. Bourne was on his hands and knees, his head hanging down. Khan, surprised at his recuperative powers, kicked him hard in the ribs. With a grunt, Bourne fell over on his side, his arms wrapped around his waist. Khan walked over and quietly pulled the bay door closed. For a few minutes, Khan sat cross-legged in the darkness of the cargo bay. He snapped on the flashlight he carried with him, sat immobile, staring at Bourne. Unfolding his legs, he kicked out violently, the sole of his shoe catching Bourne on the shoulder so that he rolled over on his side facing Khan. Bourne groaned, and his eyes fluttered open. Khan stared into Bourne's reddened, swollen face. "You look like shit." Bourne sat up, facing him. The faint and maddeningly enigmatic smile played across Khan's lips. "Hello, Father," he said. "It's been such a long time I was beginning to think we'd never have this moment." Bourne shook his head slightly. "What the hell are you talking about?" "I'm your son. I'm the one you left behind in Phnom Penh." Bourne felt violated. "How dare you? I don't know who you are, but my son Joshua is dead." "I'm not dead." Khan's voice was almost tender as he leaned forward, pulled Bourne back up to face him. In so doing, the small carved stone Buddha fell away from his hairless chest. "As you can see." "No, Joshua is dead. I put the coffin in the ground myself, along with Dow and Alyssa. They were wrapped in American flags." "Lies, lies, and more lies." Khan held the carved stone Buddha in the palm of his hand. "Look at this and remember." Reality seemed to slip away from Bourne. "Where did you get that?" "You know what this is, don't you?" The Buddha disappeared behind the curl of his fingers. "Have you finally recognized your long-lost son, Joshua?" "You're not Joshua." Bourne was enraged now. "Which Southeast Asia diplomat did you kill to get it?" He laughed grimly. "Yes, I know more about you than you think." "This is mine. Do you understand? The Buddha is mine." "Liar." "I'm your son. Khan is a name I took." "No, my son died with the rest of my family in Phnom Penh." "I am Joshua Webb," Khan said. "You abandoned me. You left me to the jungle, to my death. How dare you use his name? Joshua is dead." Bourne's face was livid. "Maybe he is. I'm Khan now. Joshua, the Joshua you knew, is dead. I've come back for revenge, to deliver your punishment for abandoning me. I could have killed you so many times in the last few days, but I stayed my hand because before I killed you, I wanted you to know what you had done to me." Khan's lips opened. "Why did you abandon me? How could you have run away?" The plane gave a terrific lurch as it began to taxi out onto the runway. Bourne drove his balled fist into Khan's side. Khan swept his foot back, hooking it behind Bourne's ankle, and Bourne went down. The plane slowed, turning onto the head of the runway. "I didn't run away," Bourne shouted. "Joshua was taken from me." Khan pounced on him. Bourne was aware of the ceramic gun secreted at his right hip, but try as he might, he wouldn't be able to get to it without leaving himself open to a fatal attack. They struggled, their muscles bulging, their faces engorged with effort and rage. The plane lurched as it began its race down the runway. Bourne slipped, and Khan used his free hand as a cudgel to draw Bourne's attention away from the knife. Bourne countered, striking the inside of Khan's left wrist. But now the blade point flashed in on him. He stepped back and to the side, inadvertently unlatching the bay door. The rising motion of the plane caused the unlocked door to swing open. As the runway blurred by below, Bourne splayed himself out like a starfish to keep himself inside the plane, gripping the doorframe tightly with both hands. Grinning maniacally, Khan leaned in toward Bourne, the knife blade describing a wicked, shallow arc that would cut across the entire width of Bourne's abdomen. Khan lunged just as the plane was about to lift off the runway. At the last possible instant, Bourne let go with his right hand. His body, driven out and back by gravity, swung so violently away that his shoulder was nearly dislocated. Where his body had been was now a gaping space through which Khan fell, tumbling to the tarmac below. Bourne had one final glimpse of him, nothing more than a gray ball against the black of the runway. Then the plane was airborne.
Bourne knew that if he did not get himself inside within seconds, he would be lost. Swinging his leg around, he managed to hook the back of his left ankle into the doorway. Then he heaved himself forward, the back of his knee clamped against the raised frame, giving himself both purchase and leverage enough to turn so that he was facing the fuselage. He got his right hand on the lip of the seal and in this fashion was able to work his way into the interior. His last act was to slam the door shut. In the frightful, turbulent darkness of the shuddering interior, he saw again the small, carved stone Buddha that he and his first wife had given Joshua for his 4th birthday. Jason Bourne arrived in Paris on a wet, overcast morning. It was just after 6 in the morning, Paris time. He called Robinet, described where he was at Charles de Gaulle Airport. The minister seemed puzzled. "Did you come in on a charter flight, Jason?" "No, cargo plane." "Bon, that explains why you are in old Terminal 3, Robinet said. "Stay right where you are, mon ami. I will collect you shortly." He chuckled. "In the meantime, welcome to Paris." Concrete high-rises, office buildings, gleaming factories flashed by, squat and blocky by American standards, made even more ugly by the gloomy overcast. Robinet turned his car, driving into the oncoming downpour. "Where are we going, Jacques?" Bourne asked. "I need to get to Budapest as quickly as possible." "D'accord," Robinet said. "I had booked you on an outboard flight that left 5 minutes ago, but while you were in the air, the game board has changed. The agency is howling for your blood, and that howl is being heard in all corners of the world where they have leverage, including mine. But there must be a way." "Of course there's a way, mon ami. There's always a way." He turned north. "There's a military transport leaving from Orly. It's all arranged. I've all your credentials with me. Under military cover, you'll be secure from scrutiny. I found out more about Felix Schiffer. After leaving DARPA, he worked for the Tactical Non-Lethal Weapons Directorate." "That's an agency adjunct," Bourne said. Now the pieces were starting to fall together. Could Alex have convinced Felix Schiffer to leave DARPA for the Directorate? Surely it would not have been difficult for Conklin to make Schiffer disappear. But why would he want to? If he was merely poaching on Department of Defense territory, he could have handled the resulting flack. There had to be another reason Alex needed to get Felix Schiffer to ground. As Stepan Spalko rode up the private elevator at Humanistas Limited, he was in as near to good spirits as he could get. Everything was on track. The Chechens were his. They were intelligent, fearless, and willing to die for their cause. Spalko had no doubt that the Chechens would perform as he envisioned. On the other front, the damnable Alexander Conklin was dead, and the CIA was convinced Jason Bourne was his murderer. 2 birds with 1 stone. Still, there was the core issue of the weapon and of Felix Schiffer. He felt the intense pressure of what still needed to be done. He got off at a mid-level floor accessible only with a magnetic key he wore. Letting himself into his sun-splashed living quarters, he crossed to the bank of windows overlooking the Danube, the deep green of Margaret Island, the city beyond. He stood staring out at the Houses of Parliament, thinking of the time to come when undreamed-of power would be his. He crossed to a wood-paneled wall. There was a small table with 1 drawer, which he pulled open. Inside was a box of latex gloves. He drew out a pair, snapped them on. Then he pressed a button, and 2 of the wood panels slid aside. He stepped through into a decidedly odd room. The walls were of black concrete. The floor was composed of white tiles, lower in the center where a huge drain was set. A hose on a reel was attached to one wall. The only furniture was a wooden table, scarred, stained dark in places with blood, and a dentist's chair with modifications made to Spalko's exacting specifications. Beside the chair was a 3-tiered cart on which lay a gleaming array of metal implements. In the chair, his wrists and ankles bound in steel cuffs, was Laszlo Molnar, as naked as the day he was born. Molnar's face and body were cut, bruised and swollen. Spalko entered the room as briskly and professionally as any doctor. "My dear Laszlo, I must say you're looking the worse for wear. It's to be expected, though, isn't it? You've had quite a difficult night. Nothing you could have expected when you set out for the opera, eh? But not to worry. The excitement isn't over yet." He took up one of the instruments. "This one, I think, yes." What are you going to do?" Molnar asked in a cracked voice. "Where is Dr. Schiffer?" Spalko asked. Molnar's head jerked from side to side. Spalko tested the needlepoint of the instrument. "I honestly don't know why you hesitate, Laszlo. I have the weapon, though Dr. Schiffer is missing." "Taken from under your nose," Molnar whispered. Spalko, smiling, applied the instrument to his prisoner, and in short order Molnar was sufficiently stimulated to scream. Standing back for a moment, Spalko brought the coffee cup to his lips. "As you've no doubt realized by now, this room is soundproof. You can't be heard. No one is going to save you, least of all Vados. He doesn't even know that you're missing." Taking up another instrument, he spun it into Molnar. "So you see, there is no hope, unless you tell me what I want to know." Molnar closed his eyes and again shook his head. "I don't want to hurt you, Laszlo, but your stubbornness troubles me." He continued his work on Molnar. "I am wondering whether you understand the true nature of the circumstances into which you've fallen. This pain you feel is Vados's doing. It's Vados who got you into these dire straits. Conklin, too, I shouldn't wonder. But Conklin is dead." Molnar's mouth opened wide in a terrible scream. There were gaping black holes where his teeth had been slowly and agonizingly pulled. "Let me assure you that I continue my work most reluctantly," Spalko said with great concentration. "I'm only the instrument of your own stubbornness. Can't you see that it's Vados who must pay for this?" Spalko let up for a moment. "Only you can help yourself, Laszlo. Tell me what I want to know. Tell me where Vados has hidden Felix Schiffer." Molnar's body shook in the storm of emotion the interrogation had unleashed. "God forgive me," he whispered hoarsely. "Dr. Schiffer, he's in Crete." He babbled an address. That night, Bourne strode into the lobby of the Danubius Grand Hotel on Margaret Island. He crossed the gleaming marble foyer and introduced himself to the front desk clerk as Alexander Conklin. "Ah, Mr. Conklin, you're expected. Please wait a moment, won't you?" The man vanished into an inner office, out of which a moment later emerged the hotel manager. "Welcome, welcome. I'm Mr. Hazash, and I'm at your disposal." He extended a hand. "Mr. Conklin, such a pleasure. Would you be so good as to come with me, please?" He led Bourne through into his office, whereupon he opened a safe, extracting a package roughly the size and shape of a shoebox, which he had Bourne sign for. On the wrapping was printed Alexander Conklin, hold for pickup. There were no stamps. The package was hand-delivered, the manager said in response to Bourne's query. "By whom?" Bourne asked. "I'm afraid I don't know." "What do you mean you don't know? How do you account for this package not being logged in?" "Mr. Conklin, I myself was here when it was delivered. I was on duty. One moment it was there on the top of the check-in counter. It simply appeared. I didn't see the person who brought it, and neither did anyone on my staff. It was noon, checkout time, a very busy period for us. It must have been left anonymously, deliberately." The moment Bourne left for his suite, Hazash picked up the phone, dialed a local number. "He arrived not 10 minutes ago," he said to the voice at the other end. "Of course I didn't tell him, and there is no record of the delivery anywhere." He listened for a moment. He went up to his suite. "Yes, I'm sure." He put down the phone, then just as quickly dialed another number, delivered the same message, this time to a different and far more terrifying master. Bourne took the elevator up to the top floor.
The key opened one of the double doors, and Bourne walked into a large one-bedroom suite, furnished in sumptuous fabrics. He was already undressing as he went through the suite, dropping each article of clothing behind him as he made for the gleaming bathroom. He threw the package down on the bed unopened. After spending 10 blessed minutes naked under a spray of water, he stepped out of the shower and toweled off. Wrapped in a luxurious bathrobe, he sat on the bed, unwrapped the package. Inside was a gun with extra ammunition. Alex, what in the world were you involved in? The phone rang. He picked it up. At Janos Valdos came a whispered voice. Mattathias Church, midnight. The line clicked dead before Bourne could utter a word. Khan's cell phone rang. He looked at his phone screen to see who was calling. "This is a surprise," he said into his phone. "Where are you?" Stepan Spalko's voice sounded curt. "Orly Airport." Spalko spoke. "I've heard from my contact at the desk of the Danubius Grand Hotel here in Budapest that Alexander Conklin just checked in." Khan was shocked. "Webb? It isn't Alex Conklin's ghost. But how can you be sure it's him? I got a description from my contact." Khan gritted his teeth. Before his flight to Paris, he had watched CNN, where he saw Webb's other identity, Jason Bourne, wanted for murder. He knew the conversation with Spalko would likely lead to a bad end, and yet he saw himself moving inexorably forward. "You knew David Webb was Jason Bourne. Why didn't you tell me?" "I don't see why I needed to. You asked about Webb, and I delivered." Khan kept his voice calm. "Now that Bourne's gotten all the way to Budapest, how long do you think it will take him to follow his leads back to you?" "I've already taken steps to ensure that doesn't happen," Spalko said. "But it occurs to me that I wouldn't have needed to go through the trouble if you'd killed the son of a bitch when you had the chance." "Oh, I'll kill Bourne," Khan said. "But it'll be on my terms, according to my timetable, not yours." He hung up the phone. He wondered if Webb's real identity was a fact Stepan Spalko had known when he had handed Khan the expurgated file. Considering it further, Khan believed that he had to have known. It was the only explanation for why Spalko had arranged to pin the murders of Conklin and Panov on Bourne. It was a classic disinformation technique. As long as the agency believed that Bourne was responsible, they had no reason to look elsewhere for the real murderer. And surely they would have no chance to uncover the truth about why the two men were killed. Spalko was clearly trying to use Khan as a pawn in some larger game, the way he was using Bourne. Khan had to find out what Spalko was up to. He would not be anyone's pawn. Humanistas Limited owned 3 hangars at Ferahedyu Airport. In one of them, a container truck was backed up to a small jet on whose curving silver fuselage was painted the Humanistas logo. The uniformed men were loading the last of the weapons crates on board while Hassan Arsenov checked the manifest. When he went to talk to one of the workers, Stepan Spalko turned to Zina and said, "In just a few hours I'm leaving for Crete. I want you to come with me." Zina's eyes opened wide in surprise. "Sheikh, I am scheduled to return with Hassan to Chechnya in order to make the last-minute preparations for our mission." Spalko's eyes did not leave hers. "Arsenov doesn't need your help with the final touches. In fact, in my estimation, he'll be better off without the distraction of having you around." Zina, trapped by his gaze, opened her lips. "I've always wanted to see Crete," she whispered. Spalko, walking past the entrance to the Eurocenter Bio 1 clinic at 75 Hatsu Utsa, was deep in thought. It appeared as if Khan was going to present a problem. He'd need to see to the final disposition of his former assassin for hire without delay. He entered the cafe around the corner from the ugly modernist structure of the clinic. He smiled into the bland face of the man, tilted slightly up at him now. "Sorry, Peter," he said as he slid into a chair at their table. Dr. Peter Gido raised a hand equably. "It's of no moment, Stepan. I know how busy you are."
Not too busy to find Dr. Schiffer. And thank God for that. Zito shook his head. Honestly, Stepan, I don't know how I'd do without you and your contacts. When I discovered that Felix was missing, I was ready to lose my mind. Don't worry, Peter. Every day we're closer to finding him. Trust me. Oh, I do, Zito said. The question I have for you, Spalko said now, is whether you have the product for me. Zito nodded immediately. It's all synthesized and ready whenever you need it. Did you bring it? Just the sample. The rest is safely locked away in the Bio 1 Clinic's cold room. And don't worry about the sample. It's locked in a travel case I made myself. The product is extremely delicate. You see, up until the moment it's to be used, it must be kept at minus 32 degrees Celsius. The case I constructed has its own integrated cooling unit that will last for 48 hours. He reached beneath the table, brought up a small metal box more or less the size of 2 stacked paperback books. Is that long enough? Quite enough, thank you. Spalko took possession of the box. It's in the vial I specified. Of course. I still don't fully understand why you need such a lethal pathogen. Spalko studied him for a moment. He took out a cigarette and lit it. He knew that to come up with an explanation too quickly would spoil the effect, and with Dr. Peter Zito, effect was everything. Though he was a genius at creating airborne pathogens, the good doctor's people skills left something to be desired. Zito's naivete suited Spalko's purposes perfectly. He wanted his friend back. Nothing else much mattered, which was why he wouldn't listen too carefully to Spalko's explanation. It was his conscience that needed reassuring, nothing more. Spalko spoke at last. As I said, I was contacted by the joint American-British Anti-Terrorist Task Force. Will they be at the summit next week? Of course, Spalko lied. There was no joint American-British Anti-Terrorist Task Force except for the one he had concocted. In any case, they're on the verge of a breakthrough against the threat of bioterrorism, which, as you know better than most, includes lethal airborne pathogens as well as chemical substances. They need to test it, which is why they came to me, and why we've made this agreement. I find Dr. Schiffer for you, and you provide the product the task force needs. Yes, I know all that. You explained. Zito's voice trailed off. But what I still don't understand is what they're going to do with the product. I mean, you mentioned a test of some sort. I don't know what the test is, Peter, because they haven't told me. And I wouldn't ask. Of course not. But I believe that these people are doing their utmost to keep us safe in an increasingly unsafe world. Bourne arrived at the Gothic stone edifice of Mattathias Church at 11:40. He spent the following 20 minutes reconnoitering the area. At the stroke of midnight, he approached the enormous southern facade of the church from which rose the 80-meter Gothic stone tower. A young woman was standing on the lowest step. She was tall, slim, strikingly beautiful. The young woman asked him his name. Alex Conklin, he replied. Passport, please. He handed it over, watched her as she examined it with her eyes and the pad of her thumb. How do I know you're really Alexander Conklin, she said. How does one know anything, absolutely, Bourne said. Faith. The woman snorted. What's your first name? It says right on the pass. I mean your real first name. The one you were born with. Alexei, Bourne said, remembering that Conklin was a Russian emigre. The young woman nodded. Welcome to Budapest, Mr. Conklin. I'm Annika Vados. Please come with me. She led him across the plaza fronting the church and around the corner. In the shadowed street, a small wooden door with ancient iron bands was barely visible. She took out a small flashlight, snapped it on. It produced a very powerful beam of light. Taking an old-fashioned key from her purse, she inserted it in the lock, turned it first one way, then the other. The door opened at her touch. My father is waiting for you inside. They entered the vast interior of the church. Bourne saw a dim light up ahead. Annika led him into the northern section, where there was a series of chapels. Beside a row of medieval carvings stood a figure in the shadows. Janos Vados extended his hand. As Bourne moved to grasp it, 3 glowering men appeared from out of the shadows. Bourne, very quick, drew the gun he'd found in the package at the hotel. This only produced a smile from Vados. "Look at the firing pin, Mr. Bourne. Did you think I would provide you with a gun that worked?" Bourne saw that Annika had a gun trained on him. "Alexei Conklin was a long-time friend of mine, Mr. Bourne. And, in any case, your face is on the news. It's believed you killed Alexei and another man, a Dr. Panov, I believe. For Alexei's death alone, I would be justified in ordering you killed here and now." He was an old friend. More even, a mentor. Vados looked sad, resigned. He sighed. "And you turned on him, I suppose, because you, like everyone else, want what is in Felix Schiffer's mind." "I have no idea what you're talking about." "No, of course you don't," Vados said with a good degree of skepticism. Under the watchful gaze of Annika and the 3 men, Bourne went across to Vados, held out the useless gun. The moment Vados reached for it, Bourne spun him around. At the same instant, he drew his ceramic gun, pressed it hard against his temple. "Did you really think I would use an unknown gun without pulling it apart and putting it back together again?" Directing himself to Annika, he said, "Unless you want your father's brains spattered all over 5 centuries of history, put down your gun." Annika put down her gun. "Kick it over here." She did as he ordered. None of the 3 men had made a move, and now they wouldn't. Bourne kept one eye on them just the same. He took the muzzle away from Vados's temple, let him go. "I could have shot you dead if that had been my wish." "And I would have killed you," Annika said fiercely. "I've no doubt you'd have tried," Bourne said. He put up the ceramic gun, showing her and Vados's men that he had no intention of using it. "But these are hostile acts. We'd have to be enemies to make them." Picking up Annika's gun, he handed it to her, grips first. Without a word, she took it, aimed it at him. Vados stepped between Annika and Bourne, pushed her gun down with his hand. "I've enough enemies as it is, Annika." Annika put away her gun. Vados turned to Bourne. "For you, killing Alexei would have been an act of insanity. I was set up, made to be the patsy for the killings, so that the real killer would remain free." "Interesting. Why?" "I came here to find that out." Vados stared hard at Bourne. Then he looked around him, raised his arms. "I would have met Alexei here, you know, had he lived. Alexei and I, we were going to change history." "With the help of Dr. Felix Schiffer?" Bourne asked. Vados had no time to answer. Just then, an echoing roar sounded and he was thrown backward, arms outstretched. Blood oozed from a bullet hole in his forehead. Bourne grabbed Annika, dived onto the stonework paving. Vados's men turned and, fanning out, began to return fire as they headed for cover. One was shot almost immediately, and he skidded over the marble floor, dead before he collapsed. A second gained the edge of a bench and was desperately trying to get behind it when he, too, was felled by a bullet that entered his spine. He arched back, his weapon crashing to the floor. Bourne looked from the 3rd man, taking cover, to Vados, who lay sprawled face up in a widening pool of blood. He was unmoving, no respiration visible in his chest. More gunfire brought Bourne's attention back to Vados's 3rd man, who was now rising out of a crouch, squeezing off a series of shots, his trajectory upward toward the cathedral's great organ. His head flung backward and his arms opened wide as a speck of blood on his chest rapidly widened. Bourne looked up into the gloom of the organ balcony, saw a darker shadow flitting, and he fired. Stone chips flew. Then he grabbed Annika's flashlight, playing the beam over the balcony as he ran toward the spiral stone staircase up to it. Annika saw her father and screamed. "Back!" Bourne shouted. "You're in danger!" Ignoring him, Annika rushed to her father's side. Bourne covered her, sending more shots into the shadows of the balcony, but he was not surprised at the lack of return fire. The sniper had achieved his aim. He was already gone.
With the fall of night, Khan arrived in Budapest. He took a taxi from the airport and checked into the Danubius Hotel as Hang Refaran, a Le Monde reporter from Paris. He pulled out his cell phone, punched in a local number. "Yes?" said Ethan Hearn. "How's the job going?" Khan asked. "Actually, I'm finding it enjoyable." "Where are you?" Humanistas Limited's newest development officer asked. "Budapest." "That's a surprise. I thought you had a commission in East Africa." "I've declined it," Khan said. "In fact, for the time being, I've taken myself off the market." "Something pretty important must have brought you here." "It's your boss, as a matter of fact." "What have you been able to ferret out?" "Nothing concrete, but he's up to something, I can tell, and it's very, very big." "What makes you say that?" Khan asked. "First, he entertains a pair of Chechens," Hearn said. "On the surface, there's nothing strange about that. We have an important initiative in Chechnya. And yet it was strange, very strange, because I recognized them. Well, him, at least. Hassan Arsenov, leader of the Chechen rebels." "Go on," Khan urged. "Then 2 nights ago he asked me to go to the opera. He said he wanted to snag a wealthy prospect by the name of Laszlo Molnar." "What's so strange about that?" Khan said. "2 things. First, Spalko took over midway through the evening. He pretty much ordered me to take the next day off. Second, Molnar's disappeared." "Disappeared?" "Vanished utterly, like he never existed. Spalko thinks I'm too naive not to have checked up." "Don't get overconfident," Khan warned. "That's when you make a mistake. And remember what I told you. Don't underestimate Spalko. Once you do, you're as good as dead." "I got it, Khan. Christ, I'm not stupid." "You wouldn't be on my payroll if you were." "Do you have this Laszlo Molnar's home address?" Ethan Hearn gave it to him. "Now," Khan said, "all you have to do is keep your ears open and your head down. I want everything of his you can burrow into." Jason Bourne watched Annika Vados as she exited the morgue, where, he suspected, she had been taken in the company of the police in order to identify her father and the 3 men who had been gunned down. From fragments of the conversation he had overheard at Mattathias Church, the police were rightly curious as to why a professional assassin would want to kill Janos Vados. But Annika had no explanation, and at length the police had given up and allowed her to go. They, of course, had no inkling of Bourne's involvement. He had stayed away from the investigation by necessity. Annika had not told the police about him. He watched as the police touched their caps, said their goodnights. They had offered to drive her home, but she had refused. Instead, she pulled out her cell phone in order to call a taxi, he surmised. When he was certain that she was alone, he quit the shadows in which he had been hiding, walked quickly across the street toward her. She saw him, put her cell phone away. Her look of alarm brought him up short. "You? How did you find me? Have you been following me all this time?" "I wanted to make sure you were okay." "My father was shot to death in front of me. Why would I be okay?" She turned and began to walk away. "Annika, go away, Mr. Bourne. Whatever you have to say, I'm not interested." He ran to catch up with her. "How can you say that?" She gave him a rueful look, and he could tell that she was on the verge of tears. "I begged my father not to get involved. I warned him that it would all come to an evil end, but he just laughed and said I was his daughter and couldn't possibly understand. Well, that put me in my place, didn't it? Annika, I am being hunted for a double murder I didn't commit. My 2 best friends were shot to death, and I've been framed as the prime suspect. I can't do this alone, Annika. I need your help. I've nowhere else to turn. Tell me, please, about Dr. Felix Schiffer. Tell me what you know, and I swear you'll never see me again." She lived at 106-108 Fu Utsa in Visivaros, a narrow neighborhood of hills and steep stairs. The apartment was cramped and crowded, primarily because of the concert grand piano that took up fully half the space of the living room. After turning on the lamps, she went immediately into the kitchen, put on water for tea. She took out 2 sets of cups and saucers, and while the tea was brewing, she uncapped a bottle of schnapps,
poured a generous dollop into each cup. She opened the refrigerator. "Would you like something to eat?" "I'm not hungry." "Neither am I." She sighed and shut the door. She handed him the laced tea and they went into the living room, sat on a sofa. "My father was working with a professional intermediary named Laszlo Molnar. He was the one who secreted your Dr. Schiffer." "Secreted? I don't understand." "Dr. Schiffer has been kidnapped." "By whom?" She shook her head. "My father knew, but I didn't. That was why Alexei first contacted him. He needed my father's help in rescuing Dr. Schiffer and spiriting him away to a secret location." "So your father was successful in getting Dr. Schiffer?" Annika nodded. "As soon as my father had Dr. Schiffer, he handed him over to Laszlo Molnar. This was strictly for security purposes. Both he and Alexei were terribly afraid of whoever it was who had kidnapped Dr. Schiffer." Bourne was thinking furiously. "Annika, for all this to start making sense, you have to understand that your father's murder was a setup. That sniper was already at the church when we came in. He knew what your father was up to." "What do you mean?" "Your father was shot before he could tell me what I need to know. Someone doesn't want me to find Dr. Schiffer, and it seems increasingly clear that this is the same someone who kidnapped Schiffer, who your father and Alex were afraid of. It is possible now that Laszlo Molnar is in danger." Bourne nodded his agreement. "Do you know where Molnar lives?" Annika drove them to Molnar's apartment, which was in the posh embassy district of Rosadombe. They got out and went into a vestibule. Annika pressed a button and a low-watt bulb came on, its sickly illumination revealing the mosaic floor. Laszlo Molnar's bell remained unanswered. "It could mean nothing," Annika said. "More than likely Molnar is with Dr. Schiffer." Bourne went to the front door. "We'll find out in a minute." He bent over the lock and a moment later he had the door open. Annika hit another button and a light came on for 30 seconds as she led the way up the wide, curving staircase to Molnar's second-floor apartment. Bourne had a bit more difficulty picking this lock, but in the end it gave way. He drew his ceramic gun, pushed the door slowly open. Lamps were lit, but it was very quiet. Moving from the living room into the bedroom to the bathroom, the kitchen, they found the apartment neat as a pin, no evidence of a struggle and no sign of Molnar. "What bothers me," Bourne said as he put the gun away, "is the lights being on. He can't be off with Dr. Schiffer." "Then he'll be back any time. We should wait for him." Bourne nodded. In the living room, Bourne turned to the desk, on which sat a notebook computer. He saw that it was plugged in both to an electrical outlet and to a modem. The screen was black, but when he touched the chassis, it was warm. He pressed the escape key and the screen immediately sprang to life. The computer had been in sleep mode. It had never been turned off. Coming up behind him, Annika looked at the screen, read from it. Anthrax, Argentinian hemorrhagic fever, cryptococcosis, pneumonic plague. God in heaven, why was Molnar on a website that describes the effects of lethal pathogens? "All I know is that Dr. Schiffer is the beginning and end to this enigma," Bourne said. Alex Conklin approached Dr. Schiffer when he was in DARPA. That's the advanced weapons program run by the U.S. Department of Defense. Within a year, Dr. Schiffer had transferred to the CIA's Tactical Non-Lethal Weapons Directorate. Shortly after that, he vanished altogether. I have no idea what Schiffer was working on that interested Conklin so much that he would go to the trouble of pissing off the DoD and vanishing a prominent government scientist from the agency's program. Maybe Dr. Schiffer is a bacteriologist or an epidemiologist. Annika shivered. The information on his website is terrifying. She went into the kitchen to get a glass of water while Bourne navigated around the webpage. Finding nothing, he went to the top of the browser, where he accessed a drop-down menu next to the address bar that showed the most recent sites Molnar had been on. He clicked on the last one Molnar had accessed. It turned out to be a real-time scientific forum. Navigating to the archives section, he went back in time to see if he could find out when Molnar had used the forum and what he'd talked about. Approximately 48 hours ago, Laszlo 1647M had logged onto the forum. Bourne spent several minutes reading the dialogue he had had with another forum member. "Annika, look at this. It seems Dr. Schiffer is neither a bacteriologist nor an epidemiologist. He's an expert in bacteriological particulate behavior." "Mr. Bourne, you'd better come here," Annika replied. "Right now." The tightness in her voice brought him into the kitchen at the run. She was standing in front of the sink as if held spellbound. "What is it?" She pointed to a space between the counter and the refrigerator, where he saw neatly stacked 7 or 8 white-coated wire racks. "What the hell are those?" he said. "They're the refrigerator shelves," Annika said. "Someone took them out." She turned to him. "Why would they do that?" "You didn't look inside?" "No." He grabbed hold of the handle, opened the door. Annika gasped. "Christ," he said. A pair of death-clouded eyes stared sightlessly out at them. There in the depths of the shelveless refrigerator was the curled-up, blue-white body of Laszlo Molnar. Khan started up his rental car and was able to follow Bourne as he got into a taxi outside Laszlo Molnar's apartment. At last, Bourne's taxi reached Fuutsa. Bourne stepped out of the taxi and went into the building at 106-108. Khan slowed his car, pulled it into the curb up the block and across the street. He turned off the engine. Alex Conklin, Jason Bourne, Laszlo Molnar, Hassan Arsenov. He thought about Spalko and wondered how all these disparate names were connected. 5 or 6 minutes passed, and then another taxi pulled up in front of the entrance to 106-108. Khan watched a young female get out. He strained to catch a glimpse of her face before she pushed through the heavy front doors, but all he was able to determine was that she had red hair. He waited, watching the facade of the building. No light had gone on after Bourne had entered the lobby, which meant that he must be waiting for the woman, that this was her apartment. Sure enough, within 3 minutes, lights went on in the 4th and top floor bay window. Bourne awoke to the sound of practice arpeggios and the aromatic smell of coffee. He was aware that he was lying on Annika Valdosh's sofa. He rose, turned, saw her sitting at the gleaming grand piano, a huge cup of coffee by her side. "What time is it?" "Afternoon." "Christ! I made coffee. Would you like some?" "Absolutely. You know where it is." She watched him as he drew on his cords and shirt. He padded into the bathroom, and when he was finished, he went into the kitchen. As he was pouring himself coffee, she said, "You have a nice body, scarred though it is." He searched for cream. Apparently she liked her coffee black. "The scars give me character." He had found the cream. He poured in a dollop, then 2 teaspoonfuls of sugar. Returning to the living room, he said, "There's nothing edible in your refrigerator. I usually go out to eat. There's a sweet cafe 5 blocks away. Do you think we could go there?" he said. "I'm starving." Khan had just one thought when he saw Bourne and the woman walk out of her building. Despite Spalko's cocky assurances that he was safe from Bourne's search, Bourne was continuing to circle closer. Somehow Bourne had found out about Laszlo Molnar, the man Spalko was interested in. Furthermore, he'd discovered where Molnar lived. Why was Molnar important to Bourne? Khan had to find out. He watched from behind as Bourne and the woman walked off. Then he got out of his rental car, went into the entrance of 106-108 Fuutsa. He picked the lock on the lobby door and entered the hallway inside. Taking the elevator up to the top floor, he found the staircase up to the roof. He went onto the roof, crossing immediately to the front of the building. With his hands on the stone parapet, he leaned over, saw immediately the bay window on the 4th floor just below him. Climbing over the parapet, he eased himself down onto the ledge beneath the window. The first window he tried was locked, but the other wasn't. He opened the window, climbed through into the apartment. Looking around for a likely spot, he glanced up at the frosted glass light fixture hanging from the center of the ceiling. It was as good as any, he quickly determined.
Dragging over the piano bench, he positioned it beneath the fixture, then climbed on it. He took out the miniature electronic bug, dropped it over the rim of the frosted glass bowl. Then he climbed down, put an electronic earbud into his ear, and activated the bug. The scent of coffee still infused the apartment. They had returned after their meal without dawdling in time-honored tradition over coffee and dessert. Bourne had too much on his mind. Did you notice the burns and lesions, the punctures and ligature marks on Laszlo Molnar's body? She shuddered. Don't remind me. He'd been tortured over a period of many hours, perhaps as much as a couple of days, which means that he may have given away Dr. Schiffer's location. Or he may not have, she said, which would also be a reason to kill him. I don't think we can afford to make that assumption. What do you mean, we? Yes, I know. As of now, I'm on my own. Are you trying to make me feel guilty? You forget, I have no interest in finding Dr. Schiffer. Even if it meant a disaster for the world at large if he fell into the wrong hands? What do you mean? Khan, in his rental car downstairs, pressed the earbud. Their words were coming in clearly. Alex Conklin was a master technician. It was his specialty. He was better at planning and executing complex missions than anyone I ever met. He wanted Dr. Schiffer so badly that he poached him off a top-secret Department of Defense program, brought him over to the CIA, and then promptly disappeared him. That means whatever Schiffer was working on was so important that Alex felt the need to keep him out of harm's way. And as it turned out, he was right, because someone kidnapped Dr. Schiffer. The operation your father ran for him got him away, hidden somewhere only Laszlo Molnar knew about. Now your father's dead, and so is Molnar. The difference is that Molnar was tortured before he was killed. Khan sat up straighter, his heart beating fast. Your father? Could the woman Bourne was with, the one to whom he'd paid no attention, could she really be Annika? Annika stood in a patch of sunlight coming in through her bay window. What do you think Dr. Schiffer was working on that interested all these people so much? I thought you had no interest in Dr. Schiffer, Bourne said. Don't be snide. Just answer the question. Schiffer is the world's foremost expert in bacteriological particulate behavior. That's what I found out from the forum site Molnar had visited. I told you, but you were too busy finding poor Molnar's corpse. That sounds like gibberish to me. Remember the website Molnar had accessed? Anthrax, Argentinian hemorrhagic fever, cryptococcosis, pneumonic plague. I think it's possible that the good doctor was working with these lethal biologicals or something similar. Maybe something even worse. I think what got Alex so excited and frightened was that Dr. Schiffer has invented a device that could be used as a biological weapon. If so, he holds one of the terrorists' holy grails. Oh my God, but that's only a guess. How can you be sure you're right? I've just got to keep digging, Bourne said. Still so sanguine about Dr. Schiffer's whereabouts? But I don't see how we can find him. We, Bourne said. You said we. A slip of the tongue. He had gotten enough of the measure of her to know that she meant what she said. He went and sat down behind the escritoire. He saw the landline that connected her laptop computer to the internet. I've got an idea, he said. That was when he saw the scratches. The sunlight was hitting the highly polished surface of the piano bench in such a way that he could see several marks, freshly made. Someone had been in the apartment while they had been out. For what reason? He looked around for any signs of a disturbance. What is it? Annika asked. What's the matter? Nothing, he said. But the pillow wasn't in quite the same position in which he'd left it. It was now skewed a bit to the right. She put her hand on her hip. So what's your idea? I need to get something first, he improvised. From the hotel. He didn't want to alarm her, but he needed to find a way to do some clandestine recon work. It was possible that whoever had been in the apartment was still nearby. He suspected Khan had found him. Bourne grabbed his leather jacket and headed for the door. I won't be long, I promise. In the meantime, if you want to be useful, you can go back on that website, see what more you can discover. Jamie Hull, head of American security at the terrorism summit in Reykjavik, had a thing for Arabs. He didn't like them. He didn't trust them. They didn't even believe in God, he thought sourly as he strode down the hallway of the vast Oskilid Hotel. There were 4 different Arabic security teams, one for each country present, but Faid al-Saud coordinated their work. As Arabs went, Faid al-Saud wasn't so bad. He was a Saudi. Or was it Sunni? Hull shook his head. He didn't know. Faid al-Saud was Western-schooled, somewhere in London. Oxford, or was it Cambridge? Hull asked himself. The point was, you could speak to the man in plain English. Also, it seemed to Hull, he was a reasonable man. When it came to the president's needs and desires, he deferred to Hull on almost everything, which was more than you could say for that son of a socialist bitch Boris Ilyich Karpov. He entered the multi-tiered conference theater where the summit itself would take place. It was a perfect oval, with a wave-form ceiling made up of blue panels of acoustic baffling. Hidden behind these panels were the large air ducts that allowed in the air filtered by the forum's sophisticated HVAC system, completely separate from the hotel's massive network. Here, every day since he had arrived, he and his 2 counterparts met in the mornings to refine and argue about details of the elaborate security arrangements. In the afternoons, they reconvened with their respective staffs to review the details and to brief their respective personnel on the latest procedures. Ever since they'd arrived, the entire hotel had been closed to the public so that the security teams could do their electronic sweeps and inspections and make the area absolutely secure. As he walked into the brightly lit forum, he saw his counterparts. Faid al-Saud, slim and dark-eyed above his beak of a nose. Boris Ilyich Karpov, head of the FSB's elite Alpha unit, brawny and bull-like. "Good morning, fellow travelers," said Boris Ilyich Karpov. "We have but 3 days until the summit commences, and there is still much work to accomplish. Shall we begin?" "By all means," Faid al-Saud said, taking his accustomed seat on the dais where just 72 hours from now, the 5 heads of the leading Arab states would sit side by side with residents of the United States and Russia in order to hammer out the first concerted Arab Western initiative to stop international terrorism in its tracks. I've received instructions from my counterparts in the other attending Islamic nations, and will be pleased to relay them to you. Bourne didn't take the elevator down when he left Annika's apartment. Instead, he went up the short flight of utility stairs that led to the roof. Bourne went to the parapet, leaned over in more or less the same spot that Khan had occupied no more than an hour before. From this vantage point, he scanned the street, first for anyone standing in a shadowed doorway, then for any pedestrians walking too slowly or stopped altogether. Finding nothing suspicious, he turned his attention to the parked cars, looking for anything out of the ordinary. All rental cars in Hungary were obliged to have a sticker identifying themselves as such. In this residential neighborhood, a rental car was something he'd need to investigate. He found one on a black Skoda up the block and across the street. At the moment, there was no one behind the wheel or anywhere else inside the car. He turned and strode back across the rooftop. Khan, crouched on the stairwell in readiness, watched Bourne coming toward him. As Bourne stepped into the shadow of the doorway, Khan slammed his forehead hard into the bridge of his nose. Blood flew and Bourne staggered backward. Bourne came at Khan, who delivered a straight-fingered blow to Bourne's sternum. At once he gripped Bourne's head on either side, cracked it against the roof door. Bourne's eyes went out of focus. "What's Spalko up to?" Khan said harshly. "You know, don't you?" Bourne's head was swimming with pain and shock. "Who's Spalko?" "Of course you know." Bourne shook his head. "I thought you wanted to kill me." "Listen to me." "Who are you?" Bourne whispered hoarsely. "How do you know about my son? How do you know about Joshua?" "Listen to me." Khan put his head close to Bourne's. "Stepan Spalko is the man who ordered Alex Conklin's death, the man who set you up, who set us both up. Why did he do that, Bourne? You know, and I need to know." Bourne noticed something. There was something in Khan's right ear. What was it? Under the guise of extreme pain, he moved his head slightly, saw that it was a miniature electronic receiver. "Who are you?" he said. "I told you. I'm your son." And with those words, rage swept Bourne up. He screamed, driving Khan backward through the door, out onto the roof. Ignoring the pain in his head, he hooked his ankle behind Khan, shoved him hard. But Khan grabbed hold of him as he went down, raising his legs as his back struck the roof tiles, lifting Bourne off his feet, and with a powerful kick sent him tumbling head over heels. Khan attacked again, striking him a tremendous blow above his ribs. He began to topple over, but Khan grabbed him by the throat and began to squeeze. "You'd better tell me now," he said thickly. "You'd better tell me everything you know." Bourne, panting and in intense pain, said, "Go to hell." A gunshot ricocheted off the roof tiles beside Khan's right leg, and releasing Bourne, he jumped back. A second shot nearly struck his shoulder as he scuttled behind the brick wall of the elevator vent. Bourne turned his head, saw Annika crouched at the top of the stairwell, her gun gripped tightly in both hands. Cautiously, she came forward. She risked a glance at Bourne. "Are you all right?" He nodded, but at the same time Khan, choosing wisely, leaped from his hiding place, bounded to the side of the rooftop, jumped onto the next building, and disappeared. Dr. Felix Schiffer was bored. For days now he'd done nothing but follow orders as his cadre of protectors flew him under cover of night to Crete, then proceeded to periodically move him from one location to another. They never stayed in one place for more than 3 days. Now he was hidden in a monastery. There was nothing for him to do. They refused to bring him a newspaper or allow him to listen to the radio. As for television, there was none available. He longed for freedom. So many days since he'd seen Laszlo Molnar or spoken to Alex Conklin. When he asked his protectors about that, they invoked the word most sacred to them: security. Communication was simply not secure. They took pains to reassure him that he would soon be reunited with his friend and his benefactor. But when he asked when, all they did was shrug and go back to their endless card game. There was no card game today. Every member of the cadre was on patrol. There was a distinct air of tension that set his teeth on edge. Schiffer was a rather tall man, with piercing blue eyes and a strong, bridged nose below a mass of salt and pepper hair. He got up, walked idly across the room to the window, but he was intercepted by one of the cadre and was turned away. "Security," the mercenary said. "Security. I'm sick to death of that word," Schiffer exclaimed. Nevertheless, he was herded back to the chair on which he was meant to sit. It was away from all doors and windows. "I miss my lab. I miss my work." Schiffer looked into the dark eyes of the mercenary. "I feel like I'm in prison. Can you understand that?" The cadre's leader, Sean Keegan, sensing his charge's unrest, strode swiftly over. "Please take your seat, Doctor." "But it's for your own good," Keegan said. "We've been hired to keep you safe, and we take that responsibility seriously." Suddenly, they heard gunshots. Sean Keegan grabbed Felix Schiffer even as he shouted orders for his men to abandon their positions and return to the center of the monastery, where he was now dragging his terrified charge. He'd begun to act the instant he'd caught a whiff of the tear gas. Moments later, he heard the resumption of gunfire, then a deathly, ringing silence. Seeing his 2 men rush in from outside, he directed them toward the stone staircase that led down to where he'd deployed the rest of his men to ambush Spalko. There was smoke now in the monastery proper, and now a hail of machine gun fire coming out of it. His men had no chance. They were mowed down before they had a chance even to identify their killers. It was Spalko who saw Schiffer and Keegan first, and he called to them, only to be greeted with a burst of gunfire, obliging him to duck behind a heavy wooden chest. "You've no hope of getting out of this alive," he called to the mercenary. "I don't want you. I want Schiffer." "It's the same thing," Keegan shouted back. "I was given a commission. I intend to carry it out." To what purpose? Spalko said. Your employer, Laszlo Molnar, is dead. So is Janos Vados. I don't believe you, Keegan responded. How do you think I found you? Spalko went on. I grounded out of Molnar. Come on. You know he's the only one who knew you were here. Silence. They're all dead now, Spalko said, inching forward. Who will pay the last of your commission? Hand over Schiffer and I'll pay you whatever you're owed, plus a bonus. How does that sound? Keegan was about to answer when Xena, having come at him from the opposite direction, put a bullet in the back of his head. The resulting explosion of blood and gore made Dr. Schiffer whimper like a whipped dog. Then, with his last protector pitched over, he saw Stepan Spalko advancing toward him. He turned and ran right into Xena's arms. There's nowhere to go, Felix, Spalko said. You see that now, don't you? Schiffer stared wide-eyed at Xena. You were mine once, Spalko said as he stepped over Keegan's corpse. And you're mine again. From out of his backpack he took 2 items. They were made of surgical steel, glass, and titanium. Oh, God. The groan from Schiffer was as heartfelt as it was involuntary. Spalko, enjoying the effect the NX-20 diffuser had on its inventor, said, This is the way the two halves fit together, isn't it, Felix? Hole, the NX-20 was no larger than the automatic weapon slung across Spalko's back. Now that I've got a proper payload, you'll teach me the proper use of it. Back in Annika's apartment, Bourne showed her the top of the piano bench and she swore under her breath. Together they moved it beneath the light fixture and he stood on it. He went to the escritoire, scribbled on a pad. Do you have a ladder? She looked at him oddly but nodded. Go get it, he wrote. When she brought it back into the living room, he climbed it high enough to look into the shallow frosted glass bowl of the light fixture. And sure enough, there it was. Carefully, he reached in, plucked up the tiny item between his fingertips. He climbed down and showed it to her in the palm of his hand. What? She broke off at the emphatic shake of his head. Do you have a pair of pliers? He asked. Again the curious look as she opened the door of a shallow closet. She handed him the pliers. He put the tiny square between the ribbed ends, squeezed. The square shattered. It's a miniature electronic transmitter, he said. That's why the man on the roof broke in here, to plant this in the light fixture. He was listening as well as looking. She looked around the cozy room and shivered. Dear God. Then she turned to Bourne. What does he want? Why try to record our every move? It's Dr. Schiffer, isn't it? It may be, Bourne said. I don't know. All at once he became dizzy and near to blacking out, half fell, half sat on the sofa. The man on the roof, the one spying on us, has been following me all the way from the States. He says he wants to kill me, but I know he's lying. He wants me to lead him to someone. That's why he's been spying on us. Annika's expression darkened. Who does he want to get to? A man named Spalko. She registered surprise. Stepan Spalko? That's right. Do you know him? Of course I know of him. Everyone in Hungary does. He's the head of Humanistas Limited, the worldwide relief organization. She frowned. Jason, now I'm truly worried. This man's dangerous. If he's trying to get to Mr. Spalko, we should contact the authorities. He shook his head. What would we tell them? That we think a man we know only as Khan wants to contact Stepan Spalko? We don't even know why. Then we should at least call someone at Humanistas. Annika, until I know what's going on, I don't want to contact anyone. He rose, made his way to the escritoire, sat down in front of her laptop. I told you I had an idea. Is it okay if I use your computer? By all means. As Bourne turned on the machine, she padded into the kitchen.
He heard the sound of running water as he went online. He accessed the U.S. government net, went from site to site, and by the time she returned, he'd found the one he needed. The agency had a whole raft of public sites, accessible to anyone with an internet connection, but there were a dozen other sites, encrypted, password-protected, that were part of the CIA's fabled intranet. Annika registered his extreme concentration. "What is it?" She came around and stood behind him. In a moment, her eyes opened wide. "What the hell are you doing?" "Just what it looks like. I'm hacking into the CIA main database." "But how do you—" "Don't ask," Bourne said as his fingers flew over the keyboard. Alex Conklin had always known the way through the front door, but that was because he'd had the updated ciphers delivered to him at 6 a.m. every Monday morning. It had been Darren, the artist and master forger, who'd taught Bourne the fine art of hacking into U.S. government databases. Bourne was navigating to the Tactical Non-Lethal Weapons Directorate site. He plugged in Schiffer's name but was disappointed in the sparse material that came up. Nothing on what Schiffer was working on, nothing about his background. In fact, if Bourne didn't know better, he could believe that Dr. Felix Schiffer was a minor scientist of no import whatsoever to the TNLWD. He went to the DARPA site and navigated to the archives. Lucky for him, the government computer jockeys were notoriously slow at cleaning out old files. There was Schiffer's, which contained some background. He was MIT trained, was given his own lab right out of grad school by one of the large pharmaceutical firms. He lasted there less than a year, but when he left, he took with him another of their scientists, Dr. Peter Gido, with whom he worked for 5 years before being recruited by the government and entering DARPA. Bourne discovered that Schiffer had been attached to the Defense Sciences Office, which, ominously, trafficked in bioweapons systems. In his time at DARPA, Dr. Schiffer had been working on a way to biologically cleanse a room infected with anthrax. Bourne paged through, but he couldn't find any more details. Annika looked over his shoulder. "Is there any clue we could use to find out where Dr. Schiffer might be hiding?" "I don't think so, no." "All right, then." She squeezed his shoulders. "The cupboard's bare, and we both need to eat something. I think I'd rather stay here if you don't mind. Rest up a bit." "You're right. You're in no shape to wander outside." She smiled as she drew on her coat. "I'll just pop around the corner, get us some food. Anything you particularly want?" He shook his head, watched her head for the door. "Annika, be careful." She turned, pulled her gun partway out of her bag. "Don't worry. I'll be fine." She opened the door. "See you in a few minutes." He heard her depart, but he'd already returned his attention to the computer screen. He spent the next 5 minutes hacking his way through the U.S. Army firewall. At one point, he hit a glitch. The military IT team had upgraded the firewall recently, adding a third layer. His fingers rose up, and for a moment, they hesitated. It was not too late to turn back, he told himself. For years, he'd felt that anything to do with his first family, including the record of them held in the U.S. Army databanks, was for him strictly off-limits. He was already tortured enough by their deaths, haunted by the racking guilt that he'd been unable to save them, that he'd been safe at a meeting while the diving jet sent its killing bullets into them. But before he had a chance to change his mind, he got on with the business at hand. He found a workaround for the final level of the firewall, and 5 minutes after beginning the excruciating work, he was logged in. He navigated to the death record archives, typed in the names and date of death in the required data fields for Dow Webb, Alyssa Webb, Joshua Webb. He stared at the names, punched the enter key. He had no other choice. He could not go back. At first, he did not react to what had come up on the screen. He stared at it for several minutes without seeing the terrible anomaly. He saw in horrifying detail the photos of his beloved wife, Dow, shoulders and chest riddled with bullets, her face grotesquely disfigured by the traumatic wounds. On the second page, he saw the photos of Alyssa, her poor body and her head even more disfigured. He sat, paralyzed with grief and horror at what lay before him. He had to go on. 1 page left. One last set of photos to complete the tragedy. He scrolled to the 3rd page, bracing himself for the photos of Joshua. Only there weren't any. Stupefied, he did nothing for a moment. At first, he thought there had been a computer glitch, that he'd been inadvertently directed to another page in the archives. But no, there was the name, Joshua Webb. But below it were words that seared through Bourne's consciousness like a hot needle. 3 articles of clothing listed below. 1 shoe, partial, sole and heel missing, found 10 meters from the corpses of Dow and Alyssa Webb. After an hour's search, Joshua Webb declared dead. NBF. NBF. No body found. Bourne was gripped by an icy cold. They searched for Joshua for an hour. Only an hour? And why hadn't they told him? He'd buried 3 coffins, his mind excoriated with grief, remorse, and guilt. And all the while they knew. The bastards knew. He sat back. His face was white, his hands trembling. In his heart he felt a rage he could not contain. He thought of Joshua. He thought of Khan. In the opposite room deep in the bowels of CIA HQ, the duty officer, watching a computer screen, picked up the phone and dialed a specific number. He waited a moment while an automated voice said, "Speak." The DO asked for the DCI. His voice was analyzed, matched against the list of duty officers. The call was switched. A male voice said, "Hold, please." A moment later, the clear baritone of the DCI came on the line. "I thought you should know, sir, that an internal alarm has been tripped. Someone got through the military firewall and accessed death records for the following personnel: Dow Webb, Alyssa Webb, Joshua Webb." There was a short, unpleasant pause. "Webb, son. You're sure it's Webb?" "Yes, sir." "Where's this hacker located?" "Budapest, sir." "Did the alarm do its job? Did it capture the full IP address?" "Yes, sir. 106-108 Fuutsa." The DCI hung up and dialed another number. He could have assigned the task to a subordinate, but he wanted to feel the joy of ordering this particular sanction himself. He dialed an overseas number, thinking, "I've got you now, you son of a bitch." For a city founded in the late 19th century as a British railroad camp on the Mombasa to Uganda line, Nairobi had a depressingly banal skyline filled with sleek modern high-rises. It lay on a flat plain, grasslands that for many years had been the home to the Maasai before the coming of Western civilization. It was currently the fastest-growing city in East Africa, and as such, was subject to the usual growing pains as well as the disorienting sight of the old and the new, vast wealth and abject poverty uncomfortably rubbing flanks until sparks flew, tempers flared, and calm needed to be restored. With unemployment high, riots were commonplace, as well as late-night muggings, especially in and around Uhuru Park to the west of city center. None of these inconveniences were of any interest to the party just arriving from Wilson Airport in a pair of armored limousines. Spalko was in the lead limousine with Hassan Arsenov. Behind them in the second car sat Zina and Ahmet, Arsenov's most senior lieutenant. "Everything's in readiness, Sheikh," Arsenov said. "My people are perfectly trained and prepared. They are fluent in Icelandic. They have memorized both the hotel's schematics and the procedures you outlined. They await only my final order of commencement." That evening, the 4 of them convened in a private dining room Spalko had booked on the top floor of the 360 Hotel on Kenyatta Avenue. It, like their rooms, had a view over the city to Nairobi National Park. During the dinner, there was no talk of business, no hint at all as to their purpose here. After the plates had been cleared, it was a different story. A team from Humanistas Limited that had preceded them to Nairobi had set up a computer-based audio-video hookup,
which was wheeled into the room. A screen was deployed, and Spalko commenced to give a PowerPoint presentation showing the coast of Iceland, the city of Reykjavik and its environs, then aerial views of the Öskilid Hotel, followed by photos outside and inside the hotel. There's the HVAC system, which, as you can see here and here, has been fitted with state-of-the-art motion detectors as well as infrared heat sensors, he said. And here's the control panel, which, like every system in the hotel, has a security override, electrical in nature but with battery backups. He continued, running through the plan in the most minute detail, beginning with the moment they arrived and ending with the moment they left. Everything had been planned for. Everything was in readiness. Tomorrow morning at sunrise, he said. La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah, the others chorused in solemn reply. At dawn, the four of them piled into a brace of Range Rovers, which had been provisioned and were driven by members of the Humanistas team, and headed south out of the city toward the great, unwashed slum. No one spoke. A toxic haze hung low over the sprawling slum, ready evidence of the lack of proper sanitation and the ever-present specter of cholera. There were ramshackle structures, mean tin and cardboard huts, some wooden ones, as well as squat concrete buildings that could have been mistaken for bunkers, except for the zigzag lines of laundry strung outside. At length they arrived at more or less the center of the slum, where they entered a gutted two-story building reeking of smoke. The drivers brought in the provisions, which were contained in what appeared to be two rectangular steamer trunks. Inside were silver-skinned hazmat suits, which, at Spalko's direction, they donned. The suits contained their own self-contained breathing systems. Spalko then removed the NX-20 from its case inside one of the trunks, carefully fitted the two pieces together as the four Chechen rebels gathered around to watch. Handing it to Hassan Arsenov for a moment, Spalko drew out the small, heavy box given to him by Dr. Peter Zito. With great care he unlocked it. They all stared down at the glass vial. It was so small, so deadly. Spalko directed Arsenov to hold the NX-20 at arm's length. He flipped open a titanium panel on top, placed the vial into the loading chamber. The NX-20 couldn't be fired yet, he explained. Dr. Schiffer had built in a number of safeguards against accidental or premature dispersal. He pointed out the airtight seal that, with the chamber full, would be activated when he closed and locked the top panel. He did this. Then he took the NX-20 from Arsenov and led them up the interior flight of stairs. On the second floor, they crowded against a window. Its glass had been shattered. All that was left was the frame. Through it, they watched the halt and the lame, the famine-stricken, the diseased. Flies buzzed in an open-air market where used goods were piled in the dust. A child ran naked through the street, crying. An old woman hunching along. Spalko showed them the two triggers on the NX-20, a small one just forward of the larger one. The small one, he told them, injected the payload from the loading chamber into the firing chamber. Once that, too, was sealed by pressing this button here on the left side of the weapon, the NX-20 was ready to be fired. He pulled the small trigger, then pressed the button, and could feel within the weapon a slight stirring. The muzzle of the thing was blunt and ugly, but its bluntness was practical as well. Unlike conventional weapons, the NX-20 needed only to be aimed in the most general way, he pointed out. He stuck the muzzle through the window. His finger curled around the large trigger. Outside, life went on in its random, disorderly fashion. It was no more than a soft hiss. At least that was how it sounded to each of them, secure and safe inside their hazmat suits. There was otherwise no outward sign of the dispersal. The party watched tensely as the seconds ticked by. Dr. Schiffer had said that within 3 minutes they would see the first signs that the disperser had worked properly. It was more or less the last thing he'd said before he died. Spalko, who'd been following the second hand of his watch as it swept toward the 3-minute mark, now looked up. He was riveted by what he saw. A dozen people had dropped before the first scream sounded. Others took up the ululating cry, only to drop writhing in the street. Chaos and silence as death crept outward in a gathering spiral. There was no hiding from it, no way to avoid it, and no one escaped, even those who tried to run. He signed to the Chechens and they followed him down the concrete stairs. The drivers were ready and waiting as Spalko broke down the NX-20. The moment he stowed it, they snapped closed the trunks, brought them out to the waiting Range Rovers. The party took a tour of the street. They walked 4 blocks in every direction, always seeing the same result. Death and dying. More death and dying. The Range Rovers started up the moment they were settled and took them over the entire area of the half-mile square radius Dr. Schiffer had told Spalko was the NX-20's dispersal range. Spalko was gratified to see that the doctor had neither lied nor exaggerated. Before they left the city of the dead, he gave the order, and his drivers started the fires. The fire was good to see. It would cover what had happened here this morning, for no one must know. Not, at least, until after their mission at the Reykjavik summit was completed. Bourne needed to be alone with his thoughts. Curled up on the sofa, his mind seemed to be on fire. He was convinced that Dr. Schiffer was the key. He had to find him. The problem was Bourne was quite certain he didn't have much time left. Schiffer had been missing for some time now. Molnar had been dead 2 days. If, as Bourne feared, he'd disclosed Schiffer's whereabouts under articulated interrogation, then Bourne would have to assume that he was by now in enemy hands, which would mean that the enemy also had in his possession whatever it was that Schiffer had invented, some sort of biological weapon, codenamed NX-20. Who was the enemy? The only name he had was Stepan Spalko, an internationally renowned humanitarian. And yet, according to Khan, Spalko was the man who had ordered the murders of Alex and Mo and had set Bourne up as the murderer. Khan could be lying, and why not? If he wanted to get to Spalko for his own reasons, he'd hardly announce them to Bourne. Khan. The very thought of him caused Bourne to be flooded with unwanted emotion. He concentrated on his rage against his own government. They'd lied to him, colluded in a cover-up to keep him from the truth. Why? What were they trying to hide? And what if Khan was telling the truth? What if he was Joshua? When Kevin McCall had been assigned the Bourne sanction, he'd been on top of Ilona, a young Hungarian woman of his acquaintance. He and Ilona were in the Kirai Turkish baths on Fuutsa. With a grunt of frustration, he unwound himself from her and picked up his cell phone. There was no question of not answering it. When it rang, it was for a sanction. He listened without comment to the voice of the DCI on the other end of the line. He'd have to go now. The sanction was urgent. The target within range. 2 jets stood on the tarmac of Nairobi's Nelson Airport. Both belonged to Stepan Spalko. Both had the logo of Humanistas Limited on fuselage and tail. Spalko had flown in from Budapest on the first one. The second had been used by his Humanistas support staff, who were now inside the jet that would return him to Budapest. The other jet would be taking Arsenov and Zina to Iceland, where they'd be rendezvousing with the rest of the terrorist cadre, flying in from Chechnya by way of Helsinki. Spalko stood facing Arsenov. Zina was a pace behind Arsenov's left shoulder. "You've lived up to the letter of your promise, Sheikh," Arsenov said. "The weapon will bring us victory in Reykjavik. Of that there can be no question." Spalko nodded. "Soon you'll have everything that's due you." Spalko drew out a leather briefcase, unlocked it. Passports, ID tags, maps, diagrams, the latest photos, everything you need. He handed over the contents. "The rendezvous with the boat will be at 300 hours tomorrow." He looked at Arsenov. "May Allah lend you strength and courage. May Allah guide your mailed fist." As Arsenov turned away, Zina said, May our next meeting lead to a great future, Sheikh. Spalko smiled. The past will die in order to make way for that great future. Zina, laughing to herself in silent pleasure, followed Hassan Arsenov as he mounted the metal ladder into the jet. Spalko watched the door close behind them. Then he crossed to his jet, waiting patiently on the tarmac. He pulled out his cell phone, dialed a number, and when he heard the familiar voice on the other end of the line, said without preamble, "The progress Bourne has been making is an ominous development. I can no longer afford to have Khan kill Bourne in a public way." Yes, I know, if he ever meant to kill Bourne. Khan's a curious creature, a puzzle I've never been able to solve. But now that he's become unpredictable, I've got to assume he's following his own agenda. If Bourne dies now, Khan will fade into the woodwork, and not even I will be able to find him. Nothing must interfere with what will take place in 2 days' time. Do I make myself clear? Good. Now listen. There's only one way to neutralize them both. McCall had received not only Annika Valdosh's name and address, by an extraordinary stroke of luck just 4 blocks north of the baths, but also her photo via a JPEG file downloaded to his cell phone. As a result, he had no trouble recognizing her when she came out of the entrance to 106-108 Fu Utsa. He was immediately stirred by her beauty, the authoritative manner of her gait. He watched as she put away her cell phone, unlocked a blue Skoda, and slid in behind the wheel. Just before Annika inserted her key into the ignition slot, Khan rose from the back seat of her car and said, "I should tell Bourne everything." She started but made no attempt to turn around. Staring at him in the rearview mirror, she replied shortly, "Tell him what? You don't know anything." "I know enough. I know Bourne was getting too close to the truth, getting too close to finding out that Spalko was the one who'd set him up." Khan whipped a steely hand over the seatback, gripping her arm, which had slowly moved. "Don't do that." He took her purse, opened it, removed the gun. "You tried to kill me once. Believe me, you won't get a second chance." She stared at his reflected image. "You think I'm lying to you about Jason, but I'm not. What I'd like to know," he said easily, ignoring her comment, "was how you convinced him you loved your father when really you hated his guts." She sat mute, breathing slowly, trying to gather her wits. "How you must have rejoiced when he was shot to death," Khan continued. "If you're going to kill me," she said tersely, "do it now and spare me your useless chatter." With a move like a cobra, he leaned forward, grabbed her by her throat, and at last she looked alarmed. "I don't intend to spare you anything, Annika. What did you spare me when you had the chance? I didn't think I needed to baby you. You rarely thought when we were together, at least not about me." Her smile was cold. "Oh, I thought about you constantly." And repeated every one of those thoughts to Stepan Spalko. "Isn't that right?" "Why ask me when you already know the answer?" she said a little breathlessly. "How long has he been playing me?" "From the beginning." "What's his game? What does he want from me?" "That I don't know." "What's your business with Bourne?" "Keeping him away from Stepan." He nodded. "That makes sense." The lie had come easily to her lips. It had the ring of truth not only because she'd had a lifetime of practice, but because up until this last call from Spalko, it had been the truth. Spalko's plans had changed, and now that she'd had time to think it through, it suited her new purpose to tell this to Khan. "Where's Spalko now?" he asked her. "Here in Budapest." "Actually, he's on his way back from Nairobi." Khan was surprised. What was he doing in Nairobi? She laughed. "Do you really think he'd tell me? You know how secretive he is." He put his lips against her ear. "I know how secretive we used to be, Annika. Only it wasn't secretive at all, was it?" Her eyes engaged his in the mirror. I didn't tell him everything. Some things I kept for myself. Khan's lips curled in contempt. You don't actually expect me to believe that. Believe what you want. You always have. Meaning? She gasped and bit her lower lip. I never understood the depth of my hatred for my father until I spent time with you. He let up on his grip and she swallowed convulsively. But you, with your unswerving enmity toward your father, you showed me the light. You showed me how to bide my time, to savor the thought of revenge. Though he had no intention of showing it, what she said shook him. He'd had no idea he'd revealed so much of himself to her. We were together a year, he said. A lifetime for people like us. 13 months, 21 days, 6 hours, she said. I remember the precise moment I walked out on you, because it was then I knew I couldn't control you as Stepan wanted me to. And why was that? His voice was casual, even though his interest was anything but. Her eyes had engaged his again, refused to let them go. Because, when I was with you, I could no longer control myself. Was she telling the truth, or was she playing him again? Khan didn't know. Despite his best efforts, emotion had entered the picture, spreading its toxic haze over his mind, clouding his judgment. He could feel his desire for her rising. He wanted her so badly that he couldn't help but press his lips against the precious skin at the nape of her neck. And in so doing he missed the shadow's sudden fall into the interior of the Skoda, the shadow marked by Annika, who shifted her gaze, saw the burly American wrench open the rear door and bring down the butt end of his gun onto the back of Khan's skull. Khan keeled over onto the back seat, unconscious. "Hello, Ms. Badosh," the burly American said in perfectly inflected Hungarian. He smiled as he swept up her gun into his huge hand. "My name's McCall, but I'd be obliged if you called me Kevin." "I wouldn't have expected this guy to be carrying such a mediocre gun," Kevin McCall said as he hauled Annika out of the Skoda. He stowed it away. Annika went meekly enough, happy that he'd mistaken her gun for Khan's. She stood on the sidewalk, her head bowed, eyes lowered, a secret smile lighting her up inside. Like many men, he couldn't fathom that she'd carry a weapon, let alone might know how to use it. What he didn't know would certainly hurt him. "First of all, I want to assure you that nothing will happen to you. All you have to do is answer my questions truthfully and obey my commands to the letter. Do we understand each other?" She nodded. "I understand, yes." "Good." He took her into the shadows of the entrance to 106-108 Fuutsa. "I'm looking for Jason Bourne." "Where is he?" "Upstairs, in my apartment." See how easy that was? No fuss, no muss. Now let's you and me go on up. They went inside and she used her key. She turned on the light and they went up the wide staircase. When they reached the 4th floor, McCall reined her in. "Hear me now," he said softly. "As far as you're concerned, nothing's wrong. Got me?" "Yes." She walked to her door, put her key in the lock, and opened it. She saw to her right that Jason was slumped on the sofa, his eyes half closed. Bourne looked up. "I thought you were—" At that instant, McCall shoved her, raised his gun. "Daddy's home!" he cried as he aimed the gun at the recumbent figure and pulled the trigger. Annika, who'd been biding her time, waiting for McCall's first move, drove the point of her cocked elbow into his arm, deflecting his aim. As a result, the bullet entered the wall above Bourne's head. McCall bellowed in rage, reached out with his left hand even as he was swinging his right arm down to aim again at his recumbent target. His fingers sank into Annika's hair, grabbed tight, jerked her back off her feet. At that moment, Bourne brought his ceramic gun from beneath the eiderdown. He wanted to shoot the intruder in the chest, but Annika was in the way. Altering his aim, he shot the intruder through the meat of his gun arm. The gun fell to the carpet, blood splattered from the wound, and Annika screamed as the intruder dragged her back against his chest as a shield. Bourne was up on one knee, the muzzle of his gun roaming, as the intruder, with Annika braced against him, backed toward the open door. "This isn't over. Not by a long shot," he said, his gaze on Bourne. "I've never lost a sanction, and I don't intend to start now." With that ominous pronouncement, he picked Annika up and hurled her at Bourne. Bourne, off the sofa, caught Annika. He whirled her around, then sprinted through the open doorway in time to see the elevator door closing. He took the stairs. He slammed through the door into the lobby. There was blood on the marble floor, but no assassin. Perhaps it was the venom in his heart that had pulled Khan back from unconsciousness so quickly. In any case, he was up and out of the Skoda within minutes of the attack and crouched in the shadows of a doorway. He heard the slam of the front door, and his head came up in time for him to see a big man racing out of the entrance to 106-108 Fuutsa. He was grasping one hand with the other, and by the trail of blood behind him, Khan figured that he'd run into Jason Bourne. He knew this must be the man who'd attacked him. Khan felt an immediate urge to kill him, but with an effort he gained control and came up with a better idea. Leaving the shadows, he followed the figure as he fled down Fuutsa. The advantage of having a girl in every port, McCall knew, was that he always had a place to hole up. There was, of course, an agency safe house in Budapest. In fact, there were several, but with his bleeding hand he had no intention of showing up in an official residence and thereby announcing to his superiors his failure to satisfy the sanction the DCI himself had given him. Ilona was home when, wounded arm at his side, he stumbled up to her door. He sent her to make him something to eat. Then he went into her bathroom, stripped to the waist, and washed off the blood from his right arm. After pouring hydrogen peroxide over the wound, he rifled through the cabinets without finding any sterile cotton pads. He did find, under the sink, a roll of duct tape. Using a pair of cuticle scissors, he cut off a length, wrapped it tightly around the wound. When he returned, Ilona had his meal prepared. He sat wolfing down the food without tasting it. She stood behind him as he ate, massaging the bunched muscles of his shoulders. "You're so tense," she said. "What did you do after you left me at the baths? You were so relaxed then." "Work," he said laconically. "I've told you my work is stressful." "I wish you'd quit then." "I love what I do," he said. "I'd never quit." "And still you're sullen." She came around, held out her hand. "Then come to bed now. Let me make it better." "You go," he said. "Wait for me there. I've some business calls to make. When I'm finished, I'll be all yours." Morning came in a bevy of shouts to the small, anonymous room in a cheap hotel. The sounds of Budapest stirring penetrated the thin walls, goading Annika from her fitful sleep. For a time she lay immobile in the grayish morning illumination, side by side with Bourne on the double bed. At length she turned her head, stared at him. How her life had changed since she'd met him on the steps of Mattathias Church. Her father was dead, and now she couldn't return to her own apartment because its location was known to both Khan and the CIA. And what of Bourne? What did she feel for him? It was difficult for her to tell. She'd lied to Khan when she'd told him that she couldn't control herself around him. She'd walked out on him because Stepan had ordered her to leave. Slowly, carefully, she inched away from Bourne until finally she turned and rose. She was reaching for her coat when Bourne, rising from deep sleep to immediate wakefulness, spoke her name softly. Annika started, turned. "I thought you were fast asleep. Did I wake you?" Bourne watched her, unblinking. "Where are you going?" We need new clothes." He struggled to sit up. "How are you feeling?" she asked. "I'm fine," he said. "Besides clothes, we both need disguises." "We?" Kevin McCall, the man the CIA sent to kill me, knew who you were. That means he'd been sent a photo of you. But why? She shook her head. How did the CIA know you and I were together? They didn't, he said. I've been thinking, and the only way they could have made you was through your computer's IP address. I must have set off an internal alarm when I hacked into the government's intranet. God in heaven. She slipped into her coat. Still, it's far safer for me out on the streets than it would be for you. Do you know a shop that sells theatrical makeup? I am sure I can find a place. Bourne grabbed a pad and the stub of a pencil off the desk and made a hurried list. This is what I'll need for both of us, he said. I've also written down my shirt, neck, and waist sizes. Do you have enough money? I have plenty, but it's in American dollars. She shook her head. Too dangerous. I'd have to go to a bank and change it into Hungarian forint, and that might be noticed. There are ATMs all over the city. Be careful, he warned. Don't worry. I should be back in a couple of hours. Until then, don't leave the room. She descended in the tiny, creaking elevator. Save for the day clerk behind the desk, the commensurately tiny lobby was deserted. She went out into bustling Budapest. The presence of Kevin McCall, a complicating factor, made her uneasy, but Stepan reassured her when she telephoned him with the news. She'd been updating him when she'd telephoned him from her apartment every time she'd run the water in the kitchen. Across town, Kevin McCall strode into the branch of the Budapest bank that handled Annika Vados's account. He flashed his credentials and, in due course, was admitted to the glass-enclosed office of the branch manager. They shook hands as they introduced themselves, and the manager indicated that McCall sit in the upholstered chair facing him. The manager steepled his fingers and said, "How can I be of assistance, Mr. McCall?" "We're looking for an international fugitive," McCall began. "Ah, and why isn't Interpol involved?" "They are," McCall said, "as well as the Quai d'Orsay in Paris, which was this fugitive's last stop before coming here to Budapest." "And the name of this wanted man?" McCall produced the CIA flyer, which he unfolded and set on the desk in front of the manager. The bank manager adjusted his glasses as he scanned the flyer. "Ah, yes. Jason Bourne. I watch CNN. You say he's here in Budapest?" "We've got a confirmed sighting." The bank manager set the flyer aside. "And how may I help?" "He was in the company of one of your depositors, Annika Vados." "Really?" The bank manager frowned. "Her father was killed, shot dead 2 days ago. Do you think the fugitive murdered him?" "It's entirely possible. I would appreciate your help in finding out if Miss Vados has used an ATM any time in the last 24 hours. "I understand. The fugitive needs money. He might force her to get it for him." "Precisely." The bank manager swiveled around, began to type on his computer keyboard. "Let's see, then. Ah, yes, here she is. Annika Vados." He was staring at his computer screen when a chirp sounded. "It seems you were right, Mr. McCall. Annika Vados's PIN number was used at an ATM less than a half hour ago." "Address," McCall said, leaning forward. The manager wrote the address down on a sheet of notepaper, handed it to McCall, who was up and on his way with a "thank you" thrown over his shoulder. Bourne, down in the lobby of the hotel, asked the clerk for directions to the nearest public internet access point. He walked the 12 blocks to AMI Internet Cafe. Inside, it was smoky and crowded, people sitting at computer stations, smoking as they read email, did research, or simply surfed the web. He ordered a double espresso and a buttered roll from a spike-haired young woman who handed him a time-stamped slip of paper with the number of his station on it, and directed him to a free computer that was already logged onto the internet. He sat down and began his work. In the search field, he typed in the name of Peter Gido, Dr. Schiffer's former partner, but found nothing. That in itself was both odd and suspicious. If Gido was a scientist of any note at all, then chances were he'd be somewhere on the web, The fact that he wasn't caused Bourne to consider the fact that his absence was deliberate. He'd have to try another path. There was something about the name Zhido that rang a bell in his linguist's brain. Was it Russian in origin? Slavic? He searched these language sites but came up blank. On a hunch, he switched to a site on the Magyar language, and there it was. It turned out that Hungarian family names, what Hungarians called bynames, most always meant something. For instance, they could be patronymic, meaning they used the father's name, or they could be locative, identifying where the person came from. Their family name could also tell you their profession. Interestingly, he noted that Vados meant hunter, or what they were. Zhido was the Hungarian word for Jew. So Peter Zhido was a Hungarian, just like Vados. Conklin had chosen Vados to work with. Coincidence? Bourne didn't believe in coincidences. There was a connection. He could sense it, which opened up the following line of thought. All the world-class hospitals and research facilities in Hungary were in Budapest. Could Zhido be here? Bourne's hands flew over the keyboard, accessing the online Budapest phone directory, and there he found a Dr. Peter Zhido. He noted the address and phone number, then logged off, paid for his time online, and took his double espresso and roll to the cafe section, where he sat at a corner table away from other patrons. He chomped on his roll while he took out his cell phone and dialed Zhido's number. After several rings, a female voice answered. "Hello," Bourne said in a cheerful voice. "Mrs. Zhido?" "Yes?" He hung up without responding, wolfed down the rest of his breakfast while waiting for the taxi he'd called for, then went out into the street to meet it. He gave the driver Dr. Peter Zhido's address, and not more than 20 minutes later, the taxi drew up in front of a small house with a stone facade. He climbed the steps and knocked. The front door was opened by a rather rotund woman of middle years with soft brown eyes and a ready smile. "Mrs. Zhido? Dr. Peter Zhido's wife?" "That's right. May I help you?" "My name is David Schiffer." "Yes?" He smiled winningly. "Felix Schiffer's cousin, Mrs. Zhido." "I'm sorry," Peter Zhido's wife said, "but Felix never mentioned you." Bourne was prepared for this. He chuckled. "That's not surprising. You see, we lost touch with each other. I'm only now just returned from Australia." "Australia? My word." She stepped aside. "Well, do come in, please. You must think me rude." She showed him into a small sitting room and bade him make himself at home. When he was seated in an over-upholstered chair, she said, "Would you like coffee or tea? I have some Stollen. I baked it this morning." "Stollen, a favorite of mine," he said. "And only coffee will do with Stollen. Thank you." She chuckled and headed for the kitchen. "Are you sure you're not part Hungarian, Mr. Schiffer?" "Please call me David," he said, rising and following her. "Is there something I can help you with?" "Why, thank you, David. And you must call me Esti." She pointed at a covered cake platter. "Why don't you cut us each a piece?" Several more minutes of bustling around the kitchen brought a carafe of coffee and plates of Stollen on a tray, which Bourne carried back into the sitting room. "So you're Felix's cousin," she said when they were both settled. "Yes, and I'm eager for news of Felix," Bourne said as she poured the coffee. "But you see, I can't find him, and I thought, well, I was hoping your husband could help me out." "I don't think he knows where Felix is. I don't mean to alarm you, David, but he's been quite upset lately. Though they hadn't officially worked together for some time, they'd had a long-distance correspondence going recently." She stirred cream into her coffee. "They never stopped being good friends, you see." "So this recent correspondence was of a personal nature," Bourne said. "I don't know about that. I gathered that it had something to do with their work." "You wouldn't know what, would you, Esti? I've come a long way to find my cousin, and frankly, I've begun to worry a little. Anything you or your husband could tell me, anything at all, would be of great help." "Of course, David. I understand completely. I imagine Peter would be quite happy to see you. At the moment, though, he's at work. Do you think I could have his phone number?" "No, that won't do you any good. Peter never answers his phone at work. You'll have to go to the Eurocenter Bio 1 clinic at 75 Hatsu Utsa.
When you do, you'll first go through a metal detector, after which you'll be stopped at the front desk. Because of the work they do there, they're exceptionally security conscious. They require special ID tags to get into his section. White for visitors, green for resident doctors, blue for assistants and support staff. Thank you for the information, Esty. May I inquire as to what your husband specializes in? You mean Felix never told you? Bourne, sipping his delicious coffee, swallowed. Felix never spoke to me about his work. Estigido laughed. Peter's just the same, and considering the frightening field he's in, it's just as well. I'm sure if I knew what he was into, I'd have nightmares. You see, he's an epidemiologist. Bourne's heart skipped a beat. Frightening, you say? He must work with some nasty bugs, then. Anthrax, pneumonic plague. Estigido's face clouded over. Oh dear, please. She waved a pudgy-fingered hand. Those are just the things I know Peter works with, but don't want to know about. I apologize. Bourne leaned forward, poured her more coffee. She sat back, sipping her coffee. You know, David, now that I think about it, there was an evening not long ago when Peter came home in a high state of excitement. So much so, in fact, that for once he forgot himself and mentioned something to me. He'd been in contact with Felix, he said, who'd had some sort of breakthrough with the thing he'd been working on for more than 2 years. Bourne's mouth was dry. Did your husband tell you what it was? Of course he did, Estigido said with gusto. It was a biochemical disperser, whatever that is. According to Peter, what was so extraordinary about it was that it was portable. It could be carried in an acoustic guitar case, he said. Interesting indeed, Bourne said. He rose. Esty, I'm afraid I must be going. Thank you so much for your time and your hospitality. Everything was delicious, especially the Stollen. She blushed, smiling warmly as she saw him to the door. Do come again, David, under happier circumstances. I will, he assured her. Out on the street, he paused. Estigido's information confirmed both his suspicions and his worst fears. The reason everyone wanted to get their hands on Dr. Schiffer was that he had indeed created a portable means of dispersing chemical and biological pathogens. In a big city such as New York or Moscow, that would mean thousands of deaths with no means to save anyone within the radius of the dispersion. A truly terrifying scenario, one that would come true unless he could find Dr. Schiffer. If anyone knew, it would be Peter Gito. Jamie Hull and Fade Al-Saud were inspecting the Osculide Hotel's HVAC system, in which they'd installed both heat-sensitive infrared and motion detectors. This foray was quite apart from the daily inspection of the summit's Forum HVAC the three agents undertook as a team. In a little over 8 hours, the first contingent of the negotiating parties would arrive. 12 hours after that, the leaders would present themselves and the summit would begin. There was absolutely no margin for error. After purchasing everything Bourne needed, Annika left the men's clothes shop. As she headed toward the theatrical district, she saw the reflection of movement behind her in the shop window. As casually as she could, she crossed the street, paused in front of a shop window. In it, she recognized the image of Kevin McCall as he crossed the street behind her, ostensibly heading toward a cafe on the corner of the block. She knew that she had to lose him before she reached the area of theatrical makeup shops. Making sure he couldn't see, she pulled out her cell phone, dialed Bourne's number. "Jason," she said softly, "McCall's picked me up." "Where are you now?" he said. "The beginning of Atsi Utsa. I'm not far away." "I thought you weren't going to leave the hotel. What have you been doing?" "I've discovered a lead," he said. "Really?" Her heart beat fast. Had he found out about Stepan? "What is it?" "First, we've got to deal with McCall. I want you to go to 75 Hatsu Utsa. Wait for me at the front desk." He continued, giving her details of what she was to do. She disconnected and called the taxi. When it came, she got in and gave the driver the address Bourne had made her repeat back to him. As they drove off, she looked around but didn't see McCall,
though she was certain he'd been following her. A moment later, a battered dark green Opel threaded its way through traffic, wedging itself behind her taxi. Annika, peering into the driver's offside mirror, recognized the hulking figure behind the wheel of the Opel, and her lips curled in a secret smile. Kevin McCall had taken the bait. Now if only Bourne's plan would work. Stepan Spalko, newly returned to the Humanistas Limited headquarters in Budapest, was monitoring the international clandestine service cipher traffic for news on the summit when his cell phone rang. "What is it?" he said tersely. "I'm on my way to meet Bourne at 75 Hatsu Utsa," Annika said. Spalko turned and walked away from where his technicians were sitting at their deciphering workstations. "He's sending you to the Eurocenter Bio 1 clinic. He knows about Peter Gido. He said he had an exciting new lead, but he wouldn't tell me what it was." "The man's relentless," Spalko said. "I'll take care of Gido, but you can't let him anywhere near his office." "I understand that. In any event, Bourne's attention is initially going to be directed toward the American CIA agent who's been shadowing him. I don't want Bourne killed, Annika. He's far too valuable to me alive. At least for the moment." Spalko's mind was sorting through possibilities, discarding them one by one until he arrived at his desired conclusion. Leave everything else to me. Stepan Spalko was standing in the center of Capistran Terre, within shouting distance of his waiting limo. Above him rose the Mary Magdalene Tower, all that was left of the 13th century Franciscan church. Spalko glanced at his watch. Gido was late. At the top of the tower, the 24-piece glockenspiel sounded 15 minutes after the hour. Gido was very late. Spalko, watching the crowd's ebb and flow, was just about to break protocol and call Gido on the cell phone he'd given him when he saw the scientist hurrying toward him from the opposite side of the tower. He was carrying something that looked like a jeweler's sample case. "You're late," Spalko said shortly. "I know, but it couldn't be helped. I had trouble getting the item out of storage. There was staff inside, and I had to wait until the cold room was empty so as not to arouse—" "Not here, Doctor." Spalko took Gido firmly by the elbow and all but frog-marched him deep into the desolate shadows thrown by the rather forbidding Baroque stone tower. "You've forgotten to watch your tongue around outsiders, Peter," Spalko said. "We're part of an elite group, you and I. I've told you that." "I know," Dr. Gido said nervously. "Here's the product. It's everything you asked for and more." He held out the case. "But let's get this over and done with quickly. I have to get back to the lab." Spalko pushed Gido's hand away. "You hold on to that, Peter, at least for a little while longer." "But you said you needed it now. Immediately. As I told you, once put in the portable case, the material is live for only 48 hours. I haven't forgotten. Stepan, I'm at a loss. I took a great risk in bringing it out of the clinic during working hours. Now I must get back, or—" Spalko smiled, and at the same time tightened his grip on Gido's elbow. "You're not going back, Peter." The Eurocenter Bio 1 clinic was housed in a modern stone building the color of lead. Bourne entered with the quick, authoritative strides of someone who knew where he was going. The interior of the clinic spoke of money. The lobby was marble-clad. Classical-looking columns were interspersed with bronze statuary. The ugly metal detector was particularly offensive in this tranquil and moneyed setting. Beyond the skeletal structure was a high bank behind which sat 3 harried-looking attendants. Bourne passed through the metal detector without incident, his ceramic gun going entirely unnoticed. At the front desk, he was all business. "Alexander Conklin to see Dr. Peter Gido." "ID, please, Mr. Conklin," said one of the 3 female attendants. Bourne handed over his false passport, which the attendant glanced at, looking at Bourne's face only long enough to make visual confirmation before returning it to Bourne. She handed over a white plastic tag. "Please wear this at all times, Mr. Conklin." She provided the new visitor with directions, and Bourne set off.
They require special ID tags to get into his section. White for visitors, green for resident doctors, blue for assistants and support staff, Estigito had told him. So his immediate task was to find a likely member of the staff. On his way to the epidemiological wing, he passed 4 men, none of whom were the right somatotype type. He needed someone who was more or less his size. Along the way, he tried every door that wasn't marked as an office or lab, looking for storage rooms and the like, places that would be infrequently visited by the medical staff. He saw coming toward him a man in a white lab coat of more or less his height and weight. He wore a green ID tag that identified him as Dr. Lens Morens. "Excuse me, Dr. Morens," Bourne said with a deprecating smile. "I wonder if you could direct me to the microbiological wing? I seem to have lost my way." "Indeed you have," Dr. Morent said. "You are headed straight for the epidemiological wing." "Oh dear. I really have gotten myself turned around." "Not to worry," Dr. Morent said. "Here's all you have to do." As he turned to point Bourne in the right direction, Bourne chopped down with the edge of his hand and the bacteriologist collapsed. Bourne caught him before he could hit the floor. Standing him more or less upright, he half-carried, half-dragged the doctor back to the nearest storage room. Inside, Bourne turned on the light, took off his jacket and stuffed it into a corner. Then he stripped Dr. Morentz of his lab coat and ID. Using some spare surgical tape, he bound the doctor's hands behind his back, taped his ankles tightly, and wrapped a final piece across his mouth. Then he dragged the body into a corner, stashing it behind a couple of large cartons. He returned to the door, turned off the light, and went out into the corridor. For a time after she arrived at the Eurocenter Bio 1 clinic, Annika sat in the taxi while the meter ran. "Miss," the taxi driver's query broke into her thoughts. "Are you meeting someone here, or is there somewhere else you want me to take you?" Annika leaned forward, pressing a wad of bills into his hand. "This will be fine here." Still, she didn't move, but she looked around, wondering where Kevin McCall was. She got out at last and went through the front door of the clinic. Inside, the setup was just as Bourne had described it to her. She wondered where he'd gotten his information in such short order. Passing through the metal detector, she was stopped on the other side, was asked to open her purse so the officer could peer through its contents. Following Bourne's instructions to the letter, she approached the high marble bank, smiled at one of the 3 attendants who looked up long enough to acknowledge her presence. "My name is Annika Vados," she said. "I'm waiting for a friend." The attendant nodded, went back to her work. The 2 others were either on the phone or inputting data into a computer workstation. Another phone rang, and the woman who'd smiled at Annika picked up the receiver, spoke into it for a moment, then, astonishingly, beckoned her over. When Annika approached the bank, the attendant said, "Miss Vados, Dr. Morens is expecting you." She glanced briefly at Annika's driver's license, then handed her a white plastic ID tag. "Please wear that at all times, Miss Vados. The doctor is waiting for you in his laboratory." She pointed the way, and Annika, baffled, followed her direction down a corridor. At the first T-junction, she turned left and ran right into a man in a white lab coat. "Oh, excuse me, what?" She looked up to see Jason Bourne's face. On his lab coat was a green plastic ID tag with the name Dr. Lens Morens printed on it, and she started to laugh. "Oh, I see. A pleasure to meet you, Dr. Morens, even though you don't look all that much like your photo." "You know how those cheap cameras are," Bourne said, taking her by the elbow and leading her back to the corner she'd just turned. Peering around the corner, he said, "Here comes the CIA, right on schedule." Annika saw Kevin McCall showing his credentials to one of the attendants. "How'd he get his gun past the metal detector?" she asked. "He didn't. Why do you think I directed you here?" Despite herself, she looked at him with admiration. "A trap. McCall's here without a gun. Look, I discovered that Schiffer's former partner, Peter Zito, works here. If anyone knows where Schiffer is, it's Zito. We need to speak with him. But first, we've got to take care of McCall once and for all." Khan had used a taxi to tail the battered green Opel. He hadn't wanted to use the rental Skoda in case it had been made.
He waited for Kevin McCall to pull into a parking space. Then he had the taxi go past, and when the CIA agent got out of his Opel, he paid the driver and started after the other on foot. Last evening, following McCall from Annika's, he had called Ethan Hearn and read him off the license plate of the green Opel. Within the hour, Hearn had gotten him the name and number of the rental car location McCall had used. Posing as an Interpol agent, he'd obtained from the suitably cowed attendant McCall's name and address in the States. He hadn't left a local address, but as it had turned out, he'd used his real name. It had been a simple matter then for Kahn to call another number, where a contact of his in Berlin had run McCall's name through his databanks and come up with CIA. Up ahead, McCall turned the corner onto Hatsu Utsa, entering a modern gray stone building at 75 that had more than a passing resemblance to a medieval fortress. It was fortunate that Kahn waited a moment, as was his habit, because just then McCall ducked out. Kahn watched him, curious as he went to a trash bin. Looking around to make sure no one was paying him any attention, he drew out his gun, placed it quickly and carefully into the bin. Kahn waited until McCall had returned inside, then continued on, passing through the steel and glass door into the lobby. There he observed McCall throwing around his agency credentials. Observing the metal detector, Kahn realized why McCall had gotten rid of his weapon. Was it coincidence, or had Bourne set a trap for him? As McCall was given an ID tag and went down the corridor, Kahn passed through the metal detector, showed the Interpol ID he'd picked up in Paris. Kevin McCall saw Annika Valdosh up ahead and knew that Bourne had to be close by. He was certain she hadn't made him, but in any event he fingered the small plastic square attached to the wristband of his watch. Inside was a length of nylon line retracted onto a tiny reel hidden within the plastic housing. He'd have preferred to complete the Bourne sanction with a gun because it was quick and clean. He saw Annika now, headed he was quite sure toward a rendezvous with Jason Bourne. He hung back, tapping the plastic square lying against the inside of his wrist as he waited for his opportunity. From his position inside a supply room, Bourne saw Annika pass by. He could see Kevin McCall now, large and dangerous. Just as the agent passed the partly open door to the supply room, Bourne leaped out and delivered a massive two-handed blow to McCall's right kidney. The agent's body canted over toward Bourne, who grabbed him and began to drag him into the supply room. But McCall whirled and exploded a massive fist into Bourne's chest. Pain pinwheeled, and as Bourne staggered back, McCall drew out the nylon line, lunging at Bourne's neck. Bourne used the edge of his hand to land two fierce blows that must have caused McCall a great deal of pain. Still, he came on with reddened eyes and a grim determination. He looped the nylon line around Bourne's neck, pulled so tight that for the first instant Bourne was lifted off his feet. Bourne fought for breath, which only allowed McCall to tighten the line further. Then Bourne realized his mistake. He ceased to worry about breathing, concentrating on freeing himself. His knee came up, making sharp contact with McCall's genitals. All the breath went out of McCall, and for an instant his grip loosened enough for Bourne to get 2 fingers between the nylon line and the flesh of his throat. McCall, with a grunt of rage, drew all his energy into his arms, jerking the nylon line more tightly than ever. Having heard the first sounds of engagement, Annika turned and saw that Bourne was in trouble. Remembering Stepan's admonishment to keep Bourne alive, she rushed through the open door of the supply room just in time to see McCall's vicious attack at Bourne's neck. She hurled herself at him, knocking him off stride. McCall, aware of her now in the periphery of his vision, whirled, his left elbow high and cocked, and he smashed it back into her throat. Annika gagged, reflexively grabbed at her neck as she began to sink down onto her knees. McCall came at her. Bourne, without any other recourse, withdrew his ceramic gun, pressed the muzzle against McCall's flesh, and pulled the trigger. There was very little noise, but the hole in McCall's neck was impressive. Bourne kicked the door to the supply room closed, stripped off the bloody lab coat, and dropped it over the corpse of Kevin McCall. Bourne slipped on his leather jacket with its white visitor's ID tag. We've got to get to Dr. Gido as quickly as possible. Dr. Moritz is bound to be missed sooner or later. Where is Gido? In the epidemiological wing. Come on. He peered around the door jamb, checking to make sure no one was around. Gido's in 902, he said, scanning the numbers on the doors they passed. The wing was, in actuality, a square with an open space in its center. Doors to labs and offices were set at intervals along the four walls, the only exception being a barred metal exit door, locked from the outside, which was in the center of the far wall. Obviously, the epidemiological wing was at the back of the clinic, because it was clear from the markings on the small storerooms to either side that the door was used to remove hazardous medical waste. There's his lab, Bourne said, hurrying ahead. Annika, just behind him, saw the fire alarm box on the wall ahead of her, precisely where Stepan said it would be. As she came abreast of it, she lifted the glass. Bourne was knocking on the door to Gido's lab. Receiving no answer, he opened the door. Just as he stepped into Dr. Gido's lab, Annika pulled down the handle and the fire alarm went off. The wing was suddenly filled with people. 3 members of the clinic's security force appeared. It was obvious that these were extremely efficient people. Bourne, desperate now, looked around Gido's empty office. He noticed a mug half filled with coffee, the computer screen lit with a screensaver. He pressed the escape key, and the upper part of the screen filled with a complex chemical equation. The lower half had the following legend. Product must be kept at minus 32 degrees Celsius as it is extremely fragile. Heat of any kind renders it instantly inert. Through the mounting chaos, Bourne was thinking furiously. Though Dr. Gido wasn't here, he had been here not long ago. All evidence pointed to him having left in a hurry. At that moment, Annika rushed in and pulled at him. Jason, the clinic security is asking questions, checking everyone's ID. We've got to get out of here now. She led him to the doorway. If we can make it to the rear exit, we can escape that way. Out in the open space of the wing, chaos reigned. Security, trying to get a grip on who was present, was having to deal with calming the clinic's personnel. Bourne and Annika were heading toward the metal exit door when Bourne saw Khan working his way through the stampeding crowd toward them. Bourne grabbed Annika, interposed himself between her and the oncoming Khan. What was Khan's intention, he wondered. Listen to me, Khan said, trying to make himself heard above the noise. Bourne, you've got to listen to me. But Bourne, herding Annika, had reached the metal exit door, and crashing through it, hurtled into the alley behind the clinic, where a hazmat truck was parked. 6 men armed with machine guns stood in front of it. Bourne, instantly recognizing it as a trap, turned and instinctively shouted at Khan, who was coming on behind him. Annika, swinging around, saw Khan at last and ordered 2 of the men to open fire. But Khan, heeding Bourne's warning, leaped aside a split second before the hail of bullets mowed down the clinic's security detail that had come to investigate. Now all hell broke loose inside the clinic as staff ran, screaming, through the swinging doors, down the corridor toward the front entrance. 2 of the men grabbed Bourne from behind. He whirled, engaging them. "Find him," he heard Annika shout. "Find Khan and kill him." "Annika, what?" Bourne, stunned, watched the pair that had fired race past him. Pushing himself to action, he smashed one man in the face, putting him down, but another took his place. "Careful," Annika warned. "He's got a gun." One of the men shackled Bourne's arms behind his back while a second scrabbled for the weapon. He wrestled free, chopped down hard, breaking his would-be captor's nose. Blood gushed, and the man fell back, his hands cupping the center of his ruined face. "What the hell are you doing?" Then Annika, armed with a machine pistol, stepped in, slammed him hard with its thick butt in his ribs. All the breath went out of him, and he canted over, losing his balance. His knees were like rubber, and the agony that racked him was for a moment unbearable. Then they'd grabbed hold of him. One man punched him in the side of the head. Bourne sagged again in their arms. The two men returned from their recon of the clinic wing. No sign of him, they reported to Annika. No matter, she said, and pointed to the man writhing on the ground. Get him into the vehicle. Hurry now. She turned back to Bourne, saw the man with the broken nose was pressing a gun to the side of Bourne's head. Annika said calmly but firmly, "Put the gun down. He's to be taken alive. Spalko's orders. You know that." The man put the gun up. "All right," she said. "Into the truck." Bourne stared at her. His mind was ablaze with her betrayal. Smirking, Annika held out a hand, and one of the men handed her a hypodermic filled with a clear liquid. With a swift and sure motion, she emptied the hypodermic into Bourne's vein, and slowly his eyes lost focus. 20 minutes after the operation at the rear of the Eurocenter Bio 1 clinic, Khan wondered when he'd ever felt more strongly the urge to retaliate against an enemy. Even though he'd been outmanned and outgunned, even though the rational part of his mind understood all too well the foolhardiness of launching a counterattack against the men Spalko had sent to get him and Jason Bourne, another part of him had been determined to fight back. Strangely, it was Bourne's warning that had brought out in him the irrational desire to hurl himself into the pitched battle and rend Spalko's men limb from limb. It was a feeling that came from the very core of him, and so powerful was it that it had taken all his rational willpower to pull back, to hide from the men Annika had sent in to find him. He was sitting in Grendel, a cafe about a mile from the clinic, which was now crawling with police and, probably, Interpol agents. He sipped at his double espresso and thought about the primal feeling in which he still felt gripped. He saw the look of concern on Jason Bourne's face when he saw Khan about to step into the trap in which he was already ensnared, as if he'd been more concerned with keeping Khan out of danger than with his own safety. But that was impossible, wasn't it? Khan was not in the habit of replaying recent scenarios, but he found himself doing so now. As Bourne and Annika had headed for the exit, he'd tried to warn Bourne about her, but he'd been too late. What had motivated him to do that? Certainly he hadn't planned on it. It was a spur-of-the-moment decision. Or was it? He shook his head, annoyed at himself. This was a question that he needed to put aside for the time being. At last he understood why Spalko had called him while he was in Paris. He'd been given a test, and, to Spalko's way of thinking, he'd failed. Spalko now thought of Khan as an imminent threat to him, just as he thought of Bourne as a threat. For Khan, Spalko had become the enemy. All his life, Khan had only one way of dealing with enemies. He eliminated them. Khan drained his small cup and, flipping open his cell phone, punched in a number. "I was just about to call you, but I wanted to wait until I was out of the building," Ethan Hearn said. "Something's up." Khan checked his watch. It wasn't yet 5. What, exactly? "About 2 minutes ago, I saw a hazmat truck approaching, and I got down to the basement in time to see 2 men and a woman bringing a man in on a stretcher." "That woman will be Annika Vados," Khan said. "She's quite the stunner. Listen to me, Ethan. If you run into her, be very careful. She's as dangerous as they come." "Too bad," Hearn mused. "No one saw you?" "No, I was quite careful about that." "Good. Can you find out where they took this man? I mean the exact location." "I already know. I watched the elevator when they took him up. He's somewhere on the 4th floor. That's Spalko's personal level." "Good work." Khan rose, threw some money on the table, and walked out of the cafe. Arsenov and Zina arrived at the house 90 minutes after the others. By that time, the cadre had changed into jeans and work shirts and had pulled the van into the large garage. While the women took charge of the bags of food Arsenov and Zina had bought, the men opened the box of hand weapons, waiting for them, and helped set up the spray painters. Arsenov took out the photos Spalko had given him, and they set about spray painting the van the proper color of an official government vehicle. While the van was drying, they drove the second van into the garage.
Using a stencil, they spray-painted Hafnerfjordur, fine fruits and vegetables, onto both sides of the vehicle. At dinner, the conversation was spirited, a flux of tension and anticipation animating them. Arsenov, who normally frowned on such loose behavior, allowed this outlet for their nerves, but only for a contained amount of time. Leaving the women to clean up, he led the men back down to the garage, where they applied the official decals and markings to the sides and front of the van. They drove that outside, brought the third one in, spray-painted it the colors of Reykjavik energy. Afterward, they were all exhausted and ready for sleep, for they would be rising very early. Bourne awoke to find himself strapped into what appeared to be a dentist's chair. He looked around the black concrete room, saw the large drain in the center of the white tile floor, the hose coiled on the wall, the tiered cart beside the chair on which were arrayed ranks of gleaming stainless steel implements. All, it seemed, designed to inflict agonizing damage to the human body. He tried to move his wrists and ankles, but the wide leather straps were secured with the same buckles used on straitjackets. Spalko was wearing his butcher's apron, with hands covered in latex gloves. The apron was clean and well pressed. As yet, there wasn't a spot of blood on it. Spalko picked up an implement, twirled it between his fingers. "Mr. Bourne, what I'm interested in is how much you've discovered about Dr. Schiffer and his little invention." "Where's Felix Schiffer?" "You can't help him, Mr. Bourne. He outlived his usefulness, and now he's beyond anyone's power to resurrect." "You killed him," Bourne said, "just as you killed Alex Conklin and Mo Panov." Spalko shrugged. "Conklin took Dr. Schiffer away from me when I needed him the most. I got Schiffer back, of course. I always get what I want. But Conklin had to pay for thinking he could oppose me with impunity. And Panov? He was in the wrong place at the wrong time. It's as simple as that." Bourne tried not to look at the glinting implement. Instead, what came into his mind was an image of Laszlo Molnar's blue-white body stuffed into his own refrigerator. He'd seen firsthand the damage these tools of Spalko's could inflict. Spalko had begun wielding his instruments of pain. "Again, I'll ask you what you know about Dr. Schiffer's invention." Bourne stared past Spalko at the blank concrete wall. "You've chosen not to answer me," Spalko said. "I applaud your courage." Arsenov and Zina were 15 minutes ahead of schedule. They got out of the van and stood watching on the shore. The moon had already gone down in the short span of darkness this far north. In another half hour it would grow light, and another long day would dawn. They were in more or less the center of the cove, its arms extended on either side so that the tide was stymied, the waves made small. They saw the sweep of the light, blinking on and off 3 times. The boat had arrived. Arsenov switched on the flashlight, returning the signal. Faintly, they could see the fishing boat running, no lights, nosing in. Arsenov switched on his flashlight again, and they saw heading toward them an oared boat, heavily laden, lying low in the water. There were 2 men and a stack of crates. There would be more crates on the fishing boat. Arsenov glanced at his watch. He hoped they could finish before first light. The 2 men nosed the prow of the rowboat up onto the shingle and got out. They didn't waste time with introductions. With great efficiency, the 4 of them offloaded the crates, piling them up neatly in the back of the van. Arsenov heard a sound, turned and saw that a second rowboat had pulled up onto the shingle, and knew then that they'd beat the dawn. In short order, then, the 6 of them moved the rest of the crates into the van. Then the men returned to their boats as silently as they had disembarked from them, and with a push from Arsenov and Zina, began their return journey to the fishing boat. Arsenov and Zina looked at each other. With the arrival of the cargo, the mission had suddenly taken on a reality it hadn't had before. They drove back to the base, where they were met by the other members of the cadre, who, through the judicious application of peroxide dye and colored contact lenses, had now been utterly transformed. Carefully, the crates were unloaded and opened, revealing compact machine pistols, packs of C4 plastic explosive, hazmat suits. Another crate, smaller than the others, contained scallions, bagged, bedded in shaved ice. Arsenov gestured to Ahmed, who donned latex gloves and removed the crate of scallions to the van that had printed on it Hafnarfjordur, fine fruits and vegetables. Then the blond and blue-eyed Ahmed climbed into the van and drove off. The last crate was left for Arsenov and Zina to open. It contained the NX-20. Together they looked at it, the two halves lying innocently inside their molded foam bed, and thought of what they'd been witness to in Nairobi. Arsenov looked at his watch. Very soon now, the Sheikh will arrive with the payload. The final preparations had begun. Do you realize that I'm on my third pair of latex gloves? Stepan Spalko was at the scarred and blood-stained table, sitting on the chair Annika had used the day before. In front of him was a bacon, lettuce, and tomato sandwich. The sandwich was on a plate of fine bone china, and at his right hand was a stemmed glass of finest crystal filled with a vintage Bordeaux. No matter. The hour grows late. He tapped the crystal of the chronometer on his wrist. It occurs to me now, Mr. Bourne, that my marvelous entertainment is at an end. I must tell you what a wonderful night you've provided me. His sandwich had been cut into 2 equal triangles exactly to his specifications. He picked one up and bit into it, chewed slowly and luxuriously. You know, Mr. Bourne, a bacon, lettuce, and tomato sandwich is no good unless the bacon has been freshly cooked and, if possible, thickly sliced. He swallowed, put down the sandwich, and grasping the crystal glass, swirled a measure of Bordeaux around in his mouth. Then he pushed back his chair, rose, and went over to where Jason Bourne sat strapped into the dentist's chair. His head was lolled on his chest, and there were blood spatters in a 2-foot radius around him. Spalko used a knuckle to lift Bourne's head. His eyes, dulled with endless pain, were sunken into dark circles, and his face appeared drained of blood. Before I go, I must tell you the irony of it all. The hour of my triumph is upon us. It doesn't matter what you know. It doesn't matter whether you talked or not now. All that matters is that I have you here, safe and unable to act against me in any way. He laughed. What a terrible price you've paid for your silence. And for what, Mr. Bourne? Nothing. Next to the crumb-spattered bone china plate and the stemmed glass in which remained the dregs of the Bordeaux, Stepan Spalko had arrayed the items he had taken from Bourne. The ceramic gun, Conklin's cell phone, the wad of money, and the switchblade knife. As Bourne watched out of bloodshot eyes, Spalko pocketed the money and took up the gun. I've used you to keep the hounds of the world's intelligence organizations off my trail. In this, you've served me well. He leveled the gun at Bourne, aiming for the spot just above and between his eyes. But sadly, your use to me is at an end. His finger tightened on the trigger. At that moment, Annika came into the room. Khan made it into the building and onto the floor. It's time to leave. Spalko nodded. Then, without any warning, he swept the hand that held Bourne's ceramic gun in an arc, slamming the barrel into the side of Bourne's head. I'll just take this as a souvenir of our first and last encounter. Then he and Annika left the room. Khan had made it into Stepan Spalko's bedroom. Sunlight slanted through the windows, and the Danube glittered below. Khan stepped back from the windows, looked around, orienting himself to the architectural plans Hearn had brought up on his computer screen. He turned, saw the gleaming wooden wall panels. Pressing his ear to each panel in turn, he rapped with his knuckles. In this way, the third panel from the left revealed itself as a door. He pressed against the left side of the panel, and it swung inward. Khan stepped into the room of black concrete and white tiles. He found himself facing a bloody, battered Jason Bourne. He stared at Bourne, strapped into the dentist's chair, blood spatters in a circle around him. Bourne was bare to the waist. His arms, shoulders, chest, and back were a welter of puffy wounds and blistered flesh. "Where is he?" Khan asked. "Where's Spalko?" "I'm afraid you're too late on that score. He's gone, and Annika Vados with him." "She was working for him all along," Khan said. "I tried to warn you at the clinic, but you didn't want to listen." Bourne sighed. "I didn't have time. You never seem to have time to listen." Khan approached Bourne. He stared at the damage Spalko had wrought. Bourne said, "Will you kill me now?" It was not a question, more a statement of fact. Abruptly, Khan turned on his heel and went back into Spalko's Look's bedroom. In a moment, he'd returned with a glass of water and a handful of items he'd scavenged from the bathroom. He held the glass to Bourne's mouth, tipping it slowly until it had been drained. His hands unstrapped the buckles, freeing Bourne's wrists and ankles. Bourne's eyes watched him as he went about cleaning and disinfecting the wounds. Bourne stared hard at Khan, scrutinizing every curve and angle, every feature of his face. Did he see Dow's mouth? His own nose? Or was it all an illusion? "You wanted to know what Spalko was up to," he said. "He's stolen a weapon invented by Felix Schiffer. A portable biodiffuser. Somehow Spalko has coerced Peter Gido, an epidemiologist working at the clinic, to provide him with the payload." Khan dropped the blood-soaked piece of gauze, picked up a clean one. "Which is?" "Anthrax. A designer hemorrhagic fever. I don't know. The only thing for certain is that it's quite lethal." Khan continued to clean Bourne's wounds. "Why are you telling me this now?" "Because I know what Spalko means to do with this weapon." Khan looked up from his work. Bourne found it physically painful to look into Khan's eyes. Spalko's on a very tight time constraint. He needed to get moving now. The terrorism summit in Reykjavik. Bourne nodded. "It's the only possibility that makes sense." Khan stood up, rinsing off his hands at the hose. "I'm going after them," Bourne said. "After putting the pieces together, I finally realized that Conklin had taken Schiffer and hidden him with Vados and Molnar because he'd learned of Spalko's threat. I got the code name for the biodiffuser, NX-20, from a pad in Conklin's house. And so, Conklin was murdered for it." Khan nodded. "Why didn't he go to the agency with his information? Surely the CIA as a whole would have been better equipped to handle the threat to Dr. Schiffer." "There could be many reasons. He didn't think he'd be believed, given Spalko's reputation as a humanitarian. He didn't have enough time. Also, it wasn't Alex's way. He hated sharing secrets." Bourne rose slowly and painfully. "Spalko killed Schiffer, and I have to assume that he has Dr. Gido, alive or dead. I've got to stop him from killing everyone at the summit." Khan turned and handed Bourne the cell phone. "Here, call the agency." "Do you think they'd believe me? As far as the agency's concerned, I murdered Conklin and Panov in the house in Manassas." "I'll do it then. Even the bureaucracy of the CIA has to take seriously an anonymous call that threatens the life of the President of the United States." Bourne shook his head. "The head of American security is a man named Jamie Hull. He'd be sure to find a way to screw up the intel." His eyes gleamed. "That leaves only one other option, but I don't think I can do it alone. Judging by the look of you, you can't do it at all. All the more reason, then, for you to join me." Annika was elated. As they sped toward the airport in Spalko's armor-plated limousine, she knew no one and nothing could stop them. She moved closer to Stepan, and when his charismatic face turned toward her, she took his hand briefly in hers. He'd stripped off the bloody butcher's apron and the latex gloves. He wore jeans, a crisp white shirt, and loafers. You'd never know he'd been up all night. He smiled. I think a glass of champagne is called for, don't you? You think of everything, Stepan. He indicated the flutes sitting in their niches on the inside panel of her door. They were crystal, not plastic. As she leaned forward to take them, he removed a split of champagne from a refrigerated compartment. Outside, the high-rises on either side of the motorway sped by, reflecting the orb of the lowering sun. Spalko ripped off the foil, popped the cork, and poured the foaming champagne into first one flute, then the other. He put down the bottle and they clinked glasses in a silent toast. They sipped together, and she looked into his eyes. I love you, Annika. I love you in a way I could never love anyone else. The bullet from Bourne's gun made surprisingly little noise. Bourne and Khan made their way out of the Humanistas Limited building. Give me your phone, Khan said. Bourne handed over Conklin's cell phone. Khan dialed a contact, and when he reached him, told him where they were and what they required. He listened for a moment and then said to Bourne, Oskar, my contact here in Budapest, is chartering us a flight. And he's getting you some antibiotics. Bourne nodded. Now let's see how good he really is. Tell him we need the schematics for the Oskilid Hotel in Reykjavik. Khan told Oskar what they needed. It'll take about an hour, he said. Khan made another call. Ethan, it's me, he said. Is everything all right? That depends, Hearn said. I discovered that my office was bugged. Does Spalko know who you work for? I never mentioned your name. Anyway, mostly my calls to you were out of the office. Still, it would be wise for you to leave. My thoughts exactly, Hearn said. How much do you have on him? Enough. Take everything you have and get out now. I will have my revenge on him no matter what happens. What's that supposed to mean? It means I want a backup. If for some reason you can't get the material to me, I want you to contact... Hold on a moment. He turned to Bourne and said, Is there someone at the agency who can be trusted with intel on Spalko? Bourne shook his head, then immediately reconsidered. He thought about what Conklin had told him about the deputy director, that he was not only fair-minded, but that he was his own man. Martin Lindros, he said. Khan nodded and repeated the name to Hearn. Then he closed the connection and handed back the phone. An hour later, Oskar arrived with towels and blankets and new clothes, along with an antibiotic for Bourne. He gave them a thermos of hot coffee to drink. They climbed into the back seat and changed. Then he gave them bottled water and food, which they wolfed down. If he was surprised at the sight of Bourne's wounds, he didn't show it. He presented Bourne with a lightweight laptop computer. The schematics for every system and subsystem in the hotel have been downloaded to the hard drive, he said, as well as maps of Reykjavik and the surrounding area, and some basic information I thought might come in handy. I'm impressed. Bourne said this to Oskar, but he meant it for Khan, too. When they were ready, Oskar drove them to the airport. Bourne, whose body was racked with pain, was happy to let someone else drive. Up ahead, he could see the airport's control tower, and a moment later, Oskar turned off the motorway. There were no cops in sight. Nothing seemed out of place. No one came for them as they cruised through the airport roads, heading toward the charter service's airfield. The aircraft was waiting, ready and fueled. They got out of the van. Before he left, Bourne gripped Oskar's hand. Thanks again. No problem, Oskar said with a smile. It all goes on the bill. He drove off and they went up the stairs and into the aircraft. The pilot welcomed them aboard, then pulled up the stairs and closed and locked the door. Bourne told him their destination, and 5 minutes later they were taxiing down the runway, lifting off for their 2-hour, 10-minute flight to Reykjavik. Jamie Hull was below street level, checking the security at the Oskilid Hotel's delivery entrance when he caught sight of Comrade Boris. The Russian security chief evinced surprise at Hull's presence, but Hull wasn't fooled.
He'd had a feeling that Boris had been shadowing him of late, but maybe he was just being paranoid. Not that he wouldn't be justified. All the principals were in the hotel. Tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. the summit would begin, and the time of maximum risk would be upon him. He put a smile on his face. "Working overtime, I see, my good Mr. Hull," Karpov said. "Time enough for rest when the summit's concluded and our job is done. And how is security here? Up to your high American standards, one hopes. I've only just begun." "Then you'll welcome some help, no? 2 heads are better than 1. Hull watched the security team stop a food service truck, question the driver, and climb into the back to check its load. He could find no fault with either the procedure or the methodology. "Don't you find this place depressing?" he asked Boris. "Depressing? This is a fucking wonderland, my friend. Spend a winter in Siberia if you want a definition of depressing." Hull frowned. "You were sent to Siberia?" Karpov laughed. "Yes, but not in the way you think. I was operational up there several years ago when the tension with China was at its peak. You know, secret military maneuverings, clandestine intelligence gathering, all in the darkest, coldest place you can imagine." Another van was rolling in, the food service vehicle having passed muster. This one was from Reykjavik Energy. For some reason, it seemed to have piqued Comrade Boris's interest, and Hull followed him over to where the van was stopped. Inside were 2 uniformed men. Karpov took the call sheet the driver had dutifully handed over to one of the security personnel, glanced down at it. "What's this all about?" he said in his typically over-aggressive manner. "Quarterly geothermal checkup," the driver said blandly. "This has to be done now?" Karpov glared at the blonde driver. "Yes, sir. Our system is interconnected throughout the city. If we don't perform periodic maintenance, we put the entire network at risk." "Well, we can't have that," Hull said. He nodded to one of the security men. "Check inside. If it's all clear, let them through." The Reykjavik Energy van rolled inside the hotel. Stepan Spalko, in a Reykjavik Energy uniform, colored contact lenses in his eyes and a piece of molded latex making his nose wide and ugly, stepped out of the van and told the driver to wait. With a work order on a clipboard in one hand and a small toolbox in the other, he went through the labyrinth in the hotel's belly. The plan of the hotel floated in his mind like a 3-dimensional overlay. He knew his way around the vast complex better than many of the employees whose work confined them to a single area. It took him 12 minutes to reach the section of the hotel that housed the space that would serve as the summit's venue. In that time, he was stopped 4 times by security guards, even though he was wearing his ID clipped to his overalls. He took the stairs, went down 3 levels below ground, where he was stopped once again. He was near enough to a thermal heat junction to make his presence there plausible. Still, he was near enough to the HVAC substation that the guard insisted on accompanying him. Spalko stopped at an electrical junction box and opened it. He could feel the guard's scrutiny like a hand at his throat. "You've been here how long?" he said in Icelandic as he opened the box he was carrying. "You speak Russian, maybe?" the guard replied. "As a matter of fact, I do." Spalko rummaged around in the box. "You've been here, what, 2 weeks now?" 3, the guard admitted. "And in all that time, have you seen anything of my wonderful Iceland?" He found what he wanted in among all the junk and palmed it. "Do you know anything about it?" The Russian shook his head, which was Spalko's cue to launch into his discourse. "Well, let me enlighten you then. Iceland is an island of 103,000 square kilometers at an average height of 500 meters above sea level. Its highest peak, Van Nadelschnucker, rises to 2.119 meters, and over 11% of the country is covered by glaciers." His voice died out as the guard, unutterably bored by the guidebook babble, turned his back and moved away. Instantly he got to work, taking the small disc and pressing it against 2 sets of wires until he was sure its 4 contacts had penetrated the insulation. All done here, he said, slamming the junction box closed. Now where? The thermal housing? The guard said. Nah, Spalko said. I've got to check in with my boss first. I'm off to the van. He waved as he left. Spalko returned to the van, climbed in, and there he sat next to the driver until a security guard wandered up. Okay, guys, what's up? We're finished here for the time being. Spalko smiled winningly as he made some meaningless marks on his bogus worksheet. As the driver turned on the ignition and put the van in gear, Spalko said, Here's the value of making a dry run. We'll have precisely 30 minutes before they come looking for us. The chartered jet flung itself through the sky. Across from Bourne sat Khan, staring straight ahead, looking, it seemed, at nothing. Bourne closed his eyes. In an hour they'd be touching down at Keflavik Airport. Bourne rose, slipped across the aisle, and lowered himself into the seat next to Khan. The young man did not in any way register the fact of Bourne's presence. Bourne said softly, If you're my son, I want to know it. If you really are Joshua, I need to know it. In other words, you don't believe me. I want to believe you, Bourne said. Surely you must know that. When it comes to you, I know less than nothing. Khan turned to him. Don't you remember me at all? Joshua was 6, just a child. Bourne felt his emotions rising again, ready to choke him. And then, some years ago, I suffered amnesia. Amnesia? This revelation seemed to startle Khan. Bourne told him what had happened. I remember little of my life as Jason Bourne before that time, and virtually nothing about my life as David Webb except when now and again a scent or the sound of a voice dislodges something, and I recall a fragment. But that's all it is. Bourne tried to find Khan's dark eyes in the low light, searched for the hint of an expression, even the barest clue as to what Khan might be thinking or feeling. It's true. We're complete strangers to each other. So, before we go on... He broke off, for the moment unable to continue. Try to understand. I need some tangible proof, something irrefutable. Fuck you. Khan stood up, about to step over Bourne into the aisle, but something held him fast. Khan gripped the carved stone Buddha around his neck and sat back down. There is something, he said in a voice he barely recognized. A recurring nightmare I have of being underwater. I'm being drowned, pulled deeper because I'm tied to her dead body. She's calling to me. I hear her voice calling to me. Or else it's my voice calling to her. What does the voice say? It's my voice. I'm saying, Lily, Lily. Bourne felt his heart skip a beat, for up from the depths of his own damaged memory swam Lily. For one precious moment only he could see her oval face with his light eyes and Dow's straight black hair. Oh, God, Bourne whispered. Lily was Joshua's nickname for Alyssa. No one else called her that. No one else but Dow knew. Lily. One of the powerful memories of those days that, with a great deal of help, I've been able to recall is how your sister looked up to you, Bourne went on. She'd always wanted to be close to you. You called her Lily, and she called you Joshi. You said that you just found out that I was MIA, Khan said. Bourne nodded. How long did they look for me? You know I can't answer that. No one can. Bourne had lied on instinct. There was nothing to be gained and much to be lost by telling Khan that the authorities had only searched for 1 hour. He was acutely conscious of wanting to protect his son from the truth. An ominous stillness had come over Khan. Why didn't you check? Bourne heard the accusatory tone and sat as if poleaxed. I was half mad with grief, but I don't think now that's a good enough excuse. I couldn't face the fact that I'd failed you all as a father. Something in Khan's face shifted. You must have had difficulties when you and my mother were together in Phnom Penh. What do you mean? You know. Didn't you hear it from your colleagues because you were married to a Thai? I loved Dao with all my heart. Marie isn't Thai, is she? Khan, we don't choose whom we fall in love with. There was a short pause, and then, into the charged silence that had sprung up between them, Khan said, as casually as if it were an afterthought, "And then there was the matter of your 2 mixed-race children. I never saw it that way. I loved Dao. I loved you and Alyssa. My God, you were all my life. In the weeks and months afterward, I nearly lost my mind. I was devastated, uncertain whether or not I wanted to go on. If not for meeting Alex Conklin, I might not have. Even so, it took years of agonizingly hard work to recover sufficiently." He fell silent for a moment. Then he took a deep breath and said, "What I've always believed, always struggled with, is that I should have been there to protect you." Khan regarded him for a long time, but the tension had been broken. "If you'd been there, you would have been killed too." He turned away without another word, and as he did so, Bourne saw Dao in his eyes and knew that in some profound way the world had changed. Reykjavik had its fair share of fast food restaurants. Each day, these establishments, as well as the more upscale restaurants, received shipments of fresh meats, fish, vegetables, and fruit. Hafnarfjordur Fine Fruits and Vegetables was one of the main suppliers to the fast food industry in Reykjavik. The company's van that had pulled up to the Kebab Hurdlen in city center early that morning with a delivery of leaf lettuce, pearl onions, and scallions was one of many that had fanned out through the city on their daily rounds. The crucial difference was that, unlike all the others, this particular van had not been dispatched by Hafnarfjordur Fine Fruits and Vegetables. By early evening, all 3 sites of the Landspitali University Hospital were besieged by people who were increasingly ill. Doctors admitted these patients in alarming numbers even as they ran tests on their blood. By dinner time, the results confirmed that the city had a virulent outbreak of hepatitis A on its hands. Health department officials frenziedly went to work to deal with the burgeoning crisis. Their job was hampered by several important factors: the quickness and severity of the onset of the particularly virulent strain of the virus, the complexities associated with trying to track which foodstuffs might be involved and where its source might be, and unspoken but much on their minds was the intense worldwide spotlight trained on Reykjavik by the International Summit. High on their list of suspect foods were scallions, the culprits in the recent outbreaks of hepatitis A in the United States. But scallions were fairly ubiquitous in the local fast food chains, and of course, they couldn't rule out meats or fish. They worked into the twilight night, interviewing the owners of every company that specialized in fresh vegetables, sending their own staff out to inspect the warehouses, storage containers, and vans of each firm, including Hafnarfjordur Fine Fruits and Vegetables. However, much to their surprise and dismay, they found nothing amiss. And as the hours swept by, they were forced to admit that they were no closer to finding the source of the outbreak than when they had started. Accordingly, just after 9 p.m., health department officials went public with their findings. Reykjavik was under a hepatitis A alert. Because they hadn't yet found the source of the infection, they put the city under quarantine. Over all their heads was the specter of a full-blown epidemic, something they could not afford with the terrorism summit beginning and the entire world's attention focused on the capital. In their television and radio interviews, the officials sought to reassure an uneasy public that they were taking every measure to gain control over the virus. To that end, they said repeatedly, the department was devoting its entire staff to the ongoing safety of the public at large. Two members of the Chechen cadre were waiting in front of the Reykjavik energy van when the health services vehicle, dispatched to the Oskilid Hotel, came around the corner. The van was parked crosswise in the street, and they had placed orange plastic work cones around and seemed hard at work. The health services vehicle came to an abrupt halt. "What are you doing?" one of the health services people said. "This is an emergency." "Fuck you, little man," one of the Chechen answered in Icelandic. "What did you say?" The irate health services worker climbed out of his vehicle. "Are you blind? We have important work here," the Chechen said. "Use another fucking route." Sensing a situation that could turn ugly, the second man got out of the health services vehicle. Arsenov and Zina, armed and intent, emerged from the back of the Reykjavik energy van and herded the suddenly cowed health services workers into the van. Arsenov and Zina and one other member of the cadre arrived at the delivery entrance to the Oskilid Hotel in the hijacked vehicle. The other Chechen had taken the Reykjavik energy van to pick up Spalko and the remainder of the cadre. They were dressed as government employees and presented the health department ID tags that Spalko had procured at great expense to the security detail on duty. When queried, Arsenov spoke in Icelandic, then changed to halting English when the American and Arab security people couldn't understand him. He said that they had been sent to ensure that the hotel kitchen was free of hepatitis A. No one, least of all the various security teams, wanted any of the dignitaries to come down with the dread virus. They were admitted and directed to the kitchen. This was where the cadre member went, but Arsenov and Zina had other destinations in mind. Bourne and Khan were still scrutinizing the schematics of the various Oskilid hotel subsystems when the pilot announced that they were landing at Keflavik Field. Bourne, who had been pacing back and forth while Khan sat with the laptop, reluctantly took his seat. With a roll, a bump, and a brief squeal of rubber, they were down and taxiing off the active runway toward the far end of the airport, where all private aircraft were directed. Khan was up and heading down the aisle to the door before they had come to a halt. "Let's go. Spalko already has at least a 3-hour start on us." Bourne and Khan walked toward the Oskilid Hotel. Khan pointed. "Take a look at that." The perimeter of the hotel was cordoned off by the local police. 2 checkpoints manned both by police and by security personnel of various nationalities were the only ways in and out. As they watched, a Reykjavik energy van pulled up to the checkpoint at the rear of the hotel. "That's the only way we're going to get in," Khan said. "Well, it's one way," Bourne said. As the van went through the checkpoint, he saw a pair of hotel employees walking out from behind it. Bourne glanced at Khan, who nodded. He'd seen them too. "What do you think?" Bourne said. "Going off duty, I'd say," Khan replied. "That was my thought." The hotel employees were talking animatedly to each other and paused only long enough to show their IDs as they went through the checkpoint. Normally, they would have driven into and out of the hotel using the underground car park, but since the security services had arrived, all hotel personnel were obliged to park on the streets surrounding the hotel. They shadowed the 2 men as they turned down a side street, out of sight of the police and guards. Waiting until they neared their cars, they took them down from behind, silently and swiftly. Using the keys, they opened the trunks, placed the unconscious bodies inside, taking the hotel IDs before slamming the trunks closed. 5 minutes later, they appeared at the other checkpoint in the front of the hotel so as not to come into contact with the policemen and security people who would check the 2 hotel workers as they'd walked out. They passed through the security ring without incident. At last, they were inside the Oskilid Hotel. The time had come to sever Arsenov, Stepan Spalko thought. Spalko ordered him to take Ahmed, Karim, and one of the females down to the substation of the HVAC system that supplied the air to the summit's forum. "We have precisely 30 minutes from the moment we arrived in the Reykjavik energy van," he said. "After that, as we know from the last time, security will come to check up on us." He consulted his watch. "Which means we now have 24 minutes to accomplish our mission." As Arsenov left with Ahmed and the other cadre members, Spalko pulled Zina aside. "You understand,"
that this will be the last time you see him alive." She nodded her blonde head. Hassan Arsenov took immediate control of his little group. They had a vital function to perform, and he would make certain they performed it. They turned the corner and saw the security guard at his post near the large air discharge grill. Without breaking stride, they came toward him. "Hold it right there," he said, bringing his machine pistol off his chest. They stopped in front of him. "We're from Reykjavik Energy," Arsenov said in Icelandic, and then, in response to the guard's blank look, repeated it in English. The guard frowned. "There are no heat vents here." "I know," Ahmed said, grabbing the machine pistol with one hand and slamming the guard's head against the wall with the other. The guard started to go down and Ahmed hit him again, this time with the butt of his own machine pistol. "Give me a hand here," Arsenov said, digging his fingers into the air discharge grill. Ahmed, Karim, and the female went to take off the grill. They shoved the guard into the air shaft, then, one by one, they crawled in after him. Ahmed, the last in, pulled the grill back in place. They were obliged to crawl over the guard. As Arsenov did so, he pressed his fingers to the carotid artery. "Dead," he said. On hands and knees, they crawled along the shaft until they came to the junction. Directly ahead of them was a vertical shaft. They deployed their rappelling gear. Placing the aluminum bar across the top of the vertical shaft, they belayed the rope and let it uncoil into the space below them. Taking the lead, Arsenov wrapped the rope around his left thigh and over his right. Moving hand under hand, he descended down the shaft at a steady pace. By the small shivering of the line, he became aware when each member of the cadre began to rappel down after him. Just above the first junction box, Arsenov stopped. Flicking on a mini flashlight, he played its concentrated beam over the wall of the shaft, illuminating the vertical lines of trunk cables and electric lines. In the middle of the tangle, something new gleamed. "Heat sensor," he called up. Karim, the electronics expert, was just above him. While Arsenov played his flashlight onto the wall, the man took out pliers and a length of wire with alligator clips on either end. Climbing carefully over Arsenov, he kept going until he hung just above the outer range of the detector. Kicking out with one foot, he swung toward the wall, grabbed a trunk cable, and held on. His fingers picked through the nest of wires, cut one, to which he attached one alligator clip. Then he stripped the insulation off the middle of another wire and attached the other alligator clip to it. "All clear," he said softly. He moved down into the range of the sensor, but there was no alarm. He'd successfully bypassed the circuit. So far as the sensor knew, nothing was amiss. Karim made way for Arsenov, who led them down to the bottom of the shaft. They were in range of the heart of the Summit Forum's HVAC subsystem. "Our objective is the Summit Forum's HVAC subsystem," Bourne said as he and Khan hurried through the lobby. Khan carried the laptop they'd gotten from Oskar under his arm. "That's the logical place for them to activate the diffuser." At this hour of the night, the lobby, vast, high-ceilinged, and cold, was deserted save for various security and hotel personnel. "Security has undoubtedly come to the same conclusion," Khan said, "which means that we'll be all right until we get near the substation's hub. Then they're going to want to know what we're doing in that area." "I've been thinking about that," Bourne said. "It's time we used my condition to our advantage." They went through the main section of the hotel without incident and passed through a decorative inner courtyard of geometric gravel paths. On the other side was the forum section. Inside they went down 3 flights of stairs. Khan activated the laptop and they checked the schematics, reassuring themselves that they were on the right level. "This way," Khan said, closing the computer as they moved off. But they'd gotten only 100 feet from the stairwell when a harsh voice said, "Take another step and you're both dead men." At the bottom of the vertical air shaft, the Chechen rebels waited. They shivered from the chill air, which had grown colder the deeper they went below the hotel. They had only to crawl along a short horizontal shaft to get to the HVAC relays, but they were separated from their objective by the security personnel in the corridor outside the grillwork. Until the guards moved off on their rounds, they were at bay. Ahmed checked his watch and saw that they had 14 minutes to complete their mission and return to the van. At last he heard the voices receding. He sprang forward, but Arsenov's powerful arm checked him painfully. Not yet. Arsenov's eyes glowered. They've moved off, Ahmed said. We're wasting time. We go when I give the orders. He gestured to the others. Let's get on with it. Karim, the electronics expert, went first, then the female and Ahmed, while Arsenov brought up the rear. Soon enough, Karim lifted a hand, bringing them to a halt. Arsenov heard his soft voice float back to them. Motion sensor. He saw Karim crouching down, preparing his equipment. Karim drew out a length of wire with the alligator clips at either end. With his pliers in one hand, he searched out the proper electrical wires, isolating them, cutting into one and applying an alligator clip to the bare copper end. Then, as before, he stripped away the insulation from the second wire and attached the other alligator clip, creating the bypass loop. All clear, Karim said, and they moved forward into range of the motion sensor. The alarm went off, shrilling through the corridor, bringing the security guards running, their machine pistols at the ready. Karim! Arsenov cried. It's a trap! Karim wailed. Someone crossed the wires! Moments before, Bourne and Khan turned slowly to confront the American security guard. He was dressed in army fatigues and riot gear. He came a step closer, peering at their ID tags. He relaxed somewhat, putting the machine pistol up, but the deep frown didn't leave his face. What are you guys doing down here? Maintenance checks, Bourne said. He remembered the Reykjavik energy truck he'd seen entering the hotel, as well as something in the material Oskar had downloaded to the laptop. The thermal heating system's gone offline. We're supposed to be helping the people the energy company sent over. You're in the wrong section, the guard said, pointing. You need to go back the way you came, make a left, then left again. Thanks, Khan said. I guess we got turned around. We're not normally in this section. As they turned to leave, Bourne's legs went out from under him. He gave a deep groan and fell. What the hell? The guard said. Khan knelt beside Bourne, opened his shirt. Jesus Christ, the guard said, leaning over to stare at Bourne's wounded torso. What the hell happened to him? Khan reached up, jerked down hard on the front of the guard's uniform, slamming the side of his head into the concrete floor. As Bourne rose, Khan stripped the clothes off the guard. He's more your size than mine, Khan said, handing Bourne the fatigues. Bourne climbed into the guard's uniform while Khan dragged the unconscious form into the shadows. At that moment, the motion sensor alarm screamed and they took off toward the substation at a run. The security guards were well trained, and commendably the Americans and Arabs who were on duty this shift worked together flawlessly. Each kind of sensor had a different sounding alarm, so they knew immediately that the motion sensor had been tripped and precisely where it was. They were on hair-trigger alert and were under orders to shoot first and ask questions later. As they ran, they opened fire, raking the grillwork with automatic fire. Half of them emptied their magazines into the suspect area. The other half stood back in reserve while the others used crowbars to pry off the ruined grills. They found 3 bodies, 2 men and a woman. One of the Americans notified Hull and one of the Arabs contacted Faid al-Saud. By this time, more security personnel from other sectors on the floor had converged on the site to offer added support. 2 of the personnel held in reserve climbed into the airshaft, and when it was determined that no other hostiles were in evidence, they secured the area. Others dragged the 3 chewed-up corpses out of the airshaft, along with Karim's paraphernalia for bypassing sensors and what, at first glance, looked like a time bomb. Jamie Hull and Faid al-Saud arrived almost at the same time. Hull took one look at the situation and called his chief of staff via the wireless network. As of this moment, we're on red alert. There's been a breach of security. We have 3 hostiles down. Put the entire hotel on absolute lockdown. No one in or out of the premises. He continued to bark orders, moving his men into the planned position for a red alert. Then he contacted the Secret Service, who were with the president and his staff in the dignitary wing. Faid al-Saud had squatted down and was studying the corpses. The bodies were pretty well shot up, but their faces, though blood-streaked, were intact. He took out a pen flash, shone it on one of the faces. Then he reached out, put his forefinger against the eye of one of the males. His fingertip came away blue. The corpse's iris was dark brown. One of the FSB men must have contacted Karpov because the Alpha Unit commander appeared at an ungainly lope. He was out of breath, and Faid al-Saud guessed that he'd run all the way. He and Hull briefed the Russian on what had happened. He held up his fingertip. "They're wearing colored contacts. And look here, they've dyed their hair to pass for Icelanders." Karpov's face was grim. "I know this one," he said, kicking one of the male corpses. "His name's Ahmed. He's one of Hassan Arsenov's top lieutenants." "The Chechen terrorist leader?" Hull said. "You'd better inform your president, Boris." Karpov stood up, fists on hips. "What I want to know is where's Arsenov?" "I would say that we're too late," Khan said from behind a metal column as he watched the arrival of the security chiefs. "Except that I don't see Spalko." "It's possible that he wouldn't put himself at risk by coming to the hotel," Bourne said. Khan shook his head. "I know him. He's here somewhere. But not here, obviously." Khan turned to him. "I'm bothered by that object," he said. "It's a time bomb. You said that Spalko was planning to use Dr. Schiffer's biodiffuser." Bourne nodded. "I'd say that this was a classic diversion, except for the fact that it's now just past midnight. The summit isn't scheduled to begin for another 8 hours. That's why they've used a time bomb." "Yes, but why set it now, so far in advance?" Bourne said. "Less security," Khan pointed out. "True, but there's also more chance of its being discovered during one of security's periodic sweeps." Bourne shook his head. "No, we're missing something, I know it. Spalko has something else in mind. But what?" Spalko, Xena, and the remainder of the cadre had reached their objective. Here, far from the section of the hotel housing the summit's forum, security, though tight, had gaps in it that Spalko was able to exploit. Though there were many security people, they couldn't be everywhere at once, and so by taking out 2 guards, Spalko and his team were soon in position. They were 3 levels below the street in a huge concrete windowless space, completely enclosed save for a single open doorway. Masses of huge black pipes ran through the concrete wall on the far side of the space, each labeled with the section of the hotel it served. The cadre now broke out their hazmat suits and put them on. 2 of the Chechen females went into the passage to stand guard just outside the doorway, and a male rebel backed them up inside. Spalko opened the larger of the 2 metal containers he carried. Inside was the NX-20. He carefully fitted the 2 halves together, checking that all the fittings were securely fastened. He handed it to Xena while he unlocked the refrigerated container Peter Zito had provided. The glass vial it contained was small, almost minuscule. Even after they had seen its effect in Nairobi, it was difficult to believe that such a small amount of the virus could be lethal to so many people. He opened the loading chamber on the diffuser and placed the vial into it. He closed and locked the chamber, took the NX-20 from Xena's arms and curled his finger around the smaller of the 2 triggers. Once he squeezed it, the virus, still sealed in its special vial, would be injected into the firing chamber. After that, all that was required was for him to press the button on the left side of the stock, which would lock the firing chamber and, when it was aimed correctly, pull the main trigger. He looked into Xena's eyes. "Now we wait for the sensor alarm." They heard it then, the sound faint but its vibrations unmistakable. The Sheikh and Xena smiled into each other's faces. "Our moment is at hand," he said. The Sheikh pulled the small trigger, and with an ominous whisper, the payload clicked home into the firing chamber, where it rested, waiting for the moment of its release. "They're all Chechens, isn't that right, Boris?" Hull said. Karpov nodded. All, according to the records, members of Hassan Arsenov's terrorist group. This is a coup for the good guys, Hull exulted. Faid al-Saud, shivering in the damp and chill, said, with the amount of C4 in that time bomb, they would have taken out almost the entire weight-bearing substructure. The forum above would have collapsed of its own weight, killing everyone inside. Lucky for us they tripped the motion sensor, Hull said. As the minutes passed, Karpov's frown had grown only deeper. Why set the bomb so far in advance? I think we had a good chance of finding it before the summit started. Faid al-Saud turned to one of his men. Is there some way to turn up the heat down here? We're going to be here for some time, and I'm already freezing. That's it, Bourne said, turning to Khan. He took his laptop, turned it on, scrolling through the schematics until he found the one he wanted. He traced a route from where they were back toward the main section of the hotel. Snapping the computer closed, he said, Come on, let's go. Where are we headed? Khan asked as they made their way through the maze of the sublevel. Think about it. We saw a Reykjavik energy van pull into the hotel. The entire hotel is heated by the thermal system that services the city as a whole. That's why Spalko sent those Chechens to the HVAC subsystem now, Khan said as they raced around a corner. They were never meant to succeed in planting the bomb. It was a diversion, but not for later this morning when the summit is scheduled to start. He's going to activate the biodiffuser now. Right, Bourne said. Not through the HVAC subsystem. His target is the main thermal heating system. At this time of night, all the dignitaries are in their rooms, right where he's going to release the virus. Someone coming, one of the female Chechens said. Kill them, the sheikh commanded. But it's Hassan Arsenov. Spalko and Zena exchanged a bewildered look. What had gone wrong? The sensor had been tripped, the alarm had gone off, and shortly thereafter they'd heard the satisfying bursts of automatic gunfire. How had Arsenov escaped? I said kill him, Spalko shouted. What haunted Arsenov? What had made him turn tail at the instant he smelled the trap, thus saving himself from the sudden death suffered by his compatriots, was the terror that had been lurking inside him. All at once, he was overcome by shame. He was a coward. Now, as he pounded down the cold corridor toward the thermal heating station, he saw one of his own people raise her machine pistol as if she was going to shoot him. Perhaps in the hazmat suit she couldn't tell who was coming toward her. Wait, don't shoot, he cried. It's Hassan Arsenov. A bullet from her opening volley struck him in the left arm, and half in shock, he spun around, diving around a corner, away from the deadly spray of ricocheting bullets. He heard renewed gunfire, but not in his direction. Peering around the corner, he saw that the two females had turned their backs to him and, crouched, were firing at two figures as they advanced down the passageway. Arsenov rose and, taking advantage of the diversion, headed for the doorway to the thermal heating station. Spalko heard the gunfire and said, Zena, that can't be just Arsenov. Zena swung her machine pistol around, nodded to the guard, who threw her a second one. Behind them, Spalko went over to the wall of thermal heating pipes. Each one had a valve, and beside it, a gauge that showed the pressure. He found the pipe that corresponded to the dignitary's wing, began to unscrew the valve. Hassan Arsenov knew that he'd been meant to die with the others in the HVAC substation. It's a trap! Someone crossed the wires, Kareem had wailed just before he'd died. Spalko had crossed the wires. He'd needed not simply a diversion, as he'd told them, but scapegoats. Targets of enough importance that their deaths would occupy the security for a sufficient amount of time for Spalko to reach the real objective and release the virus. Spalko had tricked him. But no more, Arsenov vowed. No more. If he was to die today, it would be on his own terms, not as a sheep to the slaughter of Spalko's making. He pressed himself against the edge of the doorway, took a deep breath, and when he let it out, he somersaulted past the open doorway.
The resulting hail of automatic fire told him all he needed to know. Rolling, he kept to the concrete floor, wriggling on his stomach into the opening. He saw the guard, his machine pistol aimed at waist height, and shot him 4 times in the chest. When Bourne saw the 2 terrorists in hazmat suits behind a concrete column, firing their machine pistols in alternate bursts, his blood ran cold. He and Khan took cover around the corner of a T-junction, and he fired back. "Spalko's in that room with the bioweapon," Bourne said. "We've got to get in there now." "Not unless those 2 run out of ammo." Khan was looking around behind them. "Do you remember the schematics? Remember what's in the ceiling?" Bourne, continuing to fire, nodded. "There's an access panel back about 20 feet. I need a boost." Bourne got off one more burst before retreating with Khan. "Will you be able to see anything up there?" he asked. Khan nodded, indicating his jacket. "I've got a penlight, among other things, up my sleeve." Tucking the machine pistol under his arm, Bourne laced his fingers together for Khan to put his foot in. Then Khan slid the panel off and had hoisted himself the rest of the way into the access hatch. "Time," Bourne said. 15 seconds, Khan replied, disappearing. Bourne turned. He counted to 10, then turned the corner, his machine pistol blazing. But almost immediately he stopped. The 2 Chechens had taken off their hazmat suits. They had emerged from behind the column and now stood facing him. He saw that they were female and that around their waists were a series of linked packets filled with C4 explosive. "Good Christ," Bourne said. "Khan! They're wearing suicide belts!" At that moment, they were plunged into darkness. Khan, in the electrical conduit above his head, had cut the wires. Arsenov was up and sprinting forward the moment after he fired. He ran into the station, grabbed the guard before he fell. 2 other figures were in the room, Spalko and Zena. Using the dead guard as a shield, he fired at the target with a machine pistol in each hand. Zena. But she had squeezed the triggers, and even as she staggered back, hit, the massed fury of the automatic fire blew right through the guard's body. Arsenov's eyes opened wide as he felt the searing pain in his chest, and then an odd kind of numbness. The lights winked out and he lay on the floor, the breath rattling in his blood-filled lungs. As if in a dream, he heard Zena screaming, and he wept for all the dreams he'd had, for a future that would now never come. A terrible, deathly silence had descended on the passage. Bourne, his gun aimed into the darkness, heard the soft, shallow breathing of the human bombs. He could feel their fear as well as their determination. If they sensed him take a step toward them, if they became aware of Khan moving in the electrical conduit, they would surely detonate the explosives strapped around their waists. He heard the very faint double tap above his head, the sound, swiftly diminishing, of Khan moving in the electrical conduit. He knew there was an access panel more or less where the doorway to the thermal heating station was, and he had an idea what Khan was going to try. The AR-15 Bourne carried was short-barreled, but it made up for any slight inaccuracy with its awesome firepower. He wriggled silently closer, then, aware of a slight shifting ahead of him in the darkness, he froze. Had he heard something? Utter silence now. He held his breath and concentrated on sighting down the barrel of the AR-15. He saw it then. Khan's penlight flash, the beam illuminating a woman's face, blinding her. Bourne's finger had been curled on the trigger, and now instinct flowed naturally and instantaneously into action. The muzzle flash lit up the corridor, and he watched the woman's head disintegrate in a welter of blood, bone, and brains. He was up then, running forward, looking for the other woman. Then the lights blinked on, and he saw the second human bomb lying beside the other one, her throat slit. An instant later, Khan dropped down from the open access hatch, and together they entered the thermal heating station. Moments before, in the darkness, Spalko had dropped to his knees, searching blindly for Zena.
The darkness had defeated him. Without light, he was unable to make the delicate connection between the muzzle of the NX-20 and the valve into the thermal heating system. His arm extended. He felt along the floor. He wasn't certain of her position, and in any case, she had moved the moment Arsenov had burst through the doorway. It had been clever of Arsenov to use the human shield, but Zena was cleverer still, and she had killed him. But she was still alive. He had heard her scream. Now he waited, knowing that the human bombs he had primed would protect him from whoever was out there. Bourne? Khan? Whoever it was had seen through his diversion, had followed his own reasoning regarding the vulnerability of the thermal heating system. He heard Zena suck in a ragged breath. Quickly he crawled through a pool of sticky blood to where she lay. Her hair was wet and stringy as he kissed her cheek. Beautiful Zena. Powerful Zena. He felt a kind of spasm pass through her, and his heart constricted in fear. Zena, don't die. You can't die. Then he tasted the salty wetness running down her cheek and knew that she was weeping. Zena. He kissed away her tears. You must be strong, now more than ever before. He embraced her tenderly and felt her arms slowly come around him. This is the moment of our greatest triumph. He drew away and pressed the NX-20 into her embrace. Yes, yes, I choose you to fire the weapon, to bring the future to fruition. She couldn't speak. It was all she could do to keep the breath sawing in and out of her lungs. Once again he cursed the darkness, for he couldn't see her eyes, couldn't be certain that he had her. He had to take the chance, however. He took her hands and placed the left one on the barrel of the biodiffuser, the right one at the guard on the stock. He placed her forefinger on the main trigger. All you need do is squeeze, he whispered in her ear. But not yet, not yet. I need time. Yes, time was what he needed in order to escape. He was trapped in the darkness, the one contingency for which he hadn't been prepared. And now he couldn't even take the NX-20 with him. He'd have to run and run hard, a condition that Schiffer had made clear the weapon once loaded was not designed to handle. The payload and its container were far too fragile. Zena, you'll do this, won't you? He kissed her cheek. You have enough strength inside you, I know you do. She was trying to say something, but he put a hand over her mouth, afraid that his unknown pursuers outside would hear her strangled cry. I'll be close by, Zena. Remember that. Then he slithered away. Turning at last from her, he stumbled over Arsenov's corpse and his hazmat suit ripped. For a moment, his new-found terror returned as he imagined himself being trapped in here when Zena pulled the trigger, the virus seeping into the rent, infecting him. Then he'd regained his composure and he stripped off the encumbering suit altogether. Silent as a cat, he made his way to the doorway, swung out into the passage. Then, in the darkness, he stole away. They both saw it at once. The blunt, ugly snout of Dr. Felix Schiffer's biodiffuser pointed at them. Bourne and Khan froze. Spalko's gone. There's his hazmat suit, Bourne said. This station has only one entrance. He thought of the movement he'd detected, the whisper, the sound of furtive footfalls he thought he'd heard. He must have slipped out in the darkness. I know this one, Khan said. It's Hassan Arsenov. But this other, the female holding the weapon, I don't know. The female terrorist lay half propped up on the corpse of another terrorist. How she had managed to drag herself into this position, neither of them could say. She was very badly wounded, possibly fatally, though from this distance it was impossible to say for sure. She looked at them from a world filled with pain. Khan had taken a Kalashnikov from one of the human bombs outside, and he aimed it now at the female. There's no way out for you, he said. Bourne, who had been watching only her eyes, stepped forward and pushed the Kalashnikov down. There's always a way out, he said.
Then he squatted down so that he was at the other's level. Without taking his gaze from her, he said, "Can you speak? Can you tell me your name?" Her lips opened, and with a great effort she said in a voice somewhere between a rattle and a gurgle, "Xena." "Well, Xena, we're at the end game," Bourne said. "There's nothing left now except death and life. By the looks of things, it appears as if you've already chosen death. If you pull the trigger, you'll be sent to heaven, and in glory will become a Houri. But I wonder whether that will happen. What is it that you'll be leaving behind? Dead compatriots, at least one of whom you've shot yourself. And then there's Stepan Spalko. Where has he gone, I wonder? No matter. What's important is that at the crucial moment, he abandoned you. He's left you to die, Xena. So I guess you have to ask yourself, if you pull that trigger, will you go to your glory, or will you be cast down? Found wanting by Maunkir and Nekir, the questioners. Given your life, Xena, when they ask you, who is thy creator, who is thy prophet? Will you be able to answer them? Only the righteous remember, Xena. You know that. Xena was openly weeping now. If you pull that trigger, if you choose death, you won't be able to answer them. You know that. But it's not too late. There can be redemption. There's always a way out. Khan knelt beside the man he knew to be his father, and putting the Kalashnikov down where Xena could see it, he extended a hand toward her. "He's right," Khan said. "There is a way to make up for your past sins, for the murders you've committed, for the betrayals to those who've loved you without perhaps you even knowing." He moved forward inch by inch until his hand closed over hers. Slowly and gently he pried her forefinger away from the trigger. She let go then, and allowed him to take the weapon from her useless embrace. "Thank you, Xena," Bourne said. "Khan will take care of you now." He rose, and giving his son's shoulder a brief squeeze, he turned and went swiftly and silently down the passage after Spalko. Stepan Spalko sprinted down the bare concrete passage, Bourne's ceramic gun at the ready. He knew that all the gunfire would bring the security people into the main section of the hotel. Up ahead he saw the Saudi security chief, Faid al-Saud, and two of his men. He ducked out of sight. They hadn't seen him yet, and he used this element of surprise, waiting for them to come closer, then shooting them before they had time to react. For a breathless moment he stood over the downed men. Faid al-Saud groaned, and Spalko shot him at close range in the forehead. The Saudi security chief flopped once and was still. Quickly Spalko took the ID tags off one of his men, changed into the man's uniform, and got rid of his colored contact lenses. Swift footfalls behind him, he hurried on. The fateful meeting with the Arabs had been a two-edged sword, for while it had provided him with a ready means of disguise, it had slowed him down, and now as he threw a glance over his shoulder, he saw a figure in security fatigues and cursed mightily. The man in the security fatigues was Jason Bourne. Bourne saw Spalko, now in an Arab security uniform, open a door and vanish into a stairwell. He leaped over the bodies of the men Spalko had just killed and headed after him. He emerged into the chaos of the lobby. Just a short time ago, when he and Khan had entered the hotel, this vast, glassed-in space was tense but hushed, almost deserted. Now it was a welter of security personnel running to and fro. Some were rounding up the hotel personnel, sorting them into groups, depending on their jobs and where they had just been inside the premises. Others had already begun the laborious and time-consuming process of questioning the staff. Each individual had to account for every moment of his whereabouts over the course of the last 2 days. Still others were on their way down to the sub-basement or were being deployed by wireless network to other areas of the hotel. Everyone was hustling. No one had time to question the two men who, one after the other, crossed through the mob scene toward the front door. It was ironic to watch Spalko walking among them. Briefly, Bourne considered trying to alert those around him, but immediately thought better of it. Spalko would no doubt call his bluff. It was Bourne who was the internationally wanted murderer still under a CIA sanction. Spalko, of course, knew this. Being the clever architect of Bourne's dangerous predicament, he followed Spalko out of the front doors. The moment he was outside, Bourne realized that the hotel was in absolute lockdown. He watched with fascinated dread as Spalko boldly made his way to the security service's car park. Although it was within the limits of the lockdown cordon, it was deserted, as even security personnel weren't allowed in or out. Bourne went after him, but almost immediately lost him in the ranks of vehicles. He broke into a run. There was a shout from behind him. He pulled open the door of the first vehicle he came to, an American Jeep. Yanking out the plastic panel on the bottom of the steering column, he fumbled for the wires. Just then, another engine fired up, and he saw Spalko in the car he'd stolen, wheeling out of the car park. There were more shouts now, and the pounding of boots against pavement. Several shots were fired. Bourne, concentrating on what needed to be done, got the wires stripped and braided together. The Jeep's engine coughed to life, and he put it in gear. Then, with a hard squeal of tires, he turned out of the car park and accelerated through the security checkpoint. An insipid darkness lay over Reykjavik as the sun, hanging just below the horizon, turned the sky the color of an oyster shell. As Bourne followed Spalko's twists and turns through the city, he realized that Spalko was heading south. This was something of a surprise, for he'd expected Spalko to make for the airport. Bourne oriented himself to the map he'd studied on Oskar's laptop. What lay south of the city? Hafnarfjordur, a fishing village too small to land the kind of aircraft Spalko would use. The coast. They were on an island after all. Spalko was going to escape via boat. At this time of night, there was little traffic, especially after they left the city behind them. The roads became narrower, winding through the hillsides that fronted the landward side of the sea cliffs. As Spalko's car went around a particularly sharp curve, Bourne dropped back. Turning off his headlights, he accelerated around the turn. He could see Spalko's vehicle up ahead, but he hoped that Spalko, peering into his rear-view mirror, wouldn't be able to see him. The road narrowed further as it turned toward the sea. Bourne descended through a lushly foliated glen and then zoomed around another curve. He saw Spalko, then lost him again as another curve loomed. Spalko's car went around another turn, and Bourne followed on. He had already committed to the turn when he heard the sound. It was soft and familiar above the flutter of the wind, the noise his ceramic gun made when fired. His front near-side tire blew. He was trying to get the Jeep under control as it skidded perilously close to the seaside edge of the road. He downshifted into neutral, but it wasn't enough. He needed to turn off the ignition, but without the key that was impossible. The rear tires slipped off the road. Bourne unbuckled himself and held on as the Jeep spun off the cliff. He leaped just before the Jeep hit, rolling away as the vehicle bounced off an outcropping of rock and burst open. Flames shot up into the air, and by their light he saw in the cove just below him the fishing boat, nosing in toward the shore. Spalko drove like a maniac down the road to the dead end at the inner edge of the cove. Throwing a glance back at the flaming Jeep, he said to himself, "To hell with Jason Bourne. He's dead now." He got out of the car and walked across what remained of the rack-strewn shingle. A rowboat was coming for him, even though it was high tide and the fishing boat was very close to shore. He'd called the captain the moment he'd successfully run the hotel's security checkpoint. Only a skeleton crew of the captain and a mate were on board. He climbed in as the captain nosed the rowboat onto the shingle, then the mate pushed off with his oar. Spalko was fuming, and not a word was said on the short, unpleasant trip back to the fishing boat. When he was aboard, Spalko said, "Make ready to leave, Captain." "Begging your pardon, sir," the captain replied, "but what about the rest of the crew?" Spalko grabbed the captain by his shirt front. "I gave you an order, Captain. I expect you to carry it out." "Aye, aye, sir." The water was cold as ice. 30 seconds after he'd pushed out from the shingle, his fingers and toes had started to go numb. 30 seconds after that, he couldn't feel them at all. The 2 minutes it took him to reach the boat seemed like the longest in his life. He reached up for an oiled hawser and hauled himself out of the sea. He shivered in the wind, moving hand over hand up the line. He lifted himself over the gunwale onto the deck of the fishing boat and crept along the deck. The captain and his mate were busy in the wheelhouse, and he encountered little difficulty in rendering them unconscious. There was plenty of rope around, and he was in the process of binding their wrists behind their backs when Spalko said from behind him, "I think you'd better find a bit of rope for yourself." Bourne was crouched down. The 2 seamen lay on their sides, back to back. "Stand up and turn around," Spalko ordered. Bourne did as he was told, keeping his right hand hidden behind the outer edge of his thigh. Spalko, in freshly pressed jeans and a black cable-knit turtleneck sweater, stood spread-legged on the deck, Bourne's ceramic gun in his hand. "You simply will not die, will you, Mr. Bourne?" Bourne dove at Spalko, the switchblade snapping open. Spalko, startled, squeezed the trigger far too late. The bullet sang out over the water as the blade buried itself in his side. He grunted, clubbed the barrel of the gun down onto Bourne's cheek. Blood spurted from both of them. Spalko's left knee buckled, but Bourne crashed to the deck. Spalko kicked him viciously in his ribs, rendering Bourne nearly unconscious. He pulled the switchblade from his side, threw it into the water. Then he bent and dragged Bourne to the gunwale. As Bourne began to stir, Spalko hit him with the heel of his hand. Then he hauled him more or less upright and bent him over the side. Bourne was phasing in and out of consciousness. As Spalko exerted himself to heave him over the side, Bourne kicked out with all his might. With a sickening snap, the sole of his shoe connected with Spalko's jaw. Spalko, grabbing his broken jaw, staggered backward, and Bourne ran at him. Spalko had no time to use the gun. Bourne was already inside his guard. He slammed the butt down on Bourne's shoulder, and Bourne staggered as more pain flashed through him. Then he'd reached up, digging his fingers into the broken bones of Spalko's jaw. Spalko screamed, and Bourne wrenched the gun from his grip. He jammed the muzzle underneath Spalko's chin and pulled the trigger. The sound did not amount to much, but the force of the percussion lifted Spalko bodily off the deck and pitched him over the side. He went into the sea head first. For a moment he floated face down, rocked back and forth by the restless waves. Then he went under as if drawn by something huge and immensely potent beneath the sea. Martin Lindros spent 20 minutes on the phone with Ethan Hearn. Hearn had much information about the famous Stepan Spalko, all of it such a stunning revelation it took Lindros some time to absorb and accept. An hour later he had 2 hard copies printed out from the electronic files Hearn had emailed him. He got into his car and headed over to the DCI's townhouse. Overnight the old man had been stricken with the flu. It must be bad, Lindros thought now, for him to have left the office at all during the crisis at the summit. His driver stopped the staff car at the high iron gates, leaned out the open window, and pressed the intercom. The querulous voice crackled over the intercom. The driver announced Lindros, and a moment later the gates swung soundlessly open. The driver pulled the car up and Lindros got out. He rapped on the door with the brass knocker, and when it opened he saw the DCI, his face wrinkled and his hair disheveled from lying on a pillow. He was wearing striped pajamas over which he'd wrapped a heavy-looking bathrobe. "Come in, Martin. Come in." He turned and left the door open without waiting for Lindros to cross the threshold. Lindros entered, closed the door behind him. The DCI had padded into the study, which was off to the left. There were no lights on. There appeared to be none on in the house at all. He went into the study. The old man sat heavily down in his favorite chair. The side table at his right elbow was crammed with a large box of tissues and bottles of aspirin, Tylenol cold and sinus, NyQuil, Vicks VapoRub, and cough syrup. Lindros sat down. "Sir, I have something." He set the file he'd gotten from Ethan Hearn down on the old man's side table. "What is that?" "I can't read anything now, Martin." "Then I'll tell you," Lindros said. When he was done, there was a silence that seemed to echo throughout the house. Lindros cleared his throat. Sir, you must rescind the Bourne sanction at once, and someone's going to have to debrief him. Yes, of course. Khan was with Xena to the end. He'd hidden the NX-20 and its horribly lethal payload. As far as the security people who were swarming all over the thermal heating station were concerned, he was a hero. They knew nothing about the bioweapon. They knew nothing about him. It was a curious time for Khan. He held the hand of a dying young woman who couldn't speak, who could barely breathe, and yet who quite clearly didn't want to let him go. Perhaps it was simply that, in the end, she didn't want to die. After Hull and Karpov realized that she was on the verge of dying and couldn't provide them with information, they lost interest, and so they left her alone with Khan. Picking up where Bourne, his father, had left off, he said, "Remember what to tell the questioners, Xena. My God is Allah, my Prophet Muhammad, my religion Islam, and my Qibla, the Holy Kaaba." There seemed so much that she wanted to tell him and could not. "You are righteous, Xena. They will welcome you to glory." Her eyes flickered once, and then, like a flame, the life that animated them was extinguished. It had taken Bourne some time to get back to the hotel. He was led to Khan by Boris Karpov, director of the FSB Alpha Unit and head of Russian security for the summit. "A most remarkable young man," Karpov said as he led Bourne down a corridor. "Do you know he never left the dying Chechen's side? And she, for her part, never let go of his hand until the end. Most extraordinary." Karpov knew just where Khan was, in the main restaurant, which was, after a fashion, up and running again with a severely limited menu. "Spalko's dead," Bourne said. Khan put down his hamburger. "Are you hurt?" Bourne winced as he sat down. "It's only minor." Karpov, sitting down beside Bourne, called out to a passing waiter for a bottle of vodka. "Russian," he said sharply, "and bring with it large glasses. We're real men here. A Russian, and heroes who are almost as good as Russians." Many hours and liters of vodka later, Bourne and Khan stood together on the sub-basement of the Osculid Hotel. There were bloodstains everywhere. "I suppose you're wondering what happened to the NX-20, Khan said. Bourne nodded. "I hid it," Khan said. "I was waiting for you to come back so that we could destroy it together." Bourne hesitated for a moment. "You had faith I'd come back." Khan turned and looked at his father. "It seems that I've newly acquired my faith." Khan moved to where he'd hidden the NX-20. He held it with understandable respect as he handed it over to Bourne. He went and took a small metal box out of the niche. "The vial with the payload is in here." "We need a fire," Bourne said, thinking of the legend he'd read on Dr. Zito's computer. "Heat will render the payload inert." The vast hotel kitchen was spotless. Its gleaming stainless steel surfaces seemed even colder with the absence of personnel. Bourne had moved the skeleton staff out for the time being while he and Khan went over to the huge floor-to-ceiling ovens. They were gas-powered, and Bourne turned them up to the highest level. At once, fierce flames shot through the fire-brick-lined interior. In less than a minute, it was too hot even to get close to. They donned hazmat suits, broke down the weapon, and each one threw one half into the flames. The vial went next. Bourne watched the NX-20 collapse in on itself. He closed the door, and they took off the suits. Turning to his son, he said, "I've phoned Marie, but I haven't told her about you yet. I was waiting—" "I'm not going back with you," Khan said. Bourne chose his next words with great care. "That would not be my choice." "I know." In the silence that abruptly engulfed them, Bourne was gripped by a terrible sorrow. He moved forward and took Khan into his embrace. They stood together in silence. Bourne could hear the hiss of the gas jets. Inside the ovens, the fire continued to burn fiercely, annihilating the terrible threat to them all. Reluctantly, he let Khan go, and for the briefest moment, as he stared into his son's eyes, he saw him as he had been.
as a little boy in Phnom Penh with the blazing Asian sun on his face, and Dow watching, smiling at them both. "I'm also Jason Bourne," he said. "That's something you should never forget." David Webb had finished hanging the multicolored happy birthday sign in the living room. Marie was in the kitchen, putting the finishing touches on the chocolate cake she'd baked for Jamie's 11th birthday. The smells of pizza and chocolate drifted deliciously through the house. He looked around, wondering if there were enough balloons. Though he'd returned to his life as David Webb, his body ached enough for him to know that he was also Jason Bourne and always would be. For so long he'd been terrified each time that side of his personality resurfaced, but now with Joshua's reemergence, everything had changed. He had a compelling reason to become Jason Bourne again. But not with the CIA. With Alex's death, he was quits with them, even though the DCI himself had asked him to stay, even though he actually liked and respected Martin Lindros, the man responsible for having the sanction against him lifted. It was Lindros who had admitted him to Bethesda Naval Hospital. In between bouts with a team of agency-vetted specialists who had seen to Webb's wounds, Lindros had debriefed him. The DCI had made a difficult task almost easy, allowing Webb precious time to sleep and unwind from his arduous trials. But after 3 days, Webb wanted nothing more than to return to his students, and he needed time with his family, even though there was now an ache in his heart, a certain void given form and shape by Joshua's return. He'd meant to tell Marie about him, had in fact told her every other detail of what had happened while they'd been out of touch. And yet each time he had come to the subject of his other son, his brain shut down. It wasn't that he was afraid of her reaction. It was his own reaction he was unsure of. After only a week away, he felt estranged from Jamie and Allison. He'd completely forgotten Jamie's birthday until Marie had gently reminded him. Like the proverbial line in the sand, he felt a clear demarcation of his life before Joshua's startling appearance and after. There was the darkness of grief, and now there was the light of reconnection. There was death, and now, miraculously, there was life. He needed to understand the implications of what had happened. How could he share something so monumental with Marie until he understood it himself? And so, on this, his young son's birthday, his mind was flooded with thoughts of his older son. Where was Joshua? Shortly after he'd heard from Oskar that Annika Vadosh's body had been found by the side of the motorway leading to Ferihegyu Airport, Joshua had slipped away, vanishing as quickly and completely as he had appeared. In any case, Karpov had promised to keep his secret, and Webb believed him. He realized that he had no idea where his son lived or even if he had a real home. It was impossible to imagine where Joshua was or what he might now be doing, and this caused a pain in Webb unlike any other. He felt the lack of him as acutely as if he'd lost a limb. There was so much he wanted to say to Joshua, so much time to make up for. It was difficult being patient, painful not even knowing whether Joshua would choose to come to him again. The party had begun, the 20 or so kids playing and yelling at the tops of their lungs. And there was Jamie in the center of it all. His open face was shining with happiness. Webb heard the bell ring. He opened the door to find a FedEx agent with a package for him. He signed for it and at once took it down to the basement, where he unlocked a room to which there was only one key. Inside was a portable X-ray machine Conklin had procured for him. All packages coming to the Webbs were, unbeknownst to the children, run through this machine. Determining it was clean, Webb opened it. Inside were a baseball and 2 gloves, one for him and the other just the right size for an 11-year-old. He unfolded the accompanying note, which read simply, "For Jamie's birthday. Joshua." David Webb stared at the gift, which meant more to him than anyone would ever know. Reaching out, he felt the supple grain of the leather, ran his fingertips over the rawhide stitching. What memories were stirring inside him? His smile when it came to his face was bittersweet. He slipped his hand into the larger of the gloves and threw the baseball into the heart of it. Catching it there, he held it tightly. He heard a light tread on the top of the stairs, and then Marie's voice calling to him. "I'll be right up, sweetheart," he said.
He sat very still for some moments longer, allowing the events of the recent past to swirl around him. Then he exhaled deeply and set aside the past. With Jamie's present cradled in the other hand, he mounted the basement stairs and went to rejoin his family.
Hold my hand and feel the spark. We light up the darkest night. When we're together, it's an arc. Love makes everything so bright. Hearts are racing, can't slow down. Every step we burn the ground. In this city we own the sound. Shouting love is all around. The power of love won't be denied. Through the rain and stormy tide, in your eyes I see the prize.
David Webb had finished hanging the multicolored happy birthday sign in the living room. Marie was in the kitchen, putting the finishing touches on the chocolate cake she'd baked for Jamie's 11th birthday. The smells of pizza and chocolate drifted deliciously through the house. He looked around, wondering if there were enough balloons. Though he'd returned to his life as David Webb, his body ached enough for him to know that he was also Jason Bourne and always would be. For so long he'd been terrified each time that side of his personality resurfaced, but now with Joshua's reemergence, everything had changed. He had a compelling reason to become Jason Bourne again. But not with the CIA. With Alex's death, he was quits with them, even though the DCI himself had asked him to stay, even though he actually liked and respected Martin Lindros, the man responsible for having the sanction against him lifted. It was Lindros who had admitted him to Bethesda Naval Hospital. In between bouts with a team of agency-vetted specialists who had seen to Webb's wounds, Lindros had debriefed him. The DCI had made a difficult task almost easy, allowing Webb precious time to sleep and unwind from his arduous trials. But after 3 days, Webb wanted nothing more than to return to his students, and he needed time with his family, even though there was now an ache in his heart, a certain void given form and shape by Joshua's return. He'd meant to tell Marie about him, had in fact told her every other detail of what had happened while they'd been out of touch. And yet each time he had come to the subject of his other son, his brain shut down. It wasn't that he was afraid of her reaction. It was his own reaction he was unsure of. After only a week away, he felt estranged from Jamie and Allison. He'd completely forgotten Jamie's birthday until Marie had gently reminded him. Like the proverbial line in the sand, he felt a clear demarcation of his life before Joshua's startling appearance and after. There was the darkness of grief, and now there was the light of reconnection. There was death, and now, miraculously, there was life. He needed to understand the implications of what had happened. How could he share something so monumental with Marie until he understood it himself? And so, on this, his young son's birthday, his mind was flooded with thoughts of his older son. Where was Joshua? Shortly after he'd heard from Oskar that Annika Vadosh's body had been found by the side of the motorway leading to Ferihegyu Airport, Joshua had slipped away, vanishing as quickly and completely as he had appeared. In any case, Karpov had promised to keep his secret, and Webb believed him. He realized that he had no idea where his son lived or even if he had a real home. It was impossible to imagine where Joshua was or what he might now be doing, and this caused a pain in Webb unlike any other. He felt the lack of him as acutely as if he'd lost a limb. There was so much he wanted to say to Joshua, so much time to make up for. It was difficult being patient, painful not even knowing whether Joshua would choose to come to him again. The party had begun, the 20 or so kids playing and yelling at the tops of their lungs. And there was Jamie in the center of it all. His open face was shining with happiness. Webb heard the bell ring. He opened the door to find a FedEx agent with a package for him. He signed for it and at once took it down to the basement, where he unlocked a room to which there was only one key. Inside was a portable X-ray machine Conklin had procured for him. All packages coming to the Webbs were, unbeknownst to the children, run through this machine. Determining it was clean, Webb opened it. Inside were a baseball and 2 gloves, one for him and the other just the right size for an 11-year-old. He unfolded the accompanying note, which read simply, "For Jamie's birthday. Joshua." David Webb stared at the gift, which meant more to him than anyone would ever know. Reaching out, he felt the supple grain of the leather, ran his fingertips over the rawhide stitching. What memories were stirring inside him? His smile when it came to his face was bittersweet. He slipped his hand into the